This is my planet. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Playing with Fire. Yan Wuyu felt that this was a very meaningful test. No matter which option is chosen, Xia Guixuan and Yin Xiaoru's strange relationship, which is so strange that even they themselves can't figure out what it is, must be clearly defined. Their clarity may also help her to be clear. But she didn't expect that Xia Guixuan didn't follow the routine. He was originally a little green-faced and surprised, but after she said this, he became half-smiled, sipping tea leisurely with one hand, and reaching down with the other hand to grab her hand and caress it. Yan Wuyu was stunned. He looked at Yin Xiaoru in a panic and sent a message in a panic. Hey, you, so General Yan actually doesn't know me at all. Even if he knows me as well as Little Fox or Ling Moxu, he knows that I don't like to be forced into this kind of choice. I can turn the table over for your test, and then, Xia Guixuan paused, and his smile became a little evil. Now I am testing you. In the current situation, do you want her to see it, or not? If you want her to see it, does that mean you want your best friend to discover the true face of this man, or do you want to openly show that you are stealing the man? If you don't want her to see it, then is this so-called test actually just an excuse for you to have an affair? Once the test is switched, whoever holds the initiative will have a completely different result. Yan Wuyu couldn't face whether he wanted it or not, so he simply pulled his hand away. Can't I take the test? No. Once you are in my hand, how can you escape? Yan Wuyu found that he couldn't pull it out, and tragically found that he was really afraid of being seen by Yin Xiaoru, so the amplitude of his movements was very small, so he couldn't pull it out. A little struggle, but it was like a sentiment. Xia Guixuan taught this woman who played with fire, but in fact he knew in his heart that is not following the routine was already a routine, and he deliberately avoided the choice. Because he was really afraid of being seen by Yin Xiaoru. I don't know why it has developed to the current situation. It's obviously fake, pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. But the two of them are more and more natural at home, cooking and eating together, and she kisses them every now and then. The only thing missing from being a real boyfriend and girlfriend is that I take the initiative to kiss her. In the eyes of outsiders, it seems that the boyfriend and girlfriend have already been confirmed. But in fact, before the expedition, when I was cooking, Yin Xiaoru was still saying, "Are you really going to pick me up?" Everyone knew that they were not boyfriend and girlfriend at all. Thinking of this, he was already saying to Yin Xiaoru, "I plan to go find Ling Moxu today." Yin Xiaoru was stunned. "Why do you want to find her?" Xia Guixuan seemed to say casually. "What do you say if I really pick her up?" It seemed to prove that he was not afraid of being known by Yin Xiaoru, and it was also a response to Yan Wuyu's test. Yin Xiaoru was even more stunned after listening, as if she had never thought that Xia Guixuan would actually ask such a straightforward question. However, the more direct and frank his attitude was, the less unhappy she felt. Instead, it seemed that there was no problem when she thought about it carefully. They were not boyfriend and girlfriend in the first place. She couldn't help scratching her head. Ling Moxu, that woman is not good. Her family is in politics. So there are many rules. She has a bad temper and looks down on people. I think your bad temper will clash with her. And there are many people chasing after her, and her family has many conditions, so there will be many problems in getting along with each other in the future. Oh, it's not suitable anyway. It's okay for you to kiss her for fun during the filming. Is it necessary to chase her? Is it not enough for you to kiss her? Yan Wuyu, Yin Xiaoru spoke more and more smoothly. I have quarreled with her. If you really get together with her, will I lose face? In fact, if you are with Sister Yan, you are better than Ling Moxu. After all, she is one of ours. Yan Wuyu, Xia Guixuan's hand has already invaded. Yan Wuyu squeezed her legs tightly together, gritted her teeth and pretended to be listening to the family affairs as if nothing had happened, and said in a trembling voice, "What does it have to do with me?" Yin Xiaoru curled her lips. "Take you as an example, why are you so nervous? Of course you are not suitable either. Forget about your relationship with a deputy commander. You two are more like having an affair." Yan Wuyu gritted her teeth. "Then who is suitable? Me." Yin Xiaoru pointed at her nose. "As a matter of course, I am so kind and beautiful, and everyone has been pretending to be stinky for so long. I have kissed and touched you. I say, Xia Guixuan, you are a stinky straight man, So I flirted with you. Don't tell me that you are really interested in women because of my enchanting charm, and then go to pick up others? Is this appropriate? Do you think I am a fool? Yan Wuyu squeezed her legs tightly together. She wanted to say a few words. First, you are really a fool. Second, if kissing and touching count, then I am too. Third, I'm afraid this man is not interested in women because of you, and he must not have been a good person in the past. Yan Wuyu looked up at the sky. Xia Guixuan withdrew his hand. Yin Xiaoru asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you? You died when I talked about your affair? It's not so fast to have an orgasm." Yan Wuyu didn't want to talk. But Xia Guixuan spoke, "I really want to find Ling Moxu, but for business." "Just kidding." Yin Xiaoru seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. "I knew you were not interested in women at all, otherwise you would have fallen for me. Why did you look for her?" Xia Guixuan himself was not sure whether he was interested in women or not, nor was he sure whether he fell for her. Because he had played with fire and turned it into water, he still didn't want to be seen by the little fox. He was actually guilty. What was he guilty about? This game was playing with fire, and it really confirmed Yan Wuyu's test. Could it be that this was the victory of the little fox's natural way, moistening things silently? Xia Guixuan was a little frightened and didn't dare to think about such questions. He tried to turn his thoughts to the main topic. "General Yan also told me before that Ling Moxu has mastered some secret realms of ancient gods. I want to find her to learn some information." "Oh, go ahead, I'm going to work." Yin Xiaoru waved her hand generously, and said to Yan Wuyu, "Sister Yan, we have studied reagent number 89, which is a recovery type. The sample is out. Do you want to see it?" Yan Wuyu's eyes moved slightly, and she sighed. "Are you still researching new drugs? Now that the Zhou family has collapsed, no one in the Yin family is squeezing you. It's not like before that someone forced you to submit reagents, and I have no pressure." Yin Xiaoru smiled happily. "You don't know this. How can I be a researcher of biological agents? It is a happy thing for my company to really make a research breakthrough. Besides, the business of supplying military medicines is the most comfortable and profitable. I run a company to do business." "Okay, it's really," thinking that he is smart and capable, but in fact it is full of the simple happiness of mortals. Yan Wuyu couldn't help but smile like an auntie when she looked at her. She knew why Xia Guixuan couldn't bear to hurt a stinky fox. In fact, she and her best friend were almost the same. The purer, the more reluctant to destroy. Adult emotions are very complicated. One night of love may not be love, and care and protection may not be love. But no matter what kind of feelings, at least one thing can be proved. This man's claim of not wanting to be tied down has actually been broken long ago, leaving only self-deception. Now he doesn't even want to deceive himself. He has begun to follow his heart, such as slowly, no longer hiding his desires. The fairy who was as ethereal as if he walked out of the mural has begun to become more and more evil. "Let's go. I'll go to your company to take a look." Yan Wuyu finally stood up and said to Xia Guixuan meaningfully, "I don't know if the person who plays with fire will be burned or reborn. P.S. The bone on my left face near my ear has been hurting for a week. I thought the pain was not serious and had little impact, so I waited for it to heal on its own. As a result, it didn't get better, and it affected my sleep last night. I searched Baidu this afternoon and found out that this might be temporomandibular joint arthritis, abbreviated as TMD in English. I'm really TMD. I don't want to go to the hospital, please help. Is there any brother who knows how to recommend a folk remedy? What kind of patch or food can I try?" Chapter 127, Although Jianxin was obviously tortured badly, Yan Wuyu walked away with Yin Xiaoru arm in arm, very casually, as if the person who had just paralyzed was not her, as if nothing had happened. "I really want to be a Yan Wuyu who has been fighting for my whole life. Why should I be so shy?" Xia Guixuan, who seemed to be flying away on the cloud, did not leave. He watched the two women get into Yin Xiaoru's chubby car, and then he raised his finger and looked at the traces left on his fingertips. It was really a ghost, doing such a thing. It actually felt quite exciting. I don't know whether it is called doing whatever you want or falling into the devil. These things are often separated by a thin line and difficult to distinguish. The most difficult thing to distinguish is that each person is different. For example, for an old scholar, it is degeneration. But for a Shahao or an immortal emperor, is it? Xia Guixuan admitted that this was indeed his former gene, which was despised and hidden for many, many years. He thought it was something that must be erased. The deepest lust in the way of heaven cannot be erased by the Father God. The difference between Buddha and devil is nothing more than degree, right? Was it burned, or was it reborn? Xia Guixuan took a deep breath, cleared his mind, sensed Ling Moxu's position, and appeared beside him in an instant. Ling Moxu was down the dungeon at this time. That is the secret realm training controlled by the Xiandao sect. Although it is called training, it actually has many meanings. This organization is called Cultivator Association on the surface, and Xiandao sect on the inside. The association is a scattered force, but the core believers are a very considerable force, which even includes many high-level people in Daksha, including higher-ranking officials. According to the previous plan, this is a force that can change the color of the mountains and rivers. After being disturbed by the Father God, the identity of the leader Shuangzhaoi, a priest of the descendants of gods, was exposed. Many elders are descendants of gods. It is not easy to continue to make trouble in human society. Either kill the insider Ling Moxu, or withdraw collectively. But Ling Moxu obviously cannot be killed, so they can only withdraw pitifully from this century-old layout, and wait to see if they can reach some agreements with Ling Moxu in the future. I don't know how much Shuangzhaoi secretly complains about this messy Father God. Ling Moxu has been arranging inside the Xiandao sect for some time. In addition, with the status of Saint Girl and her own cultivation rising rapidly, it is time to smoothly take over the power. The reason for choosing the secret realm was, first, to integrate forces, and second, to show off one's own practice and shock the unconvinced. She also wanted to hone her own experience. She had learned a lot from Xia Guixuan. A war against Zelter was not enough to fully digest it. Instead, the ancient land of the gods was more suitable for sharpening her sword cultivation experience. Before bidding farewell to Xia Guixuan, Ling Moxu wanted to practice well, not only to improve her strength, but also to sharpen her sword heart so as not to always fall into that strange man-woman thought that would be lingering and detrimental to the Tao. It was simply a ghost that she had a kind of worship, flattery and attachment to a man who took her as a female slave, which was not sure whether it was love. It was good enough not to hate him according to common sense. She must straighten her mind. Saintess, ahead, a black-clothed elder reported respectfully. But couldn't continue halfway through. Ling Moxu's sharp eyes were like swords, staring at him coldly, and the lingering frosty sword intent penetrated into the bone marrow, and the soul seemed to be pierced and frozen by this sword intent. The elder suddenly realized something and quickly changed his words. Master, Ling Moxu calmed down and said him. The high-ranking members of the Xiandao sect and the core believers behind him all looked at each other in silence. This saint, no, the master's practice has become more and more fierce, and her temperament is also cold as ice and sharp as a sword. Compared with the unfathomable former master, she may be a little more direct, but the effect is the same. You don't need to say anything, just looking at you can make people breathless. Those who were a little dissatisfied and thought that this girl was too young and had no strength dared not say anything at this time. The elder who reported sighed, the front is the heart of time. If you go in under the sun, you will be confused in time and space. If the leader wants to go in, you should choose an elder of the late stage of the sun to protect you. Ling Moxu asked, what's inside? We don't know either. When we came with the previous leader, we always stopped here and went in alone. The former leader revealed that time and space are confused inside. It is extremely dangerous, and you can only enter under the sun. We don't know if there are other monsters. The leader had better find out before entering, Ling Moxu pondered. These non-core areas were already strange before. Although there were no monsters, there was a natural invasion of time and illusion. People would fall into illusions and nightmares, and the bizarre past and future would be intertwined in the sea of consciousness. Those who are not well trained and have weak wills will easily get lost in the long river of time and cannot find the present or themselves. This is indeed very beneficial for the tempering of the practitioner's state of mind, and even more beneficial for the stability of her sword heart. After experiencing the invasion of illusions and time in these regions, Ling Moxu felt that she could see her heart more clearly, like a sword that was polished to shine, which could reflect all ghosts, see the dust in her heart, and see through all illusions. This is called a clear sword heart. But after all, it lacked the tempering of blood and fire, was not sharp enough, and was not indomitable enough. This was not a sword, but just a mirror. If you can't break the shackles in your heart and can't escape from your own cage, what is the point of practicing? 4 elders, follow me in, and the others will practice outside. Ling Moxu strode into the rift in front of her, which was the heart of time and space. The 4 elders, who were also her confidants who had accompanied her to find the holy blood, some were strong men trained by the Ling family, and some were solid allies who were high-level human beings. At this time, they looked at each other and followed in. As soon as she stepped into the rift, Ling Moxu's mind exploded. It was clearly just a deep cave underground, not too big, but it turned into a vast universe. I couldn't see up and down, the past and the present. I was lost and wandering, as if I was in a dream. The dream was a sea of blood, with no end. Above the sea of blood, I knelt in the air, facing the pressure of the sky and the earth. Cold sweat soaked my back. The awe of the world, the pursuit of the Tao, repeatedly throbbed in my soul. I knelt irresistibly, and called out Master from my soul. Deep in my heart, I was unwilling and resisted, but I was sinking and lost, unable to struggle out. Time, the most fragile illumination. It is also an inescapable sinking, the submission of tiny humans to the world. Kenshin told himself that this was no longer an ordinary illusion, it was the tearing of time, with a real traction and damage of the soul leaving the body. If I couldn't break free, I would probably fall into the sea of blood below forever, my soul wandering, and my body becoming a shell. But how to break free? Jianzin also told himself that there was someone behind him with bad intentions. Someone clearly had a way to resist the illusion here, but didn't say it, waiting for him to come in, and then, sneak attack? There was already a chill behind him, frost chilling to the bone. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move. His soul was in the past, and his body was in the present, and he was simply unable to unify. But this was something Ling Moxu had expected. She had a great killer weapon, and she was also luring the enemy. Warmth came from the sword in his hand. The solidified sea of blood seemed to begin to flow, as if it had flowed through the long river of time. The waves and ripples contained the origin of the mother planet. It seemed that the Zuinun war drums were beating, the compass chariot overlapped the Big Dipper, and the ancient Chinese emperor held a sword to offer sacrifices to the sky. The frail woman knelt down on Kunlun, took silk from silkworms to resist the cold of the world. There was a raging flood that submerged the world, heroes trampled through the 9 states, and the tripod stabilized the world. I don't know why the beginning of these mother planet civilizations flashed, and it was not yet the beginning. Maybe it was related to the sword in his hand, the sword of mountains and rivers, the sword of breaking the sky with people. Clang, the sword in his hand cut through time and pierced into the sea of blood. The illusion was broken, and in the crystal mist of time, Ling Moxu's long hair fluttered, her white clothes looked like blood, and her long sword pierced the chest of the elder behind her. The blood could not pass through the sword, and drip onto the ground, splashing into a psychedelic sea. You, the elder whispered in disbelief, you have been prepared, of course, Ling Moxu said lightly, although the news of the holy blood was deliberately leaked by Shang Xiaoai, it may not be your fault. But when did she know that I absorbed the holy blood? Of course, there must be a spy around me. And you are not Shang Xiaoai's spy, but a spy who sows discord with ulterior motives. The other elders were terrified and stood by with swords in hand, at a loss. Shang Xiaoai abandoned this place and fled south. I am the only young saint left here who is not even Huang a few days ago. Many people are dissatisfied. Someone has been trying to sow discord between me and Shang Xiaoai. Of course, I will think it is a good opportunity now. I am in the late stage of Huang and can find an opportunity to suppress this saint. I am the leader of this sect, Ling Moxu said and suddenly laughed. In this psychedelic time, no one knows what is happening around them. It is of course the best time. Maybe I can make this saint sink and enslave her, right? Otherwise, why was the first illusion I faced the illusion of sinking? This is the result of your external force. It's difficult to be a woman. There are always ignorant men who want to take female slaves. You, the elder covered the sword on his chest and said with difficulty, how could you break free? This is the heart of time illusion that at least Qiannian can struggle with. Zuanian's intention, can use tripod, man can overcome nature. What is time? Ling Moxu drew the sword and put it back into the sheath. The elder fell to the ground with a thud, and died with his eyes wide open. He did not understand what Ling Moxu said in the last few words. Ling Moxu's sharp eyes swept over the other 3 elders. The 3 of them retreated half a step in fear and said one after another, Master, we are not in the same group with him. Ling Moxu didn't care whether they were in the same group or not. Maybe some were not, and some were just watching. But there was no need to reveal it anymore. The purpose of establishing authority had been achieved. I know, you guys go out, I will comprehend it here by myself. Ling Moxu stopped looking at them, and her slender back walked into the mist in the center of the illusion, standing straight like a sword. The three elders retreated in sweat, and no one dared to despise this young saint again. In the center of the mist, a man's figure appeared. Ling Moxu stood straight in front of him and looked at him quietly. Xia Guixuan also looked at her quietly. Ling Moxu's cold and sharp eyes gradually changed, as if water waves were rippling on the sword, and there was a vague tenderness. None of the terrified elders would have thought that a leader who had just established a new authority in everyone's hearts would slowly bend his straight waist at this moment, as if a sharp sword was wrapped around his fingers and crushed to the ground. He bowed his head and whispered, "Master, P.S. I went to see a doctor in the afternoon, so the update in the evening may be delayed. It depends on how long the hospital will delay. I will try to be on time." Chapter 128 Punishment. Xia Guixuan looked at her quietly, and Ling Moxu lowered her head even more. "You," Xia Guixuan suddenly smiled, "when you turned around and left that day, weren't your experience in tempering trying to break free from the cage and clarify yourself? Why did such a proud swordsman kneel again?" Ling Moxu whispered, "I said you don't know what kind of man. Is the master angry?" Xia Guixuan smiled, "You knew I was coming, so you were making a veiled attack." Ling Moxu repeated, "Is the master angry?" Xia Guixuan still smiled, "I thought it was flirting. Why would he be angry? I noticed the master's displeasure." Although you were smiling, Ling Moxu sighed, "Maybe it's not because of this sentence. I should say that I felt the master's displeasure earlier. This sentence is a veiled attack, it's also flirting, but in fact it's more of a test." Xia Guixuan began to frown. He himself didn't feel unhappy. But this kind of thing may not count for what he said, and his mood may not be clear at the moment he flashed. Ling Moxu is no longer an ordinary person. The long swordsman's heart reflects the dust, and her perception can be used as a reference. Ling Moxu looked up at him and said seriously, "Although you said that you would be happy if I broke free, you said one thing and meant another. You didn't even realize that you would be unhappy." Xia Guixuan's eyes were dim. Was Jiang Xin's feedback true? Would he be unhappy? Maybe. Was there a little bit of it in the flash just now? This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't I appreciate the growth of this seedling and be happy that the life on this planet can break free from my framework? That's the bearing of a god of overlooking, right? I thought so before, too. Why am I unhappy? Just because she is Ling Moxu? She has always been called the master and flattered, but suddenly one day she doesn't belong to me anymore. What kind of feeling is that? She has lost something. The desire for control and exclusivity that should not exist in the immortal way is becoming more and more obsessed. No, this is not obsession. It's no longer overlooking, but in the game. Not a reader, but already a person in the book. "So," he slowly said, "you feel that you have angered me and are afraid of my punishment, so you kneel down and bow your head." Ling Moxu was silent for a moment, and whispered, "Even just now, you were still helping me, Moxu. You have a conscience. Since you realize that the master will really be unhappy about this, then," she paused for a while, and finally said, "Then don't fight." After saying this, she seemed to be much more relaxed, and her eyes finally met Xia Guixuan's, and she didn't dodge anymore. Xia Guixuan said lightly, "I didn't help you, I just watched you. You rely on yourself." Ling Moxu smiled slightly, "The master came to help me. I feel excited and confident. I know that even if I fail to lure the enemy, I will be fine, with a master here. So I know my heart." Xia Guixuan stopped talking. Of course, if Ling Moxu fails, he will definitely take action. This is a person in the game. The feeling that someone is backing you up for everything you do is of course a kind of help. In fact, Ling Moxu's luring of the enemy was very dangerous, because she was really no expert in this kind of time-related damage, but the other party had some research. This was also a kind of gamble for her, to find the traitor most effectively and quickly, otherwise she might be suspicious for the rest of her life. It was also a sword heart, moving forward without hesitation. She made the right bet. In fact, Xia Guixuan's help was more than that. It can almost be said that everything was Xia Guixuan's help. Because she had Xia Guixuan's bloodline, her resistance to ordinary magic was not something that others could understand or imagine. Even Shang Zhaoi's attempt to control her by activating the hilt of the Gente sword was difficult. It was almost impossible to completely control her with its natural change of time. She must be able to keep herself clear-headed and choose what to do. Then she chose to use the Zuinian sword. The breath of the Emperor of the human world, the will of the world, and the heroic spirit of man-conquering nature of the Zuinian sword poked a hole in the kind of submission to the Yua of the way of heaven, and this broke through. But where did the Zuinian sword come from? It was still his. From the beginning to the end. I said I relied on my own heart and my own will, but in fact, I relied on you for everything. Ling Moxu's eyes no longer had that kind of firm determination and coldness, only gentle ripples remained. I have long been unable to escape your influence. This body is shaped by you, and this heart is caused by you. Why should I deceive myself? Xia Guixuan sighed. Don't underestimate yourself. If you change someone, the same package will not result in the same result. Your ability is your ability. It's not for nothing that you are born with a sword heart, otherwise I would not be optimistic about you. Ling Moxu blinked. So the master is angry that I ran away. Xia Guixuan stopped talking again. Ling Moxu's eyes had some rare charm, and she whispered, I won't run away. Since the master is angry about today's offense, I will accept any punishment you want. Xia Guixuan shamefully found that his heartbeat was a little faster. The fair swordsman who just bullied the cult members turned around and bowed his head, asking the master to punish him. This feeling was more moving than ever. There were a few times before that he talked about punishment. The first time, he didn't think about anything, just talked about it, and there was really no emotion at that time. The second time, the punishment between the male master and the female slave seemed ambiguous. He was going to scold her and let it go. But it happened to be a filming, so he took advantage of it. That time, he took advantage of it, wasn't it to cover up his malice? He was deceiving himself. This was the third time. Still deceiving? Xia Guixuan didn't know what his shell would be reshaped into by these women. He had already said unconsciously, come here, quite majestic. Ling Moxu bit her lower lip, slowly knelt over, stopped in front of him and looked up at him. Xia Guixuan stood in the middle with his hands behind his back, and Ling Moxu stood beside him with his sword, and their clothes were intact. It seemed like a master and a sword servant. The two had just come here to explore the ruins, and nothing else had happened. Only Ling Moxu's flushed face and Xia Guixuan's slightly erratic eyes betrayed that something must have happened in the depths of time unknown to mortals. This is a very critical place on Kanglong Star. Xia Guixuan coughed dryly a few times and spoke seriously. Do you know, before humans arrived at Kanglong Star, the descendants of gods had developed for how many years? The descendants of gods said it was 25,000 years. In fact, it's only 250 years. Adding the 250 years after humans arrived, the civilization of this planet is actually only 500 years in total. Ling Moxu widened his eyes. In the first 250 years, due to the influence of the space-time formation, this planet developed independently from the space-time dimension of the universe for 25,000 years. Then the formation was destroyed and returned to normal time. Another 250 years have passed until now. So relative to the Earth, only 500 years have passed here, but for them, 25,250 years have passed. Ling Moxu took a deep breath. So that's how it is. What kind of amazing power can change such a dimension of time? Actually, he is no different from ordinary people. Ling Moxu was not too surprised. In fact, she had suspicions in her heart. She also coughed twice and turned her head away. P.S. It's still on time. After examination, it turned out to be temporomandibular arthritis. It is said that most people have arthritis in their hands and feet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, the topic of the Fox King and the other person's business seemed to have suddenly gone off topic. Xia Guixuan felt the experience of talking to the little fox, and he took a step closer. He opened his mouth and said the size. What's more shameful is that the building was tilted first. There's no going back. Ling Moxu continued to say, in addition to being a little bigger, it's also a little more, and also, she turned her head and looked far away. I broke through. Master, I'm really Kainin. Xia Guixuan, you talk too much. Oh, Ling Moxu shut up honestly. It's called a punishment. This kind of thing is really shameful, more humiliating than doing it for real. But in the end, I broke through. Is it a reward or a punishment? I thought that the master ordered to swallow it, which was a man's insult and training with bad taste, but after eating it with grievance, I realized how much benefit the pure and majestic energy would bring to her. Kaino and Dakan, even if Yan Wuai is known as a super genius, she has always been just fake. She had previously absorbed the holy blood to forge her body and took the martial arts route, and in the end she could only achieve fake, but today she ate something and really broke through. She surpassed Yan Wuai. At the tender age of 20-something, she has achieved a triple jump in cultivation within 2 months, from barely being able to reach Tengayan to reaching Kainun. If the ascetic monks of the godly descent heard this, they would go crazy. It's too buggy. Not only because the master is taking, but also because he is the heavenly Dao of this world. The direct infusion of the heavenly Dao is of course the top fortune of life within the framework of the heavenly Dao, nothing else. This is just the effect of consumption. If it is used for the dual cultivation of the Zuanman, what effect will it have? Ling Moxu was distracted as he thought about it, and his face continued to heat up, and he couldn't take it back. He knew in his heart that he shouldn't rely on this kind of improvement, which would not be good for his sword heart. But since they are the master and the little slave girl, is there a problem? It seems that there is no. Isn't it natural? Anyway, the feeling of embarrassment had long gone, and she was wondering when the master would punish her next time. There was no going back. The worst thing was that this was not a love affair, but a master-servant relationship, which meant that she dared not be clingy without his orders, and could only follow behind him with a stern face. Sigh. Ling Moxu was daydreaming, and Xia Guixuan was still trying to change the topic back to business. Well, I'm talking to you at this time. It's like this, Ling Moxu said again. Xia Guixuan continued, the change in the flow of time on this planet is the result of the formation I set up. The core of the formation is 4 items, the shadow condensation bead, the Jiuhu light mirror, the time shuttle, and the space edge. I know where the objects at the 2 poles of light and darkness are, but the 2 dimensions of time and space are not on this planet. Ling Moxu's thoughts were really attracted back this time. Master, you mean this is where the time shuttle is placed, and it's gone. This is where the space edges are placed in an alternating manner, Xia Guixuan said. I came to you because I was planning to ask about the relevant secrets and information that your Xiandao sect might have. As a result, I was teleported here, and it happened to be the heart of time. He was teleported here just in time to bully the little slave girl. Ling Moxu complained inwardly and said, these ancient ruins are not all within the territory of Daxia. It is not easy for us to control this land of time. The owners of other places should go to the descendants of gods to look for them. In fact, there are 3 more continents controlled by the descendants of gods, which are much larger than ours. This land of time is not recently controlled. Shangzhaoi should have inherited it from the previous Fox King, because there is no record of the Xiandao sect opening up this place. It seems that it has always existed. Xia Guixuan nodded and said, this is what I want to ask. Did Shangzhaoi take the things, or did it disappear before? Ling Moxu felt a little happy in her heart. This meant that he obviously did not trust Shangzhaoi and did not ask her, but believed in her, Ling Moxu. But this was not the time to be jealous. She thought about it seriously and suggested, Master, we can't guess. Although the place has been developed by the Fox King, there is no record of whether the Fox King took the things away or left them to be taken away by Shangzhaoi. Master has the ability to go back in time, so it would be safer to check it yourself. Xia Guixuan nodded and sighed. This place is a place where time is tangled and intertwined. It is more difficult to sort out than a normal place. Moreover, the difficulty of going back 100 years is not the same as that of a few years. Ling Moxu thought the master was going to say that it couldn't be done, but heard Xia Guixuan continue, I wanted to save some energy. Forget it, Ling Moxu, but Xia Guixuan squatted down and put his hand on the brightest crystal in the center. Ling Moxu suddenly felt that the aura around him was flowing back and spinning. It was like rewinding, combing, and the tangled and disordered lines were separated and straightened out one by an invisible force, like the swirling and intertwined rivers were separated by the power of God. The power of the gods, like the creation of the world, only exists in imagination and is worshipped. Ling Moxu almost knelt again. She wanted to ask if this was the end of the road, but she couldn't ask, knowing that it was not. The master himself was also seeking the way, otherwise he would not have presented a state of mind that was swaying from side to side. I just don't know if it will be the end after he reshapes it clearly. His mind was in a trance, and he missed some messy and confusing pictures. It seemed that Xiaoyu had felt it here, and it seemed that he did not do anything. Time changed, and a charming woman with fox ears and foxtail appeared vaguely. Ling Moxu was refreshed, and looked carefully. Why did she look a little familiar? Thinking carefully, I have never seen her before, so where did the familiar feeling come from? But I heard Xia Guixuan whispering to himself, it turns out that she looks different. No wonder Langaya and others can't recognize her. The woman was standing next to them, and they almost overlapped. Ling Moxu knew that this was someone from the past. At this moment, she and her master were watching a movie, or using the simulation technology. They were inside the movie, but they could not interfere or interact. They could only watch. It might be that the master's power was indeed a bit strenuous in this place where time intersects. The woman spoke, but it was not clear. She could vaguely hear intermittent chatter. This star is the root of its own world. It's my fault. But this formation cannot be restored. The trouble of Zelter mustard moss, the enemy is in the void. Just like the signal was not good, it was intermittent, and it was disconnected, and it was not heard at all afterwards. It can be vaguely seen that she put away a shuttle-shaped crystal object on the ground, put it into the ring, and strangely stood face to face with Xia Guixuan, looking at each other at close range. I feel the father's attention, a little gentle? Is it an illusion, to a sinner like me, who wants to scatter his treasures into the void? I've been so frightened recently. Is it a revelation from time, fragments of the future, fragmented? Am I dead? And it seems not, but I saw the face of humans. Is it humans that the father really favors? But humans' incompetence and greed will only destroy this planet. She seemed to be talking, and as if praying, she stared at Xia Guixuan across 100 years. Xia Guixuan's eyes were calm, and the woman's eyes became more determined and majestic. If God doesn't favor me, I will do it myself. After saying that, she turned and left, gradually disappearing in the misty time, like the end of a movie. Ling Moxu didn't quite understand what he heard, but she knew who this person was. The only king recognized by the descendants of God in 25,000 years. She didn't seem to try to restore the formation of the Father God, but the opposite. What Xia Guixuan was looking for might have been hidden by her or even lost. Chapter 130. The parasitic light and shadow dissipated, and Ling Moxu carefully looked at Xia Guixuan's expression. It can be seen that Xia Guixuan attaches great importance to the things that were taken away. He was specially sent here to find clues, but the clues seem to be there and not there. It seems that there are clues related, but in fact, he has no idea where they are. That's fine, but the key is that he saw the demon king of the descendants of the gods being disrespectful to the Father God. God doesn't favor me, I will do it on my own. It is the spirit of swallowing up the world and the highlighting of the self-path. It should be something worthy of praise from outsiders. But for him, will he say I can only be happy as before, or will he punish? Well, it shouldn't be. Ling Moxu's mind was in a mess, but he saw Xia Guixuan smiling brightly. It's true, she looks like a king. Shongzhao Yihuan's spirit and courage were probably influenced by her. It can be seen that her status in the hearts of the descendants of God is still very high. Maybe, he paused, and smiled, higher than the illusory Father God. Ling Moxu tried to save his master's face. No, I think most of the descendants of God are very pious. If someone pretends to be the Father God, wouldn't it instantly unify the people's hearts and stabilize the overall situation? It shows that in the hearts of the strong descendants of God, the Father God is just a banner or a slogan, a clay puppet that can be used. Xia Guixuan smiled. Don't look at Shongzhao Yihuan being submissive to me now. It's because he knows that his strength is inferior to her, and he is also suppressed by some righteousness and respect. I can feel a little aggrieved for them. If there is a king leading them, they might really dare to challenge me. Ling Moxu stopped talking, always feeling that he was talking about himself. I've accepted it. I asked you to take Shongzhao as your slave girl, but you refused. But then again, I don't want you to take her as your slave girl now. It's good to have me alone. Actually, this is good, Xia Guixuan whispered. It's not like that with you. I'm saying one thing and thinking another. It's really good. Ling Moxu glanced at him and wanted to laugh. Xia Guixuan tilted his head awkwardly and said, according to the few words of this demon king, it can be seen that there is another powerful enemy lurking. She may not be sure who the powerful enemy is, but Zelter is just a minor threat. Zelter with a dark energy demon behind him is still just a minor threat. Ling Moxu is also puzzled. If there is such a powerful enemy, why didn't they invade directly? and even didn't have a vanguard, but were so secretive that we didn't even know that such an enemy existed. 2 reasons, Xia Guixuan said. 1 is the soul protection that I spontaneously formed. Humans now call it the planet's magnetic field. Ling Moxu, it always feels like what I said just now is what I did for the planet, or the Earth Father. There is a dark demon born in a void rift behind Zelt. It doesn't dare to casually probe its divine consciousness into the magnetic field of this planet. First, it is worried about waking up my deep sleep, and second, it is worried that the battle between the divine souls is very dangerous. If it is swallowed or wiped out by me, it will be seriously damaged. So it is cautious and dare not act rashly. It happened to discover that the Zelts were fighting with this planet. So it invaded secretly. Maybe it became a concept similar to the god of Zelt, catalyzing their brutality and combat power. Ling Moxu said, this is the normal war capture of the Zelts. Without the invasion of such a powerful life, it will not stimulate the master's deep sleep, almost. The main thing is that this dark demon has no demand for resources. The dark energy of the entire vast universe is its nutrition. All it has to do is to expand its own cosmic influence, so it can control other creatures to do this, and there is no need to provoke me. Xia Guixuan smiled. Of course, since I have woken up, it will not retreat vaguely. I still fought with it this time, and there are still troubles to be eliminated. Ling Moxu hesitated for a moment and whispered, it's a bit like the gods restraining each other, and the common people are chess pieces. But the other side has a god, and the master doesn't seem to want to be this god, so the life of our Kanglong star is quite passive. Xia Guixuan slightly raised his head and looked at the mist of time, but didn't reply. Ling Moxu asked tentatively, because you don't want to have responsibilities, don't want to have ties? After all, the master may have become a god passively, not intentionally, and may even feel that it's screwed, and it's none of my business. Why do I have to raise a bunch of puppies out of nowhere? Xia Guixuan laughed at her swearing. It was indeed true. It was comfortable to swear. But, Ling Moxu couldn't help but gently put her arms around his waist and leaned on his back. You still fought, and you will appreciate my fighting. The master is a lover and wants cold observation, unless we have nothing to do with you, but once we are related, the master will get into the game. Am I a lover? Xia Guixuan did not respond to her hug, but asked coldly, am I not playing with you? Ling Moxu smiled slightly. The master likes to play, then play. This sounded like a tease, but in fact it was a bit of a pampering, like okay, whatever you say is what it is, and the actual meaning was I would never believe you, you are a lover. This implication made Xia Guixuan very uncomfortable, but this tone made him unable to refute, so he could only stand there silently without saying anything, and did not express that he wanted to play. Ling Moxu felt very comfortable in the hug from behind, and adjusted her posture to be more comfortable before continuing. Now we are also blessed by God, and we don't have to fend for ourselves. Master is not already investigating the whole thing and wants to sort things out clearly. Yeah, Xia Guixuan did not deny this, and continued, just now we talked about why powerful enemies don't invade directly. The dark demon is one situation. There is another kind, which is somewhat similar in nature but not exactly the same. It is too far away to invade directly, and can only invade subtly in a parasitic mode. Ling Moxu was stunned and didn't understand what he meant for a while. Too far away? How far away will it be like this, and why not get closer first? For example, if they are separated by a realm, the realm of realm cannot be shortened just by shortening it. It may accidentally sense the changes in this place, but be blocked by the solidity of the realm, and can only penetrate a little bit at most. For example, a soul seed is parasitic in a certain life body, and when the nutrients are sufficient, it will take over and replace the body, or control the person's thoughts and do what it wants to do. If it is just an insignificant seed with no actual ability, how can it be easy to succeed? Maybe it's not as difficult as you and I think. Xia Guixuan suddenly laughed. I didn't even try to cover up. I just said I was a system, and some people believed it. They would do whatever I asked them to do. Ling Moxu, people's will and IQ may not be as high as you think. Moxu. People are always pretentious and like to laugh at other people's choices, but they may not see clearly when they face it. Just like everyone will laugh at someone in the news who believes in an extremely low-level scam, but when it comes to him, he may be the one who is fooled. This kind of cognitive bias towards self and others is inevitable even for me. I may even be worse than you in this regard. Otherwise, why do you say that your swordsmanship is rare? Ling Moxu pouted and said, are you praising my self-acceptance? Xia Guixuan didn't respond, and continued to the point. If this is the case, the other party will be a super intelligent and powerful creature, and no one can know to what extent such an influence has been carried out and how many people. Those who are knowledgeable may have noticed something, but they can't see anything. She only has a palpitation in her heart. The enemy is not a visible Zelter, but a greater crisis. Then why didn't she reshape the time and space array, but chose to discard it? It's hard to guess. People like her always have her reasons for doing things, but it doesn't matter now. Xia Guixuan pondered. Does the Xiandao sect have any secret realms with light and dark attributes? Ling Moxu shook her head. No. They are all relatively ordinary, and the attributes are not so clear. Has the official Daxia heard of this? It seems not. Xia Guixuan nodded slightly. This means that there may be descendants of gods in the president's mansion. This Daxia is so chaotic, it's a miracle that it hasn't been destroyed yet. Ling Moxu, Xia Guixuan suddenly said. Moxu. Ling Moxu subconsciously stood up straight. Yes, I'll introduce you to the author of the novel we acted in the video. You guys can chat? Don't look at me like that. This is very important. You guys can chat? I have to go meet Shang Xiaoi. Otherwise, there might really be a shocking pit waiting for everyone this time. P.S. Thanks to Brother Mingmi Weichan for joining the alliance. There will be an extra update tonight, around 10 o'clock. Chapter 131 The Author and the Heroine. Ling Moxu was in the secret room of Xiandao sect. Ling Moxu looked at the bespectacled lady in front of her with a cold face. Her face was frost, and her heart felt like she was eating shit. The master claimed that the bespectacled lady was a good friend, and Ling Moxu's sword heart told her at the first time that the relationship between the two must be not right, because the bespectacled lady looked at her with a vigilant and scrutinizing gaze, and also had some contempt, and when she looked at Xia Guixuan, there was an indescribable tenderness. What's this smell? You can smell it from a long distance away. What's infuriating is that I am a little slave girl, and she is a good friend. Why? The master left after leaving this introduction, and I have to receive his good friend with kind words. What a big guy. Who are you? Bah, you look so average, and so flat. Does your family run an airport? Oh, you dare to stand upright like this. Who gives you the courage? Not only that, Ling Moxu, who was a poor student in school, hated the good students who were both good in character and academic performance. This girl with glasses was as quiet and delicate as a little white flower, and she could write books. She was the type of knowledgeable person, and she hated it the most. No one knows why Ling Moxu and Gongsun Jiayu, who seemed to be a good match for marriage, just couldn't see eye to eye with each other and became more and more stiff. In fact, this is a big factor. Ling Moxu is of course a poor student, otherwise, with her family background, why would she choose to debut as a singer? On the surface, she said that she was willful and wanted to play whatever she wanted, but in fact, she knew that other aspects were not easy to go. She either had to be a lonely and hard worker, or she could accumulate incense by taking the star route. Her family supported the Xiandao teaching route of the endpoint of human evolution is to cultivate immortals, and the end of science is theology, so they did not oppose her choice. If it were any other family's idea, such a daughter would be half-wasted. Fortunately, other people's children are similar, all of them are playboys, forget about studying, but Ling Moxu has some other specialties, such as her efficient genetic evolution, which has been praised a lot, and she is still the best among her peers. The only thing that is most infuriating is that other people's Gongsun Jiayu, who is brought up by her parents every day. Look at Gongsun Jiayu, she is only 3 years older than you, and when she was your age, she skipped a grade and was admitted to a doctorate with an exception. Now all the doctors have graduated early and become officers, and you need your family to find a ghostwriter for your university graduation thesis, she became a world-class queen. With incense and incense added to her, she also became the saint of Xiandao sect, received the teachings of the leader, and glimpsed the true method of the immortal way, which was a time of great joy in her heart. Look at Gongsun Jiayu, who won a battle and shocked Donglan, and some people have called her the pillar of the country, and you sing a song and smile like a flower, all the good moods are gone. Who wouldn't be angry? The most annoying thing is that every time Gongsun Jiayu sees her, Ling Moxu can feel the contempt in his eyes. At that time, she didn't know that this was called sword heart reflection. And she just thought it was her sensitive intuition. Now she can be sure that the other party looks down on her, thinking that she only has a face, a fool in her stomach, and a selfish and sinister woman. The feeling is really obvious. That kind of contempt. This is not annoying enough. The most annoying thing is that her family still says he is good looking, has a bright future, and the Gongsun family is also a good match. Is she sick? Others look down on her so much in their hearts, and she still has to be eaten by him? Go to hell, sissy, you are worthy? At least 90% of the reason why Ling Moxu moved out of the family to live independently is because of this. Two men and women who seem to be very compatible to outsiders actually hate each other in their hearts for more than 20 years. They are not the kind of happy enemies, they are really annoying, they don't even bother to say a word to each other. As a circle of young men and young ladies, they usually add each other as friends and add a group, but these two have never added each other. You see, she hates Gongsun Jiayu so much, and this girl with glasses who has similar attributes to Gongsun Jiayu, and her surname is Gongsun, is said to be Gongsun Jiayu's distant cousin, and has the same contemptuous look as Gongsun Jiayu. Damn, this is about to explode. If it weren't for the master's task, Ling Moxu would have beaten her up, and now she has to pitifully treat her to fairy tea. Xiaoju sipped tea leisurely, looking at Ling Moxu's expressionless face. The contempt in her eyes became less and less, and she began to be a little surprised. She used to think that this woman was a fool and selfish and vicious, but she was surprised by her participation in the Battle of Donglan a few days ago, and this time it felt even different. Her demeanor was much more dignified, and there was really a sense of indifference on her face, and nothing could be seen. There was also a kind of vague sharpness and determination lingering around her, and that invisible sense of oppression could make her breathless. This is not the Ling Moxu of the past. Reborn. Xiaoju thought of this word. Is it also the result of the encounter with him? The two women looked at each other quietly for a moment, and finally Xiaoju spoke first. Nice to meet you, Miss Ling. By the way, there is something I want to thank you for. Ling Moxu was slightly stunned. What? I don't know what Miss Ling thought when she chose to shoot a video to test the waters in the film and television industry. She chose my flopped book. It is an excellent promotion for my work, allowing more people to see my book, and, Xiaoju smiled a little embarrassedly, it allowed me to meet a soulmate. Ling Moxu felt even more fucked up. It turned out that I was the one who brought you and the master together, right? Xiaoju said again, I also have to say sorry. I deliberately added a passionate scene at the beginning, which may have caused some trouble to Miss Ling. It was a trouble at the beginning, and now I don't know if I should thank you. At this point, Ling Moxu's malice towards Xiaoju was gone. He sighed and said, there are actually other factors for me to choose your book to shoot a video. First of all, I don't know why your website strongly recommended it to a company. Maybe it's because they know you have a background in the Gongsun family. Xiaoju was also stunned. She signed a contract with a fake ID. And of course it was a female identity of Gongsun Jiayu. Maybe the website suspected that this person was from the Gongsun family and deliberately made a connection with Ling Moxu. I didn't expect that this connection would lead to such a virtue. Ling Moxu said, secondly, my assistants reviewed some works. Yours is the most pure. The female lead has many martial arts scenes. The theme is a very rare Xia dynasty background. It seems that the conception is beyond the pattern of love between men and women. It is worth filming. Mainly, Xia Guixuan said so, it seems to be true. Who knew that you would change your pen and let yourself go later? Ahem, it turns out that you can't see the taste at all. It's all said by the assistant and Xia Guixuan. You are worthy of it. Xiaoju coughed twice. No one reads the book. Everyone wants to be a eunuch. Just let it go. It's a pity that Miss Ling's popularity is too much. Speaking of which, with your status as a Gongsun family, it's too easy to find someone to invest in filming. Why not? No need. I wrote it for myself and for my soulmates. As for whether others read it or not, it doesn't matter. I don't rely on this full-time to make a living. That's the taste. Written for soulmates, looking down on others in the bones, the same virtue as Gongsun Jiayu, smiling and polite on the surface, but looking down on peers in the bones. Others can't see it. Ling Moxu giants and feels it, and has always known it. Of course, there is no need to continue to transfer the bad feelings towards Gongsun Jiayu to Xiaoju. Everyone is here to talk about business. It represents another cooperation negotiation between the Gongsun family and the Ling family after Gongsun Jiayu's night visit to Ling Xiaonan last time. Xiaoju said, Brother Takang said that you will try your best to cooperate with me, so I will not make those politicians' temptations and compromises, and just speak directly. Miss Ling, please don't blame me for being too straightforward. Ling Moxu thought to herself that it's okay for you to speak directly. I came to cooperate with you this time to solve the mystery and conspiracy of the foreign enemy. There is no private conspiracy. Of course, the more direct you speak, the more straightforward it is. But you're calling me Brother Takang gives me goosebumps all over my body now. Will you compensate me? As Azu, who plays opposite him, I didn't call him Brother Takang, but you, as an author, called him that. Is this an author in love with a character he wrote? Disgusting. How could Xiao Jiu know her inner drama? Seeing Ling Moxu nodding slightly with a calm expression, she quickly continued, the head of state will take actions against our Gongsun family in the near future, especially to suppress the prestige of Gongsun Jiu. The most likely thing is to find some trumped-up charges to discredit Gongsun Jiu, and to find other people in the Gongsun family who have committed corruption and abuse of power, which can also shake Gongsun Jiu's reputation. Seeing Ling Moxu's I understand look on her face, Xiao Jiu sighed and smiled. It seems that Miss Ling knows everything, so there is no need to say more about the reasons. I hope Miss Ling can convince her family not to add insult to injury and help the evil. I will be very grateful. If you can help, the Gongsun family will reward you in the future, Ling Moxu said coldly. I heard about the cooperation between Gongsun Jiu and Xia Guixuan on the battleship. I know it involves the assassination of him. It seems that you have already locked the suspicion on the head of state. To be honest, this matter has nothing to do with me. I am willing to help just for Xia Guixuan's face. I hope you understand. This made Xiao Jiu feel that it was natural. I understand. Thank you very much for Miss Ling's help, Ling Moxu said coldly. When this matter has a very serious impact and involves the entire family's fengdu, I can't make a decision on my own. If I were to persuade the family, do you know what problems would arise here? Xiao Jiu's face became very embarrassed. Ling Moxu's weight in the family is very important, because she is the saint of Xiandao sect and is now the leader. Of course, she has a certain degree of confidence in persuading the family, but the biggest problem is, how can you persuade the family to do such a serious thing? What is the reason? I don't want the family to think that I am doing this for Gongsun Jiu. I don't want to have any such relationship at all, Ling Moxu said coldly, so I only have two conditions. First, you give me enough reasons for me to convince the family. Second, Gongsun Jiu will quickly marry Yan. Forget it, just find a woman to marry, even a Sao will do. Originally, I wanted to trick Gongsun Jiu and Yan Wuyu into it, reducing a competitor, because the relationship between the master and that woman was not right. But I was afraid that the master would be angry if I did it on my own initiative. The little slave girl said halfway, and finally changed her words in fear. Xiao Jiu was dazed with a strange look, and said bitterly, the first reason is very simple. My Gongsun family has countless benefits to give to the Ling family. But the second one is more important than the first one. There is no room for negotiation. Ling Moxu had just finished speaking when Xiao Jiu's watch rang. Xiao Jiu looked at the display, his expression became serious, and he made an apologetic expression to Ling Moxu, and walked to the corner to answer the private call. An anxious voice was heard from the other side immediately, Deputy Commander, it's bad. The Marshal sent people to arrest General Yan, saying that she was in contact with the descendants of the gods and needs to be tried by military law. Xiao Jiu's face changed instantly. Everyone thought that the other party would target the Gongsun family, but no one expected that the first target would be Yan Wuyu. Ling Moxu didn't know what the other side said. She was fortunate to watch the temperament of a delicate and artistic woman change drastically in a second, like an angry lion, baring its fangs in an instant. I agree to any of your conditions, and act immediately. The extra chapter is completed. The little fox who bet only 2,400 words will come out to get beaten. Chapter 132 Sprout? Before this, there were some small games between Gongsun Jiu and the head of state Liu Xian. Liu Xian kindly asked the Galaxy Fleet to return, saying that Daxia would command the fleet and display the Zelter captives in front of the people of Daxia. Gongsun Jiu implicitly said that the soldiers had worked hard on the expedition, and it seemed a bit unreasonable for the head of state and the Grand Marshal not to come to the front line to comfort the troops. It violated the tradition of Daxia, and the soldiers would feel that they were not valued, which was not good. One wanted Gongsun Jiu to bring the captives back, and the other wanted the head of state to leave Xianjing. In the end, a consensus was reached very friendly, Liu Ziyun would go to the front line to comfort the troops soon, and after the comfort, he would return with everyone, and the agreement was today. In the public news, the head of state had already set off. Of course, Gongsun Jiu did not believe that the matter would be resolved so amicably. While he was far away in Donglan, the head of state would definitely make trouble. And the head of state would definitely not leave the head of state's mansion easily. The so-called comforting the troops was mostly a smokescreen, and Gongsun Jiu would not be fooled by this. He did not intend to have a friendly solution. He was originally going to deal with the head of state. His arrangements for this day and night were far beyond others' expectations. He was preparing for a war to annihilate the country. However, due to his inherent deficiency of rebellion, his actions were very covert, and even his subordinate fleets did not dare to disclose them. The head of state could do many things carelessly. But no one thought that the head of state's first move was to target Yan Wuyu. Gongsun Jiu and Yan Wuyu were just rumors. Even if they really had a relationship, for a commander who is playing a game at the clan level, a woman could be sacrificed at any time. Who would think that catching Yan Wuyu would pose any threat to Gongsun Jiu? They thought that they had captured a confidant to force a confession and make up a false accusation. To be honest, Yan Wuyu's confidant level was not that high. For example, Gongsun Jiu did not use Yan Wuyu in this secret arrangement. Yan Wuyu's mind is closer to that of a human general than that of a general of his Gongsun Jiu family. He even scolded Gongsun Jiu for things he didn't like. Gongsun Jiu's attention and trust in her are more on the official level, and he didn't intend to drag her into this kind of thing, so he gave her a holiday, right? Obviously, there are more Gongsun family members and Gongsun family members who are more trusted than Yan Wuyu. Their strength is lower than Yan Wuyu and they are easier to deal with. Moreover, Yan Wuyu is deeply loved by the army, and it is easy to go wrong if he maces around. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't make sense to choose Yan Wuyu. Gongsun Jiu really didn't understand it. Even if Xia Guixuan and Ling Moxu were here, they couldn't understand it. At this time, Yin Xiaoru was fortunate to feel fear and powerlessness for the first time in her life. Yan Wuyu had just visited her company and was very satisfied with a new potion. Yin Xiaoru made potions partly out of interest and partly because of the Yin family's military mission. And Yan Wuyu's emphasis on potions was completely out of public interest. She herself could not use such medicine, but knew that it was very beneficial to the vast army. This time the potion was a quick recovery of physical strength. The Zhou family had it before, and there was also a corresponding configuration in the game. I don't know why Yin Xiaoru chose this research direction this time, but after combining some alchemy techniques with it, Yin Xiaoru's medicine-making skills seemed to have opened up, and the effect of this potion was definitely better than that of the Zhou family before. Yan Wuyu knew that this was of great value to the military, so he happily visited and appreciated it for a long time, and left with Yin Xiaoru arm in arm. The stinky fox who can only make jokes has finally grown up. This time it is really useful, and it hasn't relied on men. Of course, Cindy also said that I have this talent. I didn't find the way before, and the drug resistance of mortals, Yin Xiaoru boasted very proudly. The two of them walked out of the company gate, affectionately with their arms around each other's shoulders. Before she finished boasting, Yan Wuyu's expression suddenly changed, and he threw her back into the company door. Lock the door, activate the strongest defense, and don't come out. Yin Xiaoru was thrown into the door with her legs spread out. She sat up confused and saw a group of soldiers in steel battlesuits surrounding Yan Wuyu. They were all genetic warriors above level 4, and there was a general at the high level of level 5. There were 2 mechas at both ends of the street. There were also fighter planes patrolling in the sky. Yan Wuyu stood there silently, the steel color of her battlesuit covering her fiery red leather coat, her right hand extended, the flaming sword whirring. How lucky Yan Wuyu is. This is the configuration for hunting the divine descendants at the peak of Jin Yuan. She looked up at the fighter planes in the sky, then at the mechas on both sides, her beautiful eyes finally fixed on the level 5 general in front of her, and smiled faintly. General Zhao, long time no see. This long time no see was somewhat ironic, because Da Xia had just experienced 2 major wars, the Divine Descendants War and the Donglan War, and this general was nowhere to be seen, but appeared when he came to hunt her, Yan Wuyu. General Zhao seemed not to have heard the irony, and said in a deep voice, by order of the marshal, Yan Wuyu is in contact with the descendants of gods, and should be taken back for trial. If General Yan cooperates well, we don't want to take action against you, and General Yan should believe that the court will give you a fair answer. If you resist arrest, it will be directly a crime of treason, and there is no need for trial. Yan Wuyu also knew that, let alone whether he could break out. The problem was that if he resisted arrest, even if he could break out and run away, he could only hang out with the descendants of gods, and he would be convicted of treason even if he did not commit treason. But if he really went back to be tried obediently, could he give a fair answer? This was obviously someone looking for trouble. Why give it? Behind him, Yin Xiaoru was furious. What right do you have to arrest Sister Yan? Where is the arrest warrant? Oh, before he finished speaking, General Zhao showed the arrest warrant. When the head of state and the marshal want to deal with someone, how could there be no procedures? General Zhao looked at Yin Xiaoru with some sarcasm. If you want to talk about evidence, maybe there's ready-made here. As he said that, a pair of goggles appeared on the edge of his eye socket. Yan Wuyu cried out in his heart, took a step to block his sight, and said sternly, Xiaoru, hide in there, you have nothing to do here. But the rays of fighter planes came from the sky, silently covering Yin Xiaoru. Yan Wuyu was about to finish crying, but saw Yin Xiaoru standing there as if nothing had happened. What kind of rays are these? What do you want to expose me to? I am a direct descendant of the Yin family, and my parents died for the country. You want to expose me to me? I will sue you now, huh? General Zhao was very surprised, and Yan Wuyu also breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what kind of treasure Yin Xiaoru has on her that can block the military's detection rays and not reveal the details of the descendants of God. Even the Kyanite monk can't block this. Seeing that Yin Xiaoru didn't reveal the secret, Yan Wuyu sneered, the national army protects the people, not for you to casually shoot rays at the people. Some people on both sides of the street had been dissatisfied for a long time, and immediately began to make a fuss. You say General Yan is a traitor. I think you are the traitors. Soon passers-by became restless. You can just shoot the detection rays. Do you want everyone to line up to take a picture of you? General Yan has fought for 100 years. If she is a traitor, you, Zhao Paksu, should have died a few times while still in your mother's belly. Passers-by were talking, and Zhao Paksu swept their eyes coldly. After all, the passers-by lowered their voices and did not dare to really speak out. This is the army arresting people. It's fine to hide in the crowd and say a few sarcastic words. Who dares to really stand out? Zhao Paksu ignored the others, angry but not daring to speak out, and smiled lightly. The military and the people's hearts, that's all. General Yan Wuyu was silent. Zhao Paksu said lightly, Miss Yin's matter, maybe we misunderstood. If you want to sue us, please go ahead. But General Yan's matter is more than that. Again, General Yan, do you want to resist arrest, or trust the justice of the court? Yan Wuyu was silent for a long time, and slowly put away the flaming sword in his hand. Yin Xiaoru said anxiously, Sister Yan, you can't go with him. There will be no justice for you if you go. Yan Wuyu shook her head slowly, but if I don't go, it will be confirmed. Xiaoru, Yin Xiaoru said angrily, it's better to rebel? The army looked at her in unison. Yin Xiaoru panicked, but still said with her neck stiff, why, don't you know how many people regret that Yu Fei didn't just rebel at Fenbo Pavilion? Can't you say it? Yan Wuyu turned his head and smiled at her. Okay, Xiaoru, I'm sorry, but you still stand up for me like this, huh? I'll go with him. It's not that easy for them to make up a false accusation. You just help notify the deputy commander, and don't interfere in other matters. Yan Wuyu looked at Zhao Paksu calmly. This commander is not a criminal. I'm just going back to question him, right? Zhao Paksu choked. Originally, he should control the other party, but in theory this is indeed not catching a criminal. If he really handcuffed someone in public, then the theoretically legal procedure would become illegal. He could only say, of course he is not a criminal. It would be best if General Yan could go back with us. Yan Wuyu sneered, then why are you still surrounding us? Get out of here. Don't I have any legs? The genetic warriors looked at each other, and finally Zhao Paksu could only shake his head. The soldiers broke through the waves and made a path, and Yan Wuyu strode out. The soldiers gathered behind him and followed silently, as if Yan Wuyu was leading the team. The passers-by on the street were silent, always feeling uncomfortable and aggrieved, and were discussing whether to parade for General Yan. No one noticed that inside the company's door, Yin Xiaoru was trembling and holding the doorpost, with some uncontrollable demonic flames flashing in her eyes. There is no legal or illegal procedure, There is only the oppression of strength. If you are strong enough, you will not be forced like this and unable to speak. If you are stronger, what is the whole system of Daksha, who is qualified to review? Why should I listen to you? Being an ordinary person is very easy and pleasant, but when disaster strikes, you will find that everything is involuntarily. Not to mention controlling one's fate, even staying alive is a problem. If it weren't for the water drop necklace Xia Guixuan gave to block the scan, would the fox still be alive after being exposed in public? Yin Xiaoru always felt as if something was about to crack in the depths of her soul sea, and her headache seemed to not belong to her. Chapter 133 Nirvana Yan Wuyu entered the president's palace. The presidential palace is not a mansion, but a cluster of central official residences with a vast area and countless office buildings. Many senior officials also live in it. The military court is of course not here, but the Great Xia National Intelligence Agency is here. Yan Wuyu came here to accept the interrogation of the intelligence agency. The intelligence agency is just a small office building. It looks very inconspicuous and a bit old. It feels a bit cramped and depressing when you step in. But Yan Wuyu is in a good place. She is in the public interrogation hall. The hall is large and bright. It is not the kind of dark interrogation. There are a circle of intelligence agency officials sitting around, forming a kind of surrounding psychological pressure. The lights above are also special rays that can destroy people's psychological defenses. They are conventional tools. It looks quite formal. But Yan Wuyu suddenly felt absurd and funny. There are more than a dozen people in the seat, the director and deputy director of the Great Xia Intelligence Agency, clerks, etc., etc., all the officials with ridiculously higher ranks. They are not human. In other words, they are not pure humans. They are all modified people. I don't know how many divine blood, bones or various genes they have mixed. They are all monsters. The so-called illegal research nest for human modification is in the presidential palace. By the way, there is also a descendant of God among the present, a complete descendant of God. Before this, Yan Wuyu had never even thought about this, but since he had cultivated the fiery eyes of gold in the land of fire, no, the blazing eyes of flame, Yan Wuyu could never have imagined that the first time he would exert his magical power would be here. Perhaps they also could not have imagined that they could actually see through it. This was not something that ordinary Jin Yuan could do. After all, it was the eyes of divine power that was personally instructed by the Father God Yondeo. A group of monsters and a descendant of God, sitting high in the hall, interrogating a human general, a descendant of God. It's so funny. The director's voice was spreading, majestic and distant. Yan Wuyu, the investigation team questioned that you murdered Commander Zhang Jingzong. What's your response to this? Yan Wuyu's thoughts drifted to who knows where, and he laughed casually. That fat guy Commander Zhang. He was escorted back to Beijing for no reason, and you were asked to investigate corruption and abuse of power, but it turned out like this. Zhang Jingzong had just arrived in Beijing when his body burst into flames and died. Before he died, he revealed that you had been flirting with the descendant of the god Long Ao, and the soldiers at the southwestern border can testify to it. Afterwards, the descendant of the god Wu Xiang descended, and no one in our army was injured or killed. Alright, Yan Wuyu interrupted directly. Who of you secretly killed and framed someone? Just know it yourself. It's boring. The judges exchanged glances, and the director said expressionlessly, General Yan, please cooperate with our interrogation. Yan Wuyu laughed. Ask anything else you want to ask. I'm curious too, about. The director said word by word. Deputy Marshal Gongsun Jiu wants to instigate a mutiny in Donglan, support the army and become a warlord. How much do you know about this, Pucci? Haha, ha. Yan Wuyu laughed. Why are you talking so vaguely? Why not just say it's treason? Because treason is not easy to convince the public. Why not downgrade it? Why bother? Do you care what the public thinks? The director said indifferently. General Yan, please cooperate. Haha. I'm very curious. How do you intend to get me to cooperate with this kind of interrogation? Are you going to make up a false accusation or torture? Yan Wuyu sneered. Actually, it's quite difficult for you to force a confession from me. I didn't understand why you didn't find a good-for-nothing from the Gongsun family to accuse me. It would be much easier. The director suddenly laughed, and his voice became very kind. Actually, this has indeed been done, and it is now being publicly accused on Daksha TV and all the public screens on the streets. At this moment, a clerk came running over and whispered a few words to the director. The director's face changed slightly. and he whispered, "What's going on with the Ling family?" Daxia's news and propaganda information was in the hands of the Ling family. They were supposed to cooperate with this campaign to kill Gongsun Jiayu with one strike, but they just received a report that nothing that should have been broadcast was broadcast. Yan Wuyu didn't know what was going on. He just smiled and said, "Since you have other arrangements, what kind of punishment are you planning to use on me?" The director smiled kindly and said, "In fact, the so-called accusations against the other people in the Gongsun family are not actual evidence. Instead, the real evidence must come from General Yan. Gongsun Jiayu may be very surprised that we attacked General Yan. Indeed, no one would have thought that General Yan is actually our winner." Yan Wuyu smiled and said, "What evidence can I give you? A confession obtained under torture is not evidence. Even if I am bewitched and made to accuse you, that is not evidence. How can it be better than accusing someone from the Gongsun family? You can provide evidence that Gongsun Jiayu is conducting extensive research on modified humans to prove that he has ambitions to set up a private army. You see, you have always been extremely disgusted with this kind of thing, as everyone knows. You also have a reason why you are against Gongsun Jiayu. When you found that he was breaking the law and making trouble, the righteous General Yan stood up. His credibility is too high." This sentence made Yan Wuyu feel extremely funny. A group of cyborgs, using the crimes of cyborgs to frame Gongsun Jiayu? Could it be that you guys came out and said that you were researched by him, and let me testify? General Yan really saw it. The director smiled slightly. "General Yan, do you think it's funny?" Yan Wuyu laughed and covered his waist, panting, "I never thought that I came to the Intelligence Bureau to watch the opera. It's so interesting, but General Yan, you are also a person in the play," the director said lightly. "Why do you think that you are just a mixed race, not a cyborg?" Yan Wuyu's smile stopped abruptly, and he stood up straight in a daze, staring at the director's eyes. Obviously, he was practicing fire, but at this moment he felt a little cold. "General Yan, you are not only a cyborg, but also the most successful first-generation case in existence, an artificial hybrid with a Suzaku fire implanted in the embryonic period." The director smiled kindly and said, "The experiments on adults are all improved based on your successful case. Although the success rate is not high, our life extension and strength growth have indeed been inspired by General Yan. General Yan, if we are all cyborgs, you are the first generation and our leader." Yan Wuyu slowly retreated. "You don't have human parents. It should be easy for you to find your parents since you are in a high position, but you can't find them. You don't have divine parents either. When the Fox King admired you, she looked for your parents for you, but even she couldn't find them. It's as if your parents never existed at all. Did you really find anything wrong?" Yan Wuyu continued to retreat, his face already pale. "Of course, it's unrealistic to expect General Yan to switch to our side by giving him the title of the first-generation leader. Fortunately, we have made all preparations at the beginning." Yan Wuyu finally stopped retreating, stood quietly and looked coldly at the compatriots on the seat. "Don't worry, we don't have hypnosis guidance, and we don't have implanted chips, otherwise we will be discovered sooner or later, right? There's nothing special about our training. General Yan's integrity today is indeed due to his excellent qualities, and we are very pleased about this." The director sighed. "So far, all the choices made by General Yan are your own thoughts, and there is no need to look at us with such angry eyes." Yan Wuyu felt a little more comfortable in her heart. What made her most angry was that everything about her was arranged and guided by others. Since it was not, it didn't matter. Bloodline was not important. Your soul belongs to you, and your behavior is your own choice, so you have no regrets. Compared with the cyborg and the hybrid, what's the big deal? She said slowly. "Then why do you think I will obey you?" The director did not speak, but the clerk beside him, who was identified as a descendant of God by Yan Wuyu's flaming eyes, slowly took out a magic weapon. A sculpture of a fire phoenix flapping its wings and ready to fly. "Your bloodline genes are all collected from the remains of a flame clan, and this treasure is the totem of this clan. All the prayers and sacrifices are offered here, which is the supreme inspiration." The man smiled slightly. "As long as I hold this thing, your half of the blood of the descendants of God will not be able to refuse my orders." As the voice sounded, the fire phoenix sculpture seemed to come alive, and the flames gradually rose. Yan Wuyu held her head tightly. Unlike Ling Moxu who wanted to kneel to Xia Guixuan, it should be said that this fire phoenix totem condensed the prayers of her factors generations after generations, and part of the true spirit condensed during the period of her generational expectations and piety. which was equivalent to using her true spirit to directly guide her thinking. This is impossible to avoid. What's more, the manipulator is a faceless person. Yan Wuyu barely even Jin Yuan. With such a big gap, how could he be immune to such mental control? Seeing Yan Wuyu's eyes were already a little dull, the director smiled with satisfaction. The Ling family intercepted their information broadcast. It doesn't matter, we do the external connection ourselves, just in time for General Yan to strike back at Gongsun Jiu in front of the whole Daxia, Zizi. On the street outside, people were marching, shouting slogans such as "Believe in General Yan" and "Refuse to be tortured into confession," gathering outside. At first, there were only a small number of people and low-level soldiers. Later, when more and more people knew about this, they all spontaneously joined the parade. On the central street outside the president's mansion, it was like 100 rivers converging into the sea, gathering into river. Originally, the big screen on the street was playing songs and dances. For some reason, it flashed and the screen was completely black. But now it is lit up again, and everyone sees Yan Wuyu standing on the judge's seat, and it seems that he is about to say something. The external connection of the band is a double-edged sword. Let people see the situation here. Yan Wuyu can actually sense the commotion outside, just like when she is on the other side of the drone. Xia Guixuan can know it is her through the screen. Although she has not reached Xia Guixuan's level, she can already feel the outside world. Believe in General Yan, refuse to be tortured into confession. Who said that the people's will and the army's will are just like this? Yan Wuyu's somewhat dazed eyes moved inadvertently, and her voice was as low as talking to herself. You seem to have made a mistake. This totem is not supreme to the disappeared tribe. They pray to the Father God, and the Father God is the real supreme in their hearts. The director and others suddenly found that they were out of control. Yan Wuyu was indifferent to how the descendant of the god Wuxiang activated the fire phoenix totem, and her eyes gradually became mocking. I borrowed someone's yang energy to harmonize yin and yang, and used it to absorb the source of fire. Although I didn't really do anything, it was also a kind of dual cultivation. In a sense, I am the mother goddess. Can this fire phoenix totem really be higher than me? Yan Wuyu spoke, and his somewhat difficult speech became smoother and smoother, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed. If this body was created by you, then I will give it back to you. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yan Wuyu's whole body turned into raging fire, burning fiercely. In just an instant, the original body was burned to ashes. The raging fire seemed to form the shape of a phoenix, and with a phoenix cry, it rushed straight into the sky. Quick! Control her! Without waiting for the director to shout, the descendant of the god Wuxiang had silently shaken out a magic weapon, and the sky and the earth were like a net, covering the phoenix. The power of Wuxiang. Can Yan Wuyu, who had just achieved nirvana, escape? A blue dragon suddenly descended from the sky and smashed the net of heaven and earth to pieces. The fire phoenix circled the blue dragon, seemingly delighted. As the dragon and the phoenix sang together, the fire phoenix gradually transformed into a graceful female body, wearing a battle suit solidified by flames. The blue dragon transformed into a man, with one hand around Yan Wuyu's waist, soothing her sequelae and injecting life into her. I knew you would come. Some other discoveries made me late. It doesn't matter, you're not a babysitter. I chose this nirvana myself, otherwise it would have been difficult to delay time. Xia Guixuan did not answer this, and his voice finally had a rare anger. You really pissed me off. 2 chapters today is okay. There will be no more in the evening. I'll see if I can add more tomorrow. Chapter 134. Raging. Someone once calculated that a large planet would hit Kanglong star on a certain day of a certain year. Would Kanglong star be destroyed? Human researchers found the answer. After being offset by the planet's magnetic field, the meteorite could still sink any continent, and the chain reaction could still destroy the planet. The descendants of God said that they have the Wuxiang to withstand it, and they will not hit the mainland. If they must passively withstand it, the formation can. Humans said that they will use star destroyers to bomb it before that. If they must passively withstand it, then at least Xiaojing can withstand it. If the meteorite hits near the president's palace, there may not be any damage at all, and even the shock impact can be eliminated. But today they found that the president's palace, which is said to be able to eliminate even planetary impacts, can't even withstand a man's fist. Xia Guixuan's angry punch. The clouds in the world moved, and the wind surged in all directions. Including the other side of the world, everyone can see the intention that everyone saw at the beginning. A virtual shadow of a blue dragon floated in the void, across the sky and the earth. One eye is the sun, the other eye is the moon, and one breath is the 4 seasons. It seems that the air of the whole world has been sucked clean by this punch, like a vacuum in dead world. The protective net in the sky above Xiaojing, which was interwoven by various energy reactions, was completely destroyed by a punch. The facility towers around Xiaojing were also counterattacked by the energy and collapsed themselves. The entire capital collapsed everywhere, like a doomsday scene. The flying mechanical spiders and various stealth fighter patrol standing mechanical troops that were suspended in the air were annihilated in 100 miles. Not even a slag was left. The Intelligence Bureau, which was the first to bear the brunt, was completely razed to the ground and turned into a white ground. Even the bricks and tiles could not be seen. It was as if it was crushed into molecules. The director of the Intelligence Bureau, General Zhao, Shen Yuxiang and others were all stunned. No one could imagine that this was something that human power could do. Surprisingly, even so, the aftermath did not affect the outside of the president's palace. The people in the parade did not even feel the breeze on their faces, as if nothing had happened. The control under the rage was still perfect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No matter how shocked they were, the director and others subconsciously tried to avoid the attack range and flew away in all directions. People found that all of them were very strong. The director was also a high-level 5th-level warrior. With the blessing of his battlesuit, he was not inferior to Yan Wuyu at all, and even better. How did these people train? People were suddenly terrified. How many soldiers shed blood in the starfield? You say you are just civilian officials who do nothing, but you are actually stronger than the generals who fought bloody battles. What is your strength for? Just as this thought flashed through my mind, the scene of scattered meteors suddenly solidified, as if the movie was paused, and the scattered figures all stopped in the air, unable to move or get away. Divine power, spatial confinement. Forbidden method, furnace of heaven and earth. Almost visible to the naked eye, the sky seemed to be distorted, as if the fireworks inside some alchemy furnace were blazing, and the heat wave that could refine everything could be felt from a long distance, covering everyone who escaped. Some of the weaker ones had already screamed in pain, and the shrill feeling made even passers-by palpitate. Instead, a strong man who no one knew escaped. No face? There is a god-descended Wu Xiong in the intelligence agency? People looked dumbfounded. Xia Guixuan didn't seem to care about the man's escape. He flipped his hand and the furnace of heaven and earth began to refine. The terrifying refining burned everyone. The director and others changed the form of their battlesuits and protected their whole bodies with a high-temperature form that was enough to enter the magma. But they found that it was useless. Instead, it became hotter, as if the flesh, blood, bones and bones in the whole body were heating up, melting and deforming, and were about to be kneaded into pill. The battlesuit became hotter and hotter, like a cotton jacket, and it didn't play any role in protecting against heat energy. It's useless. Xia Guixuan's cold voice reached everyone's ears. The outside is the universe, and the inside is also the universe. The heart fire starts from the self, and it cannot be resisted by external forces. The so-called protection of the battlesuit has no other use except to make you hotter. Bang bang bang. The battlesuit that could withstand Jin Yuan collapsed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, people watched helplessly as the face of the highly respected and upright director began to distort and deform. The gray hair that was originally combed meticulously in his 60s turned completely white, and the face that was only slightly old turned into old wrinkles. Age spots covered his cheeks, and he looked almost like corpse spots. Isn't this Director Zhang? Someone recognized him and muttered to himself, Director Zhang is 59 years old, and this person is at least 100 years old. Is it a change? No. An old man who was more knowledgeable recognized him. This is Director Jiang's father, who died 10 years ago. I used to work as a clerk under him. The crowd was horrified. Changing identities, immortality? Did Director Zhang never have a son and he played this identity himself? Before they discussed it for a few words, Director Zhang underwent even more terrible changes. With a shrill scream, his back quickly hunched into a ball, and wings actually grew on his back, wings burning with flames. Yan Wuyu's eyes were a little disappointed. As expected, they were all extracted from the bones of the disappeared tribe, and transformed and integrated into their bodies. Such a transformation is not enough to make you rejuvenated. Xia Guixuan's voice was still cold. You extracted young genes that matched your own and injected them into the fusion. I don't know whether you killed your own son or used countless other living people for research, or injected various embryos into your demon army. People retreated in fear. What on earth are these things ruling Daxia? As Xia Guixuan spoke, Director Jiang's wings were torn off alive, and blood was spilled all over the sky, accompanied by a shrill cry of pain. Do you think you are very smart? You are seeking death by stepping into this place. I know you have made arrangements. Your marshal's army, Gongsun Jiu, is fighting. Otherwise, I actually want to try the taste of dismantling a warship by hand. Boom! Explosions were heard in the distance. The civil war of the human army officially began. As for the formation here, Xia Guixuan looked down. In the 10 seconds when he was venting his anger, the entire Yuan Shou mansion began to change its appearance. There was a faint light and dark energy flowing. The Yuan Shou mansion seemed like a Tai Chi diagram, gently rotating, containing a terrifying energy that could destroy the world. Protecting the formation were countless monsters, all with human flesh, wings and fangs exposed. Each one was Jin Yuan. There were many familiar faces, and many people from the Zhou family were among them. Is this the true meaning of human genetic modification? Xia Guixuan laughed. Those who rule mankind are actually a group of monsters. So protect the Zhou family, and deal with the Gongsun Jiu and Yan Wu Yu, because if they continue to expose and make trouble, your foundation will be exposed by them. Ace, I was finally heard in the president's mansion. Your strength is beyond our expectations. Originally, we captured Yan Wu Yu and also intended to lure you into this dead end, but we didn't expect that under your punch, our formation would be disrupted. But you should have saved Yan Wu Yu and left immediately, and you shouldn't have shown off your power here. Instead, you gave us time to activate the formation again, and now you can't get out by yourself. Boom! The dazzling black and white light shot straight into the sky. I just think that simply saving people and killing people is meaningless. It's fun to let everyone watch the monsters appear. Otherwise, who knows where the enemy is and who knows what we are doing. Telling stories to everyone is not fun. It's better to watch an opera, Xia Guixuan said casually, as if he didn't find out how scary the black and white light was. He let go of Yan Wu Yu, who had been holding his waist, and whispered, "Take the people here and leave quickly to avoid accidental injuries." Yan Wu Yu turned into a huge phoenix without saying a word and flew out diagonally. When leaving, the phoenix wings stretched out, and in the blink of an eye, the divine mind moved. The people within 1,000 miles were all on the phoenix wings, and they left Xiajing in a flash. Xia Guixuan watched the phoenix go away and smiled slightly. Our immortal power and Kunpeng's flying are still very interesting. They feel more interesting than technology, right? They are complementary, not only complementary. At least to deal with a powerful life like yours, it is difficult to achieve with technology alone, or it requires a concerted effort to make arrangements. In a small situation, individual practice, formations and magic weapons are more useful. Although, we have also added some technological reactions. A figure emerged in the void, the head of state Liu Ziyan. At the same time, the black and white intertwined Tai Chi light exploded in front of Xia Guixuan. It was the intersection of light and darkness, the fusion of yin and yang, the most fundamental two principles of the Tao, and the intersection of the positive and negative energy of the universe. Taking strike. The Fox King who once reached the peak of Wuxiang died here. The Fox King died here. Xia Guixuan smiled with interest. Let me try. What will the General Wuxiang be blown into? Liu Ziyan was stunned. I don't know when Xia Guixuan's hand appeared, the god Wuxiang holding the fire phoenix totem, blocking the beam. Wuxiang had already broken free from the cage of heaven and earth, so why was he still here? Even he himself was terrified and looked at Xia Guixuan in comprehension. Father, this, Xia Guixuan looked kind. Dad's 5 fingers can reach far more than 100,000 miles, child. Chapter 135, The Thousand-Edged Phantom Demon holds the universe in his hands, and his thought is infinite. It seems to have escaped far away, but in fact it has always been here and has never left. This is playing with space. Shuangzhao, I had tasted something similar once, but that was just a play. This time it was a real magical power. This descendant of God Wuxiang was sure that he had already escaped to other continents just now, but how come his eyes blurred and he was still in the palm of the Father God? The gap, is it so big? Swoosh, the black and white Tai Chi cyclone turned a mysterious arc and brushed past his back. The cyclone rushed out of the atmosphere and sank into the void of the universe, and no one knew where it went. Xia Guixuan raised his head and smiled. Maybe it damaged an asteroid somewhere. What a sin! The head of state Liu Xian was suspended in the air not far away, with a solemn expression and no words. After the initial panic, the descendant of God Wuxiang found that he was not completely without room for struggle. Because the formation here suddenly turned from offense to defense, the strong blessing suddenly gave him more resistance. So his soul struggled and broke away from Xia Guixuan's control, and formed a pincer attack with Liu Xian from the front and the back. His forehead was still covered with sweat from the previous panic. Xia Guixuan didn't seem to care that he was out of control. Instead, he looked at Liu Xian and smiled sarcastically. It seems that you attach great importance to this priest of the gods and don't want to hurt him by mistake. I thought that for people like you, nothing is unkillable, Liu Xian said solemnly. Your strength has exceeded our expectations. It's good to have more strength, Xia Guixuan laughed. You still think you can deal with me now, Liu Xian said lightly. If you have studied it carefully, you will know that this formation has been prepared for decades. It is not intended to deal with you. We didn't think that a strange human strongman would appear here and destroy our plan, Xia Guixuan smiled and said. To deal with the Demon King, that's one of them, Liu Xian sighed. This Demon King is indeed a man of great talent and strategy. Not only has she unified the descendants of gods, she has also set up the Xiandao sect to tempt humans to live forever. If she continues, within 100 years, she will be the master who unifies this planet, and all humans will be slaves. What's more terrifying is that she is incredibly sharp and has noticed the hidden malice in the void. She has begun to investigate. If she is allowed to continue investigating, not to mention the human side, the fire priest of the descendants of gods will be exposed. Fire, Xia Guixuan then looked at the god-descended Wuxiang and smiled. The original body of the three-headed dog, the fire system and the Wuxiang of the netherworld, which was formed by the candlelight of the netherworld, seems broad and quiet, but it is not as good as a horse. Homing finally recovered from his powerlessness just now and took a deep breath. Long Yu, a mere fox, can be the Demon King, and even his mount wants to be promoted to the high priest. How can I, the descendant of the symbiotic relationship with the netherworld, not be able to do it? When evil thoughts arise, greed and jealousy grow. Once tempted by the external demon, I don't even know why I do one thing after another. You also want to learn from others to climb high and miss the distant. Forget it. You are not as good as Yan Wuyu. I don't know where this body comes from, but my heart is always my own. Xia Guixuan sighed softly. Do you really think you are still homing? Homing's expression changed. You? What do you mean? Just wait and see. They won't let you continue to use the rules that you can't use. Having said that, it's time to show your true form. As Xia Guixuan spoke, Homing suddenly held his head and screamed. The three-headed dog's original body, which was obviously well covered, suddenly split apart, and the three heads faced outwards. The whole body turned into the shape of a giant dog, and the eyes were bright red and violent, and it had lost its original calmness. The three heads roared to the sky at the same time, like a war drum in the world, and the wind and clouds changed color. Xia Guixuan sighed absent-mindedly. It's true. He didn't even know he was possessed. Even the dignified Wuxiang was not immune. Liu Xian looked very cautious. Your Excellency's knowledge is enough to create a world of your own, and you can call the wind and rain. Why do you have to get involved in trivial matters on this planet that should be in your eyes? Well, haven't I told you this? Who have I told this to? Xia Guixuan knocked his head. Yes, the only person who heard me say this was Mozu. Liu Xian said in a deep voice. Excuse me, please explain it clearly, because, Xia Guixuan stretched out his hand and pointed to the entire earth. This is my planet, and your Qianling fantasy world has invaded my territory. Sure enough, Liu Xian was not surprised. The question just now seemed to be just for confirmation. After hearing Xia Guixuan's answer, he laughed. The Father God really exists in this world, but I am presumptuous, Xia Guixuan said calmly. Why say such stupid things? Your formation arrangement is fundamentally to deal with the Father God of this planet, who will appear sooner or later. That is, he is coming for me. That's right. Since we know that you are the Father God, then this formation is indeed intended for you. Liu Xian smiled and said, you are indeed very strong. It can even be said that you are invincible in this world, because even the laws of the world are defined by you. Xia Guixuan pointed at the three-headed dog. The descendants of the gods are my enemies. It is impossible to do so without external forces. If I want to, I can even deprive them of their laws. It's not that the gap between him and me is so outrageous, but that they are limited from the root. Anyone who wants to break through will begin to consider what kind of external force to use. You have tested the Fox King, so she was aware of the existence of the demon of the different dimension. She didn't fall for your tricks, but there are always others who are fooled, like this stupid dog. Liu Xian smiled in admiration. Indeed. But since you know that this Tai Chi is not your system, and there are other external forces that allow them to break through the barriers, why are you still obsessed with solving the case and don't even try to stop it? As he said this, his face began to change. Originally, he looked like an old man with a thin face and gray hair on his temples. When he spoke, his face began to distort and slowly turned into a blurred face. It was hard to tell where the eyes and nose and mouth were. It was like a clay figure being kneaded. As if it had not been kneaded yet and was still flowing. 10,000 realms, 1,000-edged phantom demon, taking over. His human breath also changed, becoming stronger and stronger, breaking through the Wuxiang Great Pass and slowly approaching the Taking Pass. The peak of Wuxiang. At the same time, the roaring three-headed dog also stopped roaring. That was the result of the soul of the god descended, Wuxiang being completely swallowed and fused by another phantom demon, so the three heads slowly turned into one head like clay kneading. The head still had the shape of a dog head, but the facial features were also blurred and wriggling, without a face. It was also the peak of Wuxiang. The two phantom monsters each occupied the void Tai Chi Yin Yang Eye, which flowed around them into a new black and white pattern. This was the great formation they had spent decades to build. With it, they killed the Monster King and tried to use it to kill Xia Guixuan. The specifications were much higher than those used against the Monster King and the human leaders. The Monster King and all the human leaders only needed one attack beam to finish it off. At this time, the formation was fully activated, and the blessing was connected. The strength of both sides flowed and complemented each other, and there was a faint taking or rushing to the sky. At the same time, there was a strange weakening and restriction, which seemed to be the result of changing the laws of the area here, making Xia Guixuan's familiar magical powers inapplicable. For non-martial arts practitioners, this restriction is the most difficult to endure, because it will change the methods that people have been accustomed to for tens of thousands of years, and they will not be able to adapt to it in a short time. You are really amazing. Xia Guixuan was very impressed, using my shadow condensed beads, my Jiuhu light mirror, analyzing my Dao rules, and arranging the split light and shadow reverse Tai Chi. It is no wonder that the Demon King was killed in an instant. She really can't stand such a magical thing. Liu Xian's phantom demon began to grin. Haven't you ever thought that you will die? The two phantom demons laughed, one after another, and the black clouds in the sky rolled over and over, as if the end of the world was about to fall. I don't know how many humans and descendants of gods who were parasitai turned into demons, looking up to the sky to respond, and the vitality of all spirits flowed directly to the heart of the formation. I really didn't think about it. In the center of the storm, Xia Guixuan looked very calm, because the person who broke the formation was not me at all. Before he finished speaking, in the sky with rolling black clouds, the color of steel appeared faintly. Guangxin Jiu's voice came from somewhere. Ein decomposition ray, level 1 preparation, Kacha. ZHI, the sound of countless heavy artillery setup resounded through the sky. P.S. I recommend Xionglingao's The Talisman of the Old Days. I thought I had traveled to ancient times and was thinking about getting rich, but I found out that a corpse had turned into a corpse next door, and the Taoist priest in the temple was exorcising demons. Even the wild cats in the village started talking, and he himself unknowingly became the most terrifying demon. PS2, there will be additional chapters in the evening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Ending. Liu Xian's phantom demon gnashed his teeth and said, Guangxin Jiu, you are not on Donglan. Guangxin Jiu responded calmly, same here, the president is not on his way to visit the troops either. During the question and answer, countless rays converged from all directions in the sky and fell into the Tai Chi phantom that was widely spread over the president's palace. I don't know how the Tai Chi in Yin and Yang are understood in the system of these thousand-edged phantom monsters. In Xia Guixuan's immortal system, it is Yin and Yang. In the human philosophical system, it is contradiction and unity. On the technological side, it is positive and negative ions, light and dark energy. It is decomposable and reducible. Matter can be decomposed, the human body can be decomposed, and energy can also be decomposed. If they are in the formation, they have no way to play, and Xiaoju has to learn how to break the formation, but if they are outside the formation, facing a fixed formation structure, they are targets. The only question is the galaxy battleship capable of decomposing the energy of the taking level? Originally, it might not be enough, because the galaxy battleship has not developed to this level of power. But if the former owner of the core of the formation, the shadow condensation bead and the Jiuhu light mirror, had himself decomposed and simulated all the components of the two formation cores in detail, that would be enough. This is a real inside ghost. In just a moment, the effect of the formation began to collapse, and the yin and yang blessing of the two phantom monsters began to fade. The combat power of the combined attack-like taking was no longer there, and it began to change to the situation of two peaks of Wuxiang fighting each other. How is it possible? Liu Xian shouted in a lost voice, and immediately said, "Stop the ray." Two huge round energies, one black and one white, rushed into the sky, like two black and white suns, circling the mysterious arc, approaching the galaxy fleet in the void. It can be judged that the black and white balls will converge in front of the flagship, and then generate the energy of star explosion. Not to mention whether it can blow up the fleet, at least the fleet's attack mode must be shifted and no longer release decomposition rays. They did not dare to ignore Xia Guixuan's existence. Almost at the same time, the spiral light rushed out from the eye of the formation below again, and it arrived in front of Xia Guixuan in the blink of an eye. But attenuated energy is attenuated. As soon as the black and white balls left the sky, a large cauldron appeared in front of them, holding both of them inside, and then began to rotate and refine. After a while, the black and white balls disappeared, leaving only a wisp of green smoke floating out of the cauldron. Xia Guixuan's natal treasure, Yuwanding. Xia Guixuan casually threw out a flying sword, which flashed with fluorescence and rushed straight into the spiral light. Xia Guixuan's newly refined magic weapon, Jinte sword. With a loud boom, the ground far below began to shake, and the galaxy fleet actually drifted back dozens of kilometers in unison. These were three taking attacks, which were resisted by Xia Guixuan alone. His figure appeared in the smoke, like a demon god walking out of the dust and fog. They are responsible for breaking the formation, and I am responsible for beating people. Xia Guixuan clapped his hands, a tripod and a sword surrounded him, while the formation has not collapsed yet. You still have big moves, use them quickly, maybe it can really work on me. Wait a little later, the power of the formation will be weaker, then you can commit suicide. Liu Xian took a deep breath, his expression was extremely solemn. Since you have used your natal treasure, you should know that you were actually in great danger just now. Not to mention death, you may be seriously injured, right? Xia Guixuan laughed, that's true. I blocked it, and I am not injured at all. There is no shame in relying on the cooperation of human warships. Do you insist that I can bear the danger? Does it prove that you won? Liu Xian shook his head. I just want to tell you, that even when you are enemy, you still need help from humans. And in the Thousand Edges fantasy world, we are just ordinary fantasy monsters. Since you know the name of the Thousand Edges fantasy world, must you fight us to the death? Moreover, you should also know that we are just taking advantage of the greed and insatiableness of the life on this planet, which is no different from the Fox King's attempt to lure humans into immortality. Xia Guixuan smiled, they are all fighting. Is it the same thing for my children to fight each other and to be slapped by outsiders? Liu Xian, Xia Guixuan said lightly, as for your Thousand Edges fantasy world, wait until you can find a way to break the barrier between the realms. Are you very angry that the shuttle of time and the edge of space were hidden by the Fox King, and you couldn't find them even after killing her? Otherwise, not only can you speed up the breaking of this realm, but this formation will also become more difficult to deal with. It is difficult for human rays to bypass the changes in time. Liu Xian sneered and said nothing. Xia Guixuan smiled and said, are you trying to say that you know where the time shuttle and the void edge are hidden? Weren't they thrown into the void of the universe and obtained by the demon god of Zelt? You colluded with Zelt and hoped that it would enter Xiajing, wasn't it, to kill it and take the treasure from it? In the end, they were destroyed by us, and you are still very unconvinced, right? Liu Xian's face finally changed slightly. What's wrong? Are you confused? You clearly predicted that the father god of the descendants of God would participate in this battle. You clearly have colluded with a dark demon and said that you would hold me back and let it secretly teleport here through the edge of space. There is also another elder of the descendants of God to meet me. Why hasn't he come yet? Xia Guixuan sighed. You talk nonsense and even ignore the fact that the warships are disintegrating the formation. Isn't it just to delay time? Liu Ziyun was shocked. How did you know? When I went to find Shuangzhou, I found that the origin of the shadow condensation bead was the birthplace of the three-headed dog, but this thing was in Xiaojing. I knew that the reason why the descendants of God have been fighting endlessly is because there were already parasites. Wouldn't it come out after an investigation? Xia Guixuan sneered. Why do you think I was late when you were dealing with Yan Wuyu, the most chaotic place in the space of the realm, the source of space, where the shuttle of time was originally placed? Shuangzhou and Hun Yuan fought against the dark demon and blocked it outside the space rift. Behind them was the corpse of another descendant of the god, Wu Xiang, who had been missing for a long time, and whose yang god had been raised by Xia Guixuan. Xia Guixuan was sneering. You are angry that the Fox King threw things around, but I am even more angry, because these are my things, and you are not done yet. At the end, his voice was fierce, as if a bell was ringing in the eardrums of the phantom demon, and a huge wave suddenly rose in the soul sea, as if the soul was missing a corner, and even the whole world lost its sound. The other party was talking nonsense to delay time and wait for external aid, and Xia Guixuan was talking nonsense to wait for the warship's rays to continue to disintegrate the formation. At this moment, Xia Guixuan finally lost the interest in solving the case with the other party's slow-mouth cannon, and launched a fatal attack. In the battle of taking, magic and force were rarely used. The punch of Kanglong was more meaningful to vent anger, and there was no need to swing the fist in the real fight. The attack of the soul is the most direct, and the confrontation of laws is the most damaging. Under the heavenly way of the Kanglong star field, there is the law of sound. If you can bear it, you can bear it, and if you can't, you can't. After the shout, the two phantom monsters started bleeding from all 7 orifices at the same time, and their appearance was extremely horrible. In fact, they were not formless at all. They could only rely on the formation and did not even dare to leave the range. When the formation was disintegrated, what could they use to resist Xia Guixuan? You are so weak, but you have toyed with the descendants of human gods for so many years. I am a little disappointed with this group of kids. Xia Guixuan shook his head, looked up at the warship, and suddenly laughed again, but at least there is Gongsun Jiu. Speaking of this matter, even if I don't participate, you may not be able to beat Gongsun Jiu. After all, you are just a parasite with extremely little influence. Your own body can't come over at all, so you can only play conspiracies and tricks, and even have to borrow my treasures. You are a joke in front of the warship. Then he sighed again. You thought that this time you launched an all-round attack on Gongsun Jiu, but you didn't expect that he would actually plan a thunder coup at this time. The warship has already arrived at your doorstep, and you are still slowly catching his people to play the trick of framing political struggles. When you expose your evil appearance, the originally hesitant military will no longer have doubts. He can really replace Xia in one fell swoop, but there may be a very painful price in casualties. Liu Ziyun vomited blood with some difficulty, and said weakly, I really don't know how he avoided the marshal's army, and I don't even know what reason he used to mobilize the galaxy fleet to ambush over Xiaojing according to his orders. Maybe he did have some special plans behind this. But without your help, he might not even have such an idea, and could only passively play political struggles with us, and he would be the only loser in the end. Xia Guixuan smiled. Maybe. Liu Ziyun's eyes flashed with malicious light. You know, now he is the king of Daxia, he will not be willing to have a god above his head. His next target is you. Xia Guixuan looked up at the sky. Really? Actually, it doesn't matter. The extra chapter is completed, and this scene will be concluded within 1 day. In terms of word count, you win, little fox, and I get beaten. Chapter 137, Aftermath. Of course, the Galaxy battleship is equipped with sound wave and image receiving equipment. Although they were far apart, the conversation between Xia Guixuan and Liu Ziyun still echoed in the ship and spread in the main cabin. The original purpose was to let the soldiers see Liu Ziyun's true face, and by the way, the signal was projected to all parts of Daxia. Almost everyone saw Liu Ziyun's transformation. This public exposure was very successful. Surprisingly, even Liu Ziyun's strange face without a face was very clear on the screen, but Xia Guixuan's face and figure were blurry, as if it was a dragon, corresponding to what they were talking about. This was the father god of the descendants of gods. Moreover, at this moment, there were not only soldiers in the warship, but also most of the residents of Xinjiang. Those who were taken away by Yan Wu just now were collectively connected to the warship. They had been staring blankly at the battle below, and I don't know what they were feeling. The head of our own human race is a monster. Instead, it is a blue dragon, the father god of the descendants of gods, who is helping everyone fight monsters. What kind of farce is this? The last few sentences made the atmosphere in the cabin even weirder. King of Daxia. It seems to be true. Guangxin Jiu is completely likely to be the king of Daxia at this moment. With reputation and military power, this cleansing the emperor's sight is over. Isn't it just taking the throne himself, or pretending to be a regent? But the next target. The father god of the divine lineage? The deputy commander was probably cooperating with him before, and what about after that? A terrifying taking? A strong man who took on 3 taking attacks without even breathing? If he realizes that the next goal is a war between the two sides, or he wants to unify this planet, can he just come up and dismantle the galaxy fleet? The soldiers were secretly looking at Guangxin Jiu, and the iron-blooded and fearless warriors were a little guilty at this moment. Guangxin Jiu just smiled slightly and looked at the screen without saying anything. Others may think that the father god of the divine lineage is a blue dragon, but only she understands that this is a deliberate cover-up by Xia Guixuan in the hope of living a normal life. She knows Xia Guixuan too well. This is not to hide his shortcomings, but because he does not want to be a leader with heavy responsibilities. Maybe he was tired of it, or maybe he felt it was meaningless. His path of search was no longer here. Then how could the two sides conflict in this regard? With 2 bangs, Xia Guixuan punched the 2 phantom monsters one by one, and all of them were destroyed. They were picked up and rushed to the warship. There was tension in the cabin. Deputy Commander, this, Guangxin Jiu smiled slightly, opened the cabin to welcome him. This father god may not even come in. Sure enough, as he spoke, Xia Guixuan's voice also came in. I won't go in. I have something to deal with. I have destroyed these 2 things. You can take them down for public trial. 2 curled up bodies suddenly appeared in the cabin, and Xia Guixuan had disappeared. Guangxin Jiu sighed. So how could there be a conflict with him? If there is a conflict, it should be between herself and Shang Xiaoi, and another kind of conflict on the battlefield? Guangxin Jiu turned her head and looked at Yan Wuyu beside her. Yan Wuyu was in a trance. Guangxin Jiu's mind flashed the previous embarrassment. She didn't know how to talk to Yan Wuyu for a while. Time went back a few minutes ago. Yan Wuyu's nirvana is obviously a beginner stage with great consumption and serious damage. She had just comprehended this magical power for a day, and she didn't even have time to digest and comprehend it. She was still a long way from the perfect nirvana magical power. If Xia Guixuan hadn't arrived in time and injected vitality into her, she would have had difficulty moving, and might have turned into an egg. After Xia Guixuan injected vitality, Yan Wuyu barely resurrected and turned into a phoenix to pick up the people to leave. After all, she couldn't hold on and almost fell halfway. It was Guangxin Jiu who arrived in time to help Yan Wuyu board the warship. When Yan Wuyu turned into a human and boarded the ship, the whole person fell. Guangxin Jiu subconsciously supported her, and his hand touched the place that made him extremely sad and angry. It was too fucking big. Before Guangxin Jiu had time to feel embarrassed, he noticed a bone-piercing murderous intent flashing across Yan Wuyu's body. The flaming eyes were fixed on him, as if he wanted to die together. Because such a mess was killed by his own loyal subordinate, it was really funny. Guangxin Jiu hurriedly said, sorry, it was not intentional. As a result, Yan Wuyu's angry eyes slowly began to become weird, more and more weird. The murderous intent was gone, and he even lost the intention to struggle in her arms. Guangxin Jiu, although, Yan Wuyu's tone was very strange, as if he was sleepwalking, and his speech was intermittent. You look like this. I'd better not. I don't feel comfortable. What do you mean I don't want it like this? Would you like it if I change my look? What do you mean it looks uncomfortable? Isn't this what you are used to seeing? Guangxin Jiu looked puzzled. Have you become coquettish after Nirvana? I can hug you if I dress up and put on some hairspray, right? Yan Wuyu did not explain. After all, he slowly stood up and pushed her away. When passing by, there was a flame flickering in his bright eyes with an extremely interesting smile. The deputy commander, is a girl? It turns out that the most important power of the flaming eyes is not to see through the true colors of Director Zhang and his gang, but to see through this. No wonder, the Deputy Commander's strange behavior, all the confusion has been explained. What about the future? In theory, there is no need to worry about the scandal between me and him anymore. But does old Xia know? If he doesn't know, will he explode if I stick with the Deputy Commander? Or does it not matter, it's just for fun anyway? Yan Wu thought about it and felt a little worried, until she entered the main cabin and saw the battle between Xia Guixuan and Liu Xiaoru on the screen. Her mind was still wandering. Guangxin Jiu came to stand beside her, also wondering what General Yan saw. Why was it so strange? He just touched her pie, how could he not be angry? This battle. The meaning in the hearts of all parties involved seems to be completely different from that of others. It was not until the two phantom monsters were teleported in that Guangxin Jiu came back to his senses. He kicked the phantom monster and said coldly, "Turn around and return. The next target is the Marshal's Central Army." The Marshal was of course a member of Liu Xiaoru and Director Jiang's group. But in war, he was really a fool, otherwise he would not have been surpassed by a young Guangxin Jiu and almost lost his position. When everyone thought that Guangxin Jiu had to break through the Marshal's barrier before he could approach Xiajing, in fact, the Donglan fleet that the Marshal was confronting was just fooled by Guangxin Jiu to welcome the head of state to visit the troops. The entire fleet lined up in space, and the Marshal led the crowd to confront it fearfully. One side thought that the other side came to visit the troops, and I was lining up to welcome them. One side thought that the other side came to attack, and I was on guard against the attack. Both sides were confused about what was going on, and they confronted each other silently for several minutes before they remembered to communicate. Guangxin Jiu had already been a junior in Xiajing. His direct and trusted warships only had one core column, which had been quietly lurking outside Kanglong Star and could join the battle at any time. On land, Liu Xiaoru had a huge army of modified people, led by General Zhao, who had captured Yan Wu before. At this time, they were confronting all the private soldiers of the Gongsun family, and the Ling family in Xiandaoism who turned against them at the last minute. If left alone, the fleet in space would certainly resolve the misunderstanding soon, and there might be a major civil war on land that would lead to the collapse of Daxia, but the Battle of the Yuan Shaofu ended in a few minutes. The confrontation and communication in space had not been completed, and Gongsun Jiu inserted from the back of Kanglong Star and defeated the Marshal fleet in the blink of an eye, and successfully took over without even a suspense. Liu Xiaoru never thought that the frontline entertainment used to stabilize Gongsun Jiu before was actually used by him to counter deception and play a big show, dragging the most critical few minutes and fixing the battle situation at the beheading operation of the Yuan Shaofu. So the dust settled. Xia Guixuan was too lazy to care about the final part. He immediately went to the space where Shang Zhaowei and Hunun blocked the Dark Demon. He was a little late. The Dark Demon sensed his approach and had already retreated. Father God, Shang Zhaowei and Hunun saluted together. We are incompetent and failed to capture the Dark Demon's soul. Two Wuxiang fought against a taking demon and wanted to capture it. It sounded really awesome, but Xia Guixuan was not surprised, because this Dark Demon was almost defeated by him before. The main body shrank into the void crack and dared not show up. He split another soul just to sneak through. As a result, Xia Guixuan arranged a formation to control the space crack, leaving Shang Zhaowei and Hunun to guard the formation to intercept. If it really broke into the formation, it might really be killed by the two Wuxiang. It's okay. This kind of Dark Demon is very cautious. It's unlikely that it will rush in blindly. Just block it back. When I finish refining my magic weapon, I will deal with it myself. Hun Yuan's expression was very ugly. He whispered, there are only 2 of the 4 great formless priests of our god's descent left. Otherwise, let alone whether we can take down this soul fragment. I'm afraid that if humans attack us, we will all die. Xia Guixuan didn't speak for a while. Shang Zhaowei whispered, do you feel it? The King's Awakening. P.S. The gift module of the Little Fox and the Little Slave Girl has been updated. The Little Fox is replaced with handkerchief and the Little Slave Girl is replaced with strange texture. You know. Chapter 138 Sickly Little Fox. Xia Guixuan's face looked very ugly. The reason why he had no intention to socialize with Gongsun Jiu was because he felt that something had happened to the little fox. He came to take a look because he was worried that the Dark Demons might sneak in. In fact, The soul had been observing the little fox for a while. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to have a sense of it. It's not surprising. After all, Xiaoyu's soul sea was lurking and nurturing the remnant consciousness of the Fox King, so he should have responded. He might have sensed that the other party was Yin Xiaoru. If the little fox really awakened, according to the routine arranged by the Fox King in advance, the remnant consciousness should return, merge into one, and the soul power would surge instantly. The cultivation of immortals focuses on the soul. As long as the soul power is revived, the magic power or body forging is actually a relatively simple matter. In this way, the Fox King can return quickly and fully. Making these arrangements before dying is considered decisive. The biggest hidden danger may be trusting Xiaoyu too much. Once Xiaoyu has a different mind, it will be a disaster. At present, it seems that there is no such thing. Xia Guixuan recalled Xiaoyu's somewhat desolate statement that Father God is biased against me. Maybe she has some political schemes in other aspects, but she is truly loyal to the Fox King without regrets. Maybe her political schemes are also influenced by the residual soul of the Fox King. Is she just a loyal and diligent mount? This is a good thing. But it is not necessarily a good thing under the current situation. Because this loyal centaur will definitely try to revive the former king. Xia Guixuan looked at Xiaoyu deeply, and Xiaoyu seemed to know what he meant, and looked at him stubbornly. After staring at each other for a long time, Xia Guixuan said nothing and suddenly disappeared. Xiaoyu knelt on one knee with cold sweat. She just felt a huge pressure from Xia Guixuan, and she didn't know whether it was a warning or something else, and she couldn't see it clearly. Xiaoyu clenched his teeth tightly and whispered to himself, even if you are Father God, you can't. In Yin Xiaoru's villa, Yin Xiaoru sat at the head of the bed with her knees hugged, and her whole body was shaking involuntarily. There is always something in the soul sea, emerging and breaking, so messy that it is hard to see clearly. I vaguely feel that I seem to be very powerful, very beautiful, very charming, and very courageous. Well, that's right, this is me. Nothing wrong. But why do I always feel something is wrong? I want to tear the chicken legs, not the sky. I just want to swallow a chicken, not swallow up the mountains, rivers, sun and moon. I just want to show off in front of my employees. I don't want to lead millions of gods and stain Xiajing with blood. I just want to wear beautiful clothes and sleep in a comfortable big bed. I don't want any cloud and rainbow brocade or lotus seat booty. I am just interested in biological agents, not the 9 revolutions mysterious pill and the great Daowuji. I just like my air-cushioned fat car. At most I want to ride Cindy. I don't want to ride Haoi Shyama or Dian Shlixing. But why do I have a kind of stirring, thinking that this is the final transformation from the primary form to the advanced form? And that if I continue to pursue it, sooner or later it will actually be like that? And only in this way, when facing an irresistible crisis again, I will not be unable to do anything except to fight with my mouth. I hate that feeling. I am a powerful fox. I can kill my way into the enemy's house and steal things, and I can jump out of the mountains under the moonlight in the most beautiful and charming posture. I don't want to just hide in the corner and cry. Which one is me? The little fox had a splitting headache, hugged his head tightly, and pressed his palms hard on both temples, trying to stop a beating in his brain. But this is not the blood vessels beating, but the soul. It is the soul sea deep in the spirit that is surging. The reason why it has not developed into a tsunami and can still think on its own is only because the water droplets on the chest emit a soft light, soothing the sea of consciousness and calming the spirit. No, why do I feel some vague hostility towards Cindy, as if I have seen his calm face before? How could I hate Cindy? Although Cindy lied to me a lot, he was so good to me, how could I hate him? Yin Xiaoru looked down at the blue water droplets on her chest, and finally murmured, is it because he secretly touched Sister Yan's legs in front of me? But I saw it at that time, and pretended not to see it, and I was not angry. Xia Guixuan, who was floating on the side, is it because he obviously began to be interested in women, but he had to pretend in front of me? Am I not convinced? Yin Xiaoru suddenly took her hand away in horror, her eyes widened. Is this called love? Hey, Xia Guixuan showed up unbearably. You have such a high-sounding soul awakening. I am looking at your own feelings. How can you turn it into love? Foxes can be tolerated, but people can't. Yin Xiaoru stared at Xia Guixuan, who suddenly appeared in a daze without saying a word. Xia Guixuan looked back woodenly without saying a word. You After several seconds, Yin Xiaoru said cautiously, "Is it an illusion or a real person?" "I had a lot of illusions just now, including foxes and horses." Xia Guixuan sighed, sat down beside her bed, stretched out his hand to gently stroke her brow, and whispered, "Calm down first." As he spoke, the boiling sea of consciousness gradually calmed down. Yin Xiaoru felt that the messy discomfort disappeared all of a sudden, and she jumped up at once. "Okay, you are invisible and go through the wall to peek at me sleeping." Two blue veins popped out on Xia Guixuan's forehead. "It seems that it would be better for you to be a little messy." "No." Yin Xiaoru hugged his arm, and her voice soon became tired. "Sit closer, let me lean on you." Xia Guixuan silently moved a little closer and let her lean on his shoulder. "I felt so uncomfortable just now." Yin Xiaoru adjusted her posture and murmured, "You know everything. Do you know that God gave men a shoulder socket, which is specially for women to lean on?" Xia Guixuan, "At least the father god of this planet has never thought of such a thing. But why do I feel so safe leaning here?" "Because you felt uncomfortable just now, and you will feel comfortable if you give a pig to lean on." "Pig? UTM, Cindy, what? Sister Yan is okay, right? I just listened to the radio, and it seemed to be reversed, but then the radio lost signal. I was too tired to fix it." "You can't fix it. The network and signal satellites in the sky of Xiajing have exploded. Now the signal system of the Galaxy battleship is used outside." "Did you save her?" "She saved herself." "I don't believe it." Yin Xiaoru whispered, "Do you like Sister Yan? I saw you touching." "Can we not talk about this topic? Then do you want to play Ling Moxu? Can we change the subject?" Then, Yin Xiaoru raised her head slightly. Her lips were just beside his cheek, as if they would touch lightly. "Do you want to?" She paused, her eyelashes flickered lightly, and whispered, "Do you want to kiss Yin Xiaoru?" Xia Guixuan subconsciously looked down at her. The little fox was unusually weak today. His energetic look before was gone. He was weak and pale. His lips were also white, without any blood color. His eyes were evasive, and he didn't dare to look at him. It seemed that he was completely different from the coquettish fox who would sneak kiss him and hold a piece of potato chips in his mouth and ask him if he dared to eat it. He was so fragile that he seemed to fall down if the wind blew, and would feel pain if he was rejected. Seeing that Xia Guixuan didn't react, Yin Xiaoru sighed, "You can kiss others, but you won't kiss me. Do you hate me so much?" "No," Xia Guixuan finally spoke, "because you. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, I think if I leave, others will be back to normal in 2 days, but you may not smile much in the future." Yin Xiaoru's eyelashes moved, a little surprised. "You, like me," Xia Guixuan said with a straight face, "two different things." "I say, what's wrong with you women? It's okay to kiss each other, but you have to be played with by others to feel comfortable." "But Cindy," Yin Xiaoru looked at him steadily, "you are afraid that I will not be able to smile in the future." "I am afraid too." "What are you afraid of?" "I am afraid that if you don't kiss me now, you will not be the Yin Xiaoru you are now when you want to kiss me in the future." 2 updates are completed, and I definitely can't add more today. Tomorrow we'll return to normal time. Chapter 139. Pinru. Xia Guixuan lowered his head and looked into Yin Xiaoru's eyes. Her eyes no longer dodged, but were quiet and clear. Not the coquettishness of the past, nor the playful mischief. Just like the water droplets hanging on her chest, the clearest lake water. Then something spread in the lake, soft ripples, and swayed into Xia Guixuan's heart. The little fox seemed to know nothing, just like a silly husky, but when she needed to know, she often saw it very clearly, but she didn't necessarily want to say it. Because sometimes some things, if you say it out, you may not be happy. Just like the carving about to look for a sword that revealed his story, it might be a search that even the powerful above the Wuxiang might not be able to understand. That was the keen talent of the Fox King's soul, and the purity of her own ignorant spirit. Like the moon reflecting on the water. It was the same this time. She seemed to have no idea what was happening to her, but in fact she knew it very well in her heart. She realized that this situation was probably because the spirit of her previous life was awakening. Once awakened, she would no longer be Yin Xiaoru. "Silly," Xia Guixuan finally spoke, "with me here, how could you not be Yin Xiaoru?" But after saying this, he realized that he might have said the wrong thing. Because Yin Xiaoru's clear eyes became a little dangerous, as if one could see a fox baring its teeth. "I'm saying this," she kept her lips still, squeezing out a sound from between her teeth. "Is it to let you show off how powerful you are?" "Xia Guixuan, I know you are powerful," Yin Xiaoru said slowly, But you are also watching me, to see if I want to change myself. Right? You have been watching me from my side, and you have tentatively asked me before, if you let me be the head of the Yin family, is that what you meant? Then, what if I want to? No matter how you can guarantee my consciousness, I will not be the one you are familiar with at that time. Xia Guixuan's eyes were dim, and he did not answer. Yin Xiaoru chuckled and said, do you mean to say that you can ignore my wishes and force me to stay here, fix me into the familiar little fox you are familiar with, and bring me to your feet to act cute? If so, then what is your mentality? Overbearing Emperor, if you don't let me change, I will not change? Then in your heart, am I your pet, or your forbidden delicacy? Xia Guixuan was stunned. I didn't think so. Are you sure? Your hesitation, isn't it just a conflict between two minds, and you want to hide it from the smartest fox? Xia Guixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You, the smartest fox? Maybe, because it might be true. Yin Xiaoru's eyes slowly softened back. Who is the fool? Are you a steel straight man in front of me? Or do you just like to enjoy the feeling of being kissed secretly, and then secretly change into male fox pajamas to show that you are also sweet? The words were finally blocked back. Xia Guixuan blocked her lips fiercely. It was like being angry because of being hit on the heart by the words, and it was also like being arrogant and saying, I will fulfill your wish if you want to die, and it was also like, I really wanted to kiss for a long time and didn't want to hold it back. The two lips touched, and all the words stopped, but the eyes of both sides were not closed, looking at each other closely, and the scene was not sure whether it was romantic or funny, weird. A little cunning flashed in Yin Xiaoru's eyes, and she blinked for a long time, and finally closed her eyes slowly. A string of ellipses passed through Xia Guixuan's mind, and he felt that he was hooked by a vixen. But he quickly threw the ellipsis out of the sky, closed his eyes, and tasted it viciously. If you want to do it, why should I care so much? But this time's kiss really feels different from the feeling and mood of planting strawberries for Yan Wu in the land of fire. It is also different from the feeling with Ling Moxia in the heart of time. That's bullying, old slave owner. Although I feel that the relationship has changed a little, I won't be too entangled. But what about this time? I don't know. The little fox was weak in his arms, his eyes closed, his eyelashes trembling slightly, and his pale cheeks began to turn red, like a small flower in the morning. His lips were cold, a little dry at first, but soon became soft, warm, and a little sweet. The fox bloodline, the talent is to give the opposite sex the most comfortable experience. Xia Guixuan's experience was very comfortable. In fact, Yin Xiaoru's experience was also very comfortable. Because Xia Guixuan actually has fox bloodline. It can almost be felt that Yin Xiaoru's initial fox trick succeeded. Cunning and sickly and delicate feeling slowly disappeared, and began to become passionate, and the little hand that was slightly nervously holding his arm suddenly opened, hugged his neck tightly, and bit more actively than him. Xia Guixuan felt that he was hooked again. Then, as if he was a little unconvinced, he changed from hugging and kissing in his arms to turning over and pressing her on the big bed. The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. The two separated breathlessly, opened their eyes slightly, and saw the desire and confusion in each other's eyes. Am I sweet? Yin Xiaoru suddenly asked. Xia Guixuan. The two of them were silent for a while. Yin Xiaoru whispered, Cindy, what will I become in the future? Will I become a real fox? Just like when I use my talent with all my strength, I unconsciously grow fox ears. That will be your daily form, and the human form needs to change. I think that's a bit scary. Fox-eared girls are cute in anime, but in reality, people don't look good with a pair of fox ears. It just makes others feel weird. So in fact, you actually rejected this bloodline and never developed your talent. It's not simply because you are more adapted to human technology, but because you are avoiding fox ears. That's not the case. It's pretty good. Don't be too picky. Yin Xiaoru bit her lower lip. If I change now, do you dare to kiss me? As she spoke, the ears slowly turned into cute fox ears. Xia Guixuan leaned back and took a look. Yin Xiaoru was a little nervous. Do you think it's not as cute as you imagined, but a little creepy? Xia Guixuan suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Yin Xiaoru widened her eyes and watched Xia Guixuan grow a pair of fox ears. The same snow-white fur color as hers, but hers looked very cute, while his looked very handsome. Isn't it very handsome? Xia Guixuan stretched out his index finger and curled her lips. You are a little fox, and I am a male fox. Yin Xiaoru stared at him for a while, and her eyes gradually turned into a pool of water. Male fox, do you want to mate with a little fox? Do you like people watching pornographic palaces, huh? Xia Guixuan's smile suddenly turned cold, and he stretched out his hand and waved it into the void. With a muffled groan, it returned to silence. Xia Guixuan said lightly, come over and talk, whether it's the Fox King or Xiaoi. The void was quiet for a while, and then slowly rippled. Shang Xiaoi walked out with a strange look on his face, stood by the bed and pursed his lips to look at the foxman and woman overlapping on the bed. His eyes were fixed on the fox ears of the two people, and he remained silent for a long time. Hey, Yin Xiaoru jumped up, you are spying on us? No, I don't dare to spy on the Father God, Shang Xiaoi said with a strange look, it's just soul resonance. I can know your intense emotions and strong desires, and turn them into images floating in the sea of consciousness. I didn't mean to spy. Yin Xiaoru was dumbfounded. In this way, I will never dare to make love with my Cindy. Xia Guixuan glanced sideways. Is this what you are focusing on? Shouldn't you pay attention to why you resonate with the other person's soul? Shang Xiaoi also had a lot of complaints and didn't know how to vent. Xia Guixuan sighed, turned over and sat on the head of the bed, and casually took Yin Xiaoru in his arms, and said helplessly, Shang priest, in fact, Elder Langaya is right. This guy is mentally broken. You still don't have to expect it, otherwise you will be angry to death. Chapter 140 Crooked Ass Referee. Shang Xiaoi stood by the bed and looked at the foxman and woman on the bed. He always felt that this form looked like something. Yes, like a foolish king, holding the fox concubine and leaning lazily on the couch. Their clothes were disheveled, and the fox concubine still showed her shoulders. The ministers in front of him were reporting their work helplessly. Give them a pot of wine and a plate of grapes. If Yin Xiaoru smiled and fed Xia Guixuan a grape at this time, the sense of deja vu would be even stronger, just like the foolish king on TV. It feels like Father God is quite accustomed to this posture, as if it is engraved in his bones. It is not visible at ordinary times. Then, what is inconsistent is that the delicate fox concubine being held is not right. That is my king. How can she become a delicate and innocent little bird-like woman who has sex with her husband? It doesn't taste right. My king fell, said. No, what is more inconsistent is. Shang Xiaoi stared blankly at Xia Guixuan's fox ears, completely unable to figure out what his mood should be. The Father God did say that he has the blood of a nine-tailed fox. It's just that I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so it's an illusion after all. At that time, he had a cold face. Believe it or not, I won't change my image to prove it to you. Now that he has changed, it should be a very happy thing. But why did he change? In bed, in order to pamper the concubine, he became thoughtless and spoke softly, just short of saying I am willing to be a fox for you. What is this? Did I enter the filming side of a romantic drama? The centaur girl who was full of desire to inherit the will of the previous king, reign as the descendants of the gods, unify the blue dragon, and break through the 9 heavens, now became a sculpture, and her expression gradually changed from weird to expressionless, standing there numbly in a daze. Priest Shang, what's wrong with you? Xia Guixuan asked with a smile. I asked you to come here to talk about things, not to watch you staring blankly. Shang Xiaoi said expressionlessly. What can we talk about? Father God is omnipotent. Do our own opinions matter? I'm not omnipotent. In this situation, my operations have different levels of difficulty for different choices. For the more difficult directions, I guess I need to seek some treasures, Shang Xiaoi said lightly. The simplest way is that Father God doesn't have to worry about it, Xia Guixuan sneered. But I like to work hard. Shang Xiaoi thought to himself that looking at your character, it might be true to remove the word work hard. But he finally didn't dare to say the words when they came to his lips, and just pursed his lips in indignation. Yin Xiaoru leaned in Xia Guixuan's arms and watched curiously the conversation between Cindy and this inexplicable woman. After getting over the initial dissatisfaction of being spied on even when I make love, she actually felt strangely friendly with the other person, and even felt distressed when she saw her indignant look. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, she finally spoke. What's the simplest thing? Shang Xiaoi looked at Yin Xiaoru's somewhat friendly eyes, was stunned for a moment, turned his head slightly and did not answer. Xia Guixuan sneered. The simplest way is that I don't care. Your subconscious mind awakens and resonates with the soul in her sea of consciousness, and then the two sides merge? And you will be the new Fox King. Wait a minute. Yin Xiaoru scratched her head. not quite understanding what he meant. What this means is that I am not a reincarnation, so my own awakening is not enough. It really doesn't count, because there is no soul from the previous life in your body. Her soul is nurtured in the soul sea of Shuang priest, and has always maintained a certain soul power. It is not a reincarnation. Xia Guixuan hugged her gently, and said slowly with some sympathy, "You are the embryo formed by her life essence in blood. You only have the subconscious that comes from your blood, the most ignorant and pure spirit, so you are like a blank sheet of paper influenced by human society, and slowly all your behaviors and thoughts have become a little urban woman." "What do you mean by your sympathetic tone? Am I not good like this?" Yin Xiaoru was dissatisfied. "Isn't this a good thing? I have my own consciousness and my own thoughts. I learned everything by myself, not influenced by anyone, but the essence of your body is the body she prepared for her rebirth. If your plan goes according to go ahead, there will really be no Yin Xiaoru in the world," Xia Guixuan whispered. "Your instinctive reaction is that you will not be Yin Xiaoru in the future. Do you think it's just an awakening change? No, it's really gone." Yin Xiaoru was stunned for a moment, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Shuang Zhaoi gradually became sharp. Shuang Zhaoi turned his head away without looking at her, and just said lightly, "There is no Yin Xiaoru in the world. From the beginning to the end, it was just that after the original body of the Fox King was blown up, the essence of his life escaped into a place full of life and grew again. You were a baby from the beginning, and there was no reincarnation from the mother's womb, so you don't have human blood at all, and you are the purest fox. I don't know why you became the lady of the Yin family. There must be another coincidence here." She paused and emphasized, "This is not reincarnation, it's better to say that it's amnesia. As long as the memory is recovered, it is the Fox King. The so-called memory of Yin Xiaoru is just a dream." Yin Xiaoru's voice trembled, "But I already have my own thoughts, a brand new soul." Shuang Zhaoi did not answer. "In the arrangement of the powerful, from the standpoint of the Fox King, does it matter whether you have thoughts or not? From the beginning to the end, this thought is just a dream in the transition period." "Too much." Yin Xiaoru was trembling all over. "Can a powerful person be so reckless and ignore the ego of others?" Shuang Zhaoi was silent for a moment, and whispered, "So you want to be powerful? Back to the beginning. If you want to be powerful, you will awaken. Wasn't the previous awakening induced by this? But without power, you can't resist the arrangement of the powerful, and you can't refuse the predetermined fate. Isn't this a dead end?" Shuang Zhaoi sighed. "In fact, the body originally belonged to my king." Yin Xiaoru was furious. "Is the body so great? I will learn from Sister Yin and return the body to you. I don't want it anymore." "Okay, this is what Father God calls one of the multiple options. He can create another body for your soul." Shuang Zhaoi smiled bitterly, "But I don't think Father God will choose this, not only because it is troublesome, but also because he is used to you, a little fox. Not another body." Xia Guixuan watched the debate without interrupting, and then smiled slightly. "Yes, according to your theory, if you have the strength, you can ignore the other party's ideas, then I can also ignore your ideas." Shuang Zhaoi whispered, "Isn't Father God already doing this, considering Yin Xiaoru's ideas, and not considering what we think? You are wrong. If I don't consider your ideas at all, now you have been annihilated with a remnant soul in your sea of consciousness, and you can still talk nonsense in front of me." Shuang Zhaoi was stunned, and his originally desperate and indignant expression disappeared a lot. He asked with a little surprise, "Then what does Father God mean?" Xia Guixuan finally got out of bed, walked to the balcony in slippers, looked at the night outside, and said after a long time, "If I am the way of heaven in this world, I should not be biased about such things. What's more, from the point of view of the Fox King, she is not wrong. If I were in an emergency, I would probably do the same. On the contrary, Xiaoru is the one who has taken over the magpie's nest, but she was passive, which is also true. It is said that it is difficult for a clean official to judge family affairs." He paused and sighed. "I was a little hesitant about this before, thinking that my intervention in such matters was against the will of Taking and the heart of Taishang. It is very unfair for the referee to play the game himself." "It is too unfair to you," Shuang Zhaoi said. "So the father's previous wait-and-see attitude was not only to observe Yin Xiaoru's thoughts, but also to observe himself." "Yes." Xia Guixuan turned his head and smiled. "Now I am sure, I am not lying to myself, I am just biased." Shuang Zhaoi. Yin Xiaoru blinked. Shuang Zhaoi said helplessly, "Father God is now showing his partiality. Are you going to kill us? I already know that I am partial. If I still do this, it's not a crooked but a demon. Xia Guixuan smiled. Actually, I have been thinking about this today. Do you want to discuss it? Xiongxiaoi said, please let Father God know. I always feel that the Fox King's blood condensed into Xiaoru, which does not necessarily mean that it should be considered her own body. You have explained the Langaya and others' announcement from another angle before. I think it's good. Xiongxiaoi was stunned. Father God is saying, the descendant of the previous king is obviously a daughter. Isn't this good? How can a mother snatch the body of her daughter? P.S. Gideon's year-end event has begun to vote for the favorite writer. Those who have the literary giant talisman can vote. Note, those who have the talisman can vote as many as they can. Don't deliberately spend money to vote, it's unnecessary. There will be extra chapters tonight, or around 10 o'clock. Sacrifice a book. I really don't want to reload the file. Easy daily harem flow. Chapter 141 Confused Fox. Xiongxiaoi was dumbfounded. The bloodline of the former king was of course just a public statement. After all, the descendants of the gods needed to search. This cannot be casually announced as the former king's body. If someone with ulterior motives finds it and kills it, it will be the end. Although Xiongxiaoi didn't know that Homing and the other two were spies at that time, she suspected that she was actually guarding against Hun Yuan. Hun Yuan was a demon. So if it was said that the Fox King had an orphan in Daxia, it might not attract the attention of those with ulterior motives if it was just a descendant. After all, except for a few diehards, other descendants of the gods recognized the Fox King because they recognized her great talent and strategy, especially her peak strength of Wu Xiang, not because of her bloodline. If you find 100 biological sons, Hun Yuan, Homing and the others will also sneer at you. At most, you can gather the Fox clan in a small group of diehards, and most of them are not as influential as Xiongxiaoi himself. Even Lang Yang, who is so diehard, found that the guy had a broken brain and didn't plan to pledge allegiance, right? So this is just a statement to protect the body of the Fox King, and even he couldn't fool himself. In the end, he fooled the Father God? No, Father God is using this trip to fool me? Xiongxiaoi looked at Yin Xiaoru, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at her with her eyes wide open. It seemed as if she was saying, I listened to Cindy, maybe you are really my mother. Xiongxiaoi wanted to say, I am not your mother is being nurtured in my soul sea, and she hasn't woken up yet. Wait, that's not right, that's not your mother either. Xiongxiaoi's eyes gradually became round. Xia Guixuan said quite sincerely, think about it, there are many creatures in the world that reproduce individually. You should know that after this creature gives birth to a child, it is also its own purebred bloodline, and it is also the child's self-birth consciousness. The child itself is also passive, and she has no right to decide whether to be born or not. Is there any difference with the situation of the Fox King? As long as you give up the idea of using this body, isn't this definitely your own child? Xiongxiaoi almost stuttered. I have to ask the late king herself. I can't make this kind of judgment for her. Yin Xiaoru couldn't help but said, my mother. Oh, Fox King, she hasn't woken up yet? How can she replace me if she doesn't wake up? Her soul was originally a remnant, not a complete soul. It was supposed to wait until you remembered your memory, and naturally pull the remnant soul to awaken. At that time, the two of you will merge into a complete soul. Xia Guixuan explained for her. She also hopes that you will grow up healthy and happy, and she overdrew her last strength to bless you with great luck. So didn't you say before that you feel your parents are not dead? Yin Xiaoru blinked her eyes, feeling more and more that the last few words sounded like her mother. Xiongxiaoi could not help but say, this great luck technique seems to have backfired, and the luck it has brought is too much. Xia Guixuan laughed dumbly. This is an accident, let alone her. Even if I think I can predict the future, some accidents may lead to unpredictable changes. So I don't like divination. Even if it succeeds 10,000 times. There may be an accident, and this accident is often fatal. No, Cindy, can you stop pretending? Yin Xiaoru jumped off the bed, ran to the balcony and pulled his sleeve. If you calculate according to the fact that she is my mother, then if I suppress her awakening, doesn't it mean that my mother is hopeless? What should I do? What should I do? Xia Guixuan tilted his head and looked at her for a long time with a strange expression. First, she wants to kill you. Second, she may not recognize you as her daughter. Aren't you getting into the role of her daughter too quickly? Xiongxiaoi nodded. But, my life was indeed given by her, no matter whether I have the right to decide or not. When she is my mother, the cause and effect can be considered complete, otherwise, would I really be considered a cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest? Xia Guixuan looked at her steadily. You dead fox, you are making things difficult for me, and for yourself. Yin Xiaoru carefully probed. Are you disgusted by finding a mother-in-law for you? Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. First, under the current circumstances, your souls are resonating. Any stronger feelings here will be passively fed back to the other party. She is now having a lucid dream. I must cut off this connection first, and if this cut is too violent, it will cause damage to both of you at the same time, which is equivalent to tearing a conjoined doll in half. I have to seek the help of other treasures and find a relatively gentle way to do it slowly. Yin Xiaoru felt overwhelmed and said carefully, just a first. Second, if you cut off your connection and become independent, it means that a residual soul cannot make up for the missing part. The soul that awakens at that time may have some problems. Either it has forgotten something, or it has become an extreme personality. We must find a way to use other methods to complete this soul before she can wake up, otherwise she may become a madman. Yin Xiaoru. Third, after she is revived, where can I find her body? I can make a new body, but the materials required are very troublesome, so forget it. If you want to restore her nine-tailed sky fox bloodline, you must rely on the same essence in blood as a guide, such as extracting your. Then the question is, extracting your essence in blood to shape her body, then, is she your mother or your daughter, huh? Yin Xiaoru's eyes began to become circles. Shuangxiao was numb. Anyway, I am just a horse, I don't know about your fox affairs. And the most crucial thing, Xia Guixuan said calmly, this whole operation is definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It will be a very long process. If you think you are the daughter of the Fox King, then before the Fox King really returns, do you want to take the due responsibility of the tribe? Shuangxiao's expression suddenly changed. Yin Xiaoru stood there in a daze, pursing her lips and not speaking. When you take on the due responsibilities, the Wuxiang priests strive for you, the vast tribes respond to your call, and the Sky Fox method is extremely subtle. At that time, are you still Yin Xiaoru? Xia Guixuan looked into her eyes seriously. Do you think I am worried that you will be possessed? I never thought there would be that kind of progress. The real change is only in you. Yin Xiaoru was speechless for a long time. This is what I have been observing and thinking about. But I can't decide for you. Xia Guixuan was about to leave. Now let me make it clear. You can think it over carefully. Wait a minute, Cindy. Yin Xiaoru pulled his sleeve pitifully. Is it really that troublesome? There are simple ones. Either you are gone or she is gone, including rubbing her residual soul into your body, with you as the main body, that is also her gone. My mind is very confused now. I definitely can't help you choose this. Can give some suggestions from other angles? For example, help me tell a fortune. Yin Xiaoru was talking when a light bulb suddenly lit up in her mind. I asked you before, right? It's okay to tell a fortune for others, right? Xia Guixuan sighed. What do you want to calculate? For example, the future situation of our mother and daughter? Will there be a good trend? Xia Guixuan casually took out a handful of yarrow from the ring and threw it on the ground. The light flashed slightly, and the gossip was around. The hexagram slowly appeared in the void. The new palace of Jade Palace folds its wings. The old dream of Kington dances with flying silk. Xia Guixuan. Yin Xiaoru scratched her head. What does this mean? I may have given the wrong conditions. Xia Guixuan also scratched his head, because the observation and choice of this matter was quite interesting, and in his feelings it was always related to his Dao, so when he was divination, he subconsciously mixed the guidance of the Dao into it. The result was a hexagram that looked like nothing, and he didn't know how to interpret it. He made an extra divination. B. Jiawu. Xiang said, the auspiciousness of B is that it is in the middle. Abandoning the adverse and taking the favorable, it is the loss of the previous bird. The people of the town are not admonished, and the superiors are in the middle. It feels that this hexagram has nothing to do with the current situation. Is it because I haven't divined for too long, and I am so unfamiliar with it? Chapter 142 Resonance on the surface. This hexagram means unity and magnanimity, especially when the Fox King wants to tear the sky apart and under the premise of I will do it on my own. This hexagram is actually appropriate and happens to be one's own choice. But the prediction was not about this, but about a little fox mother and daughter, so this hexagram seemed inexplicable. Xia Guixuan could only bite the bullet and said, B means relatives, almost. The hexagram does mean that you need to get along with your relatives. Yin Xiaoru was very happy, hugged him and kissed him. I know. What do you know? Xia Guixuan glanced at her. I asked you at the end whether you want to take the responsibility. Have you decided? Not yet, Yin Xiaoru said confidently. Why do you have to decide now? Maybe it will be settled soon, and I can be a little princess. Xia Guixuan stroked his forehead. You wish. Until now, you don't know what the other party means, and you imagine the mother's love and the daughter's filial piety. To be honest, I don't want to start this plan for the time being. Priest Shuang managed to communicate with the residual soul of the Fox King first, and we will discuss it later. Shang Xiaoi was almost speechless and didn't know what to say. But then again, Yin Xiaoru's performance also made her a little soft-hearted. Before knowing each other, it was a container of birth of consciousness, a memory of a dream. Just erase it and it's done. After knowing each other, such a pure and clear childlike heart, any immortal practitioner will not be able to bear it, and will have a good impression. Whether it is the Fox King himself or Shang Xiaoi, they are not demons. It's really strange. Why can Yin Xiaoru be so pure in the big divan of human society? She is still a capitalist. This guy can't reach the level of a capitalist. At most he is a happy petty bourgeois, and he still works overtime. If he really becomes the Fox King, he will be an old feudal monarch, even more backward. Shang Xiaoi's mind flashed these human science concepts, and he wanted to laugh a little. Finally, he said, I will go back first and try to communicate with the soul of the previous king. Then I will report to the Father God. Xia Guixuan waved his hand. Go. Shang Xiaoi said no more, and the light shot into the night, disappearing like a meteor. Xia Guixuan watched them leave inside. Yin Xiaoru smiled apologetically beside him. You sigh so much? Have I caused you a lot of trouble? Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. What do you think? Just hearing you say that makes me feel that it will be troublesome. But, Yin Xiaoru bit her lower lip. I didn't say it completely in front of her just now. Actually, she hesitated for a moment and whispered, I also hope to have a mother. Xia Guixuan could understand. It is unknown why Yin Xiaoru became the daughter of the Yin family, but it is obvious that she lost her parents when she was young and was always bullied and excluded by the family. Just when she just came out of retreat, she was bullied by the family. The biggest desire hidden in her heart before was to find her relatives. When she practiced Kingxin before, Mixin was like this. A little fox eager to find her mother, knowing that mother is not dead, maybe that is not really a mother, and it is him Xia Guixuan who is looking for an excuse to fool. But why not admit it? Although it's a lie, the reason is indeed reasonable. So as long as you are willing to be a mother, then she is a mother. This husky has always been good at finding little happiness for himself. Yin Xiaoru knew that Xia Guixuan understood what she meant, and asked embarrassedly, I have caused you so much trouble. I will give you food, okay? Xia Guixuan had a blank expression. Before the matter is resolved, it's a live spring palace. Besides, I don't want you to use this kind of thing in exchange. Do I want this from you, don't you? It's very sweet. Yin Xiaoru stopped playing nice and said carefully, is there anything I can do to help? It's not difficult, it's just a little trivial, and I have to find some troublesome things. But now Gongsun Jiu has become the highest authority in the world, and the Shuang priests rule the descendants of gods, so it's relatively simple to find something. It does take time, and this may be a slow process. You don't have to feel any burden. The proposal in this direction was proposed by me, so you can also say that I wanted to do this myself, not necessarily to help you. Yin Xiaoru filtered it directly and was very moved. Cindy, you are so nice to me. I said I wanted to do this myself, because I also have some selfish motives. If we simply label them as enemies or even kill them. Xia Guixuan put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky. Your mother is gone, and my horse is gone too. Yin Xiaoru. Xia Guixuan turned his head, and there was some foxy cunning in his eyes. I was led astray by you, little fox. Yes, it's all my fault. I even taught you to like women. Yin Xiaoru didn't take what he said seriously, but smiled and went over to him. Hey, really don't want it? The resonance she said is not all the time. It requires very strong thoughts or stimulation to trigger it, right? It could really happen all the time, because you have already started to awaken before, but I suppressed it. Oh, I said now it really takes a very strong thought or stimulation to lead to, Yin Xiaoru had already tiptoed and kissed him fiercely on the lips. Xia Guixuan closed his mouth. At least I just want to kiss you, and I won't be shown pornographic pictures, Yin Xiaoru mumbled vaguely. I'm addicted. Xia Guixuan was also a little addicted. It was like a string that had been stretched tight for a long time, and they pulled it today and tomorrow, getting tighter and tighter, and then it broke. After it broke, it seemed that my heart was loosened, and I had a kind of pleasure of being depraved, and a faint sense of guilt and uneasiness. This kind of depravity and guilt will lead to desire to indulge more thoroughly, to see what will happen if I hit the bottom. I almost hit the bottom just now, and the tenderness of the little fox at that moment really touched my heartstrings. If he was not worried that isolating the soul resonance of both parties might cause damage, he might have directly isolated them, and then, the foxes mated. The kind of fall that completely broke everything, the fall. But he still retained some rationality. After all, he was not an animal. So he stopped the action, called Shang Xiaoai over, and tried to solve the problem first. At this moment, it seemed that the choice was settled, and she relaxed a little. The little fox was clinging to him, so why should she hide, be stiff, and think that it would affect her practice like before? There was no problem with her practice. Hey, no, the little fox hadn't said no yet. She couldn't say anything, and leaned softly on the balcony. Xia Guixuan leaned over and kissed her. And she leaned back and forth like a willow. From the sweet kiss on tiptoe, he domineeringly turned it into suppression and playing. It turned out to be a stinky man who didn't want to be inferior to others. He really always took the initiative, from body to mind. The little fox wanted to stop him for the first time. He seemed to have forgotten that he would be watched by others in the pornographic palace, but the little fox remembered it. I just kissed you greedily, why did it become like this? Woo woo woo. But the little hand pushed his chest, and it couldn't be pushed at all. It was like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head. Conquer in helplessness. The small struggle and twisting seemed to be almost like a response. Thousands of miles away, the meteor in the sky was hard to move. It suddenly shook violently in the air, and the stream of light turned into Pegasus, breaking urgently. Shang Xiaoai's chest rose and fell violently, and his cheeks were red all the way to his ears. Stupid, king, demon, concubine, Shang Xiaoai gritted his teeth and said, not knowing which of the two words corresponded to each other. While cursing, his eyes suddenly became straight, and the whole horse fell into the sea below. Ahem, Shang Xiaoai stuck his head out, inexplicably sad and angry. I can't live like this. At the same time, Yin Xiaoru also received the strong resonance over there, and finally pushed Xia Guixuan away in shame and anger. You have been seen. As she said that, she pulled down the little fox pajamas that were lifted up, and ran away without a trace. Shang Xiaoai was like a drowned chicken for a while, and found that she was fine. She wiped her face angrily, went out to the sea, and continued to fly to the place where the Fox King used to practice meditation. It is easier to communicate with the Fox King's soul there. If I don't solve this problem, how will I live in the future? P.S. Ahem, I have insomnia again. What a tragedy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, The Lonely Little Fox ran away in shame and anger, which shows that her usual flirting are all fake, and she is actually quite thin-skinned. It was even closer to the first love of a human girl, so sweet. Of course, Xia Guixuan couldn't chase him in and force him, so he shook his head and flew to his own ecological park. When he saw Fat Tiger felt that his master was a little strange today, not so fairy-like, and the way he looked at him was also strange, and he didn't know what he was going to do. His chubby body shrank back in fear. Xia Guixuan took a step forward. Fat Tiger took a step back. Xia Guixuan took another step forward. Fat Tiger turned and ran. Then he was grabbed by the tail and dragged back. Fat Tiger felt that he was going to be stewed in tiger bone soup, and he lay on the ground crying, I'm only 3 years old, don't eat me. The next moment, his back sank, and it turned out to be Xia Guixuan riding on it. Fat Tiger, why are you crying? Didn't you realize that you were a mount before? Xia Guixuan trembled as he rode. He was too fat, and his legs had to be spread wide, which was uncomfortable. He sighed, it really doesn't work. It's too fat, Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger was not convinced. It thinks that it can change as long as it is ready to change. There is no such thing as fat or not. It can be any body shape it wants. Besides, is being fat not beautiful? I am a tiger. A tiger should be fat to be strong. How can being skinny like a fox be appropriate? This owner must be fickle. With a new fox, he is not satisfied with the old tiger. Being fat is wrong, being thin is also wrong. Woohoo, it's too difficult. Xia Guixuan stepped down regretfully and was about to leave when a little girl's voice came from his sea of consciousness. Give me the elixir to change my body shape. I'm not fat. Xia Guixuan squatted back and stared. Fat Tiger felt wronged. It seems that I said I didn't want to eat you before, but it was you who transmitted the message. I didn't notice it, Xia Guixuan asked curiously. Didn't I refine a batch of elixirs for you before? I thought you were lazy when I saw that you didn't transform. How could you transmit the message before you transformed? This is not right. Fat Tiger put his hands in his pockets aggrievedly. How should I know? Come, Father God will check your body. Fat Tiger shrank back. You are not my Father God, so you just forgot it? Xia Guixuan didn't bother to care about it so much. He grabbed it and fumbled with it. Who is interested in a tiger? Besides, don't think I haven't raised a tiger before. A female tiger is mature at the age of 3. Why are you pretending to be a child? Fat Tiger was stunned for a moment, and soon squinted his eyes, showed a comfortable expression and laid down. Xia Guixuan examined it and secretly cursed himself for short-circuiting. Fat Tiger is an earth creature, not a descendant of the Kanglong star god. This should be an earth species carried by the fleet of the first generation of immigrant humans, including some others outside, and it has been breeding until now. The Yin family ecological park of the Little Fox was responsible for the mission of researching and breeding earth creatures in the initial period, but now it is spread all over, and the value of the ecological park has dropped greatly. This should have been understood long ago. As a result, when Ling Moxu was looking for materials to refine medicine, he subconsciously followed the template of his father god and refined the medicine for the descendants of God. The effect of the medicine was not quite right, because the descendants of God practiced immortal methods, and the animals on earth wanted to transform into humans to practice, which was the path of demon cultivation, and it was not the same thing. As a result, Fat Tiger's body and demonic power cultivation did not keep up, but his soul cultivation was ahead. Xia Guixuan thought about it and rubbed Fat Tiger's face. Do you want to transform quickly or slowly? According to the current mode, the transformation will be late, but in the future you will also be a template of a descendant of God, directly half human, not a monster. Fat Tiger was confused. Are you trying to trick me into being a mount and not let me transform? It's really a tiger from the fox family, Xia Guixuan said unhappily. I like the new and hate the old, and I don't want to ride you anymore. You can have any style you like. Fat Tiger's eyes were filled with tears. You should have said it earlier. Who wants to be ridden by you? If you promise not to ride me, I won't change into a human. What's the good of changing into a human? Becoming as ugly as you guys, without a round face, that kind of life is not for tigers. Xia Guixuan's cheeks twitched twice, and he felt that not only the fox was hopeless, but also the tiger was hopeless. He waved his hand and called the meat basin in the distance over and stuffed it on Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger ran away with the meat basin. Xia Guixuan put his hands on his hips. Sure enough, he had to ride a centaur. This tiger was too lame. He turned around and saw a motorcycle parked next to the bamboo house. It looked out of place in this environment, like a blooper in a costume drama. It seemed that he really liked the new and disliked the old. He was so excited about the motorcycle before, but after seeing the centaur girl, he really lost interest in it and threw it into the corner to collect dust. Well, of course it was not for the centaur girl, but because her talent was too good. Who wouldn't want the power to return to the peak? It was simply addictive. I still remember it. What's more, if I write it after I have recovered to the peak, can I advance to the supreme in advance? This is too important, which makes me lose interest in everything else. If it weren't for this, the choice of this crooked but arbitration might have been different. The current choice is obviously the most troublesome one, but what can I do? A dignified immortal emperor, you have to be calm, it's not forced, right? Well, since you have chosen, of course you have to start thinking about it. Xia Guixuan looked at the sky. Although it was night, he knew that Gongsun Jiayu must not have had a rest at this time. He must be very busy. This kind of preparation for ascension. It is obviously not appropriate to disturb him. He is not interested in getting involved in those things, and there is no need to disturb Xiaoju at this time. Instead, he should care about Yan Wuyu. Although she was protected by his timely arrival today, he was in a hurry and was not sure if there would be any sequelae. Logically, he would not continue to get involved in Gongsun Jiayu's affairs. He should be resting. I have to go and see. Xia Guixuan silently sensed and found Yan Wuayu's position. After confirming that she was not on the shower, he flashed and teleported to Yan Wuayu. Yan Wuayu was indeed not taking a shower. She was not like Yin Xiaoru, a petty bourgeoisie who could take a shower whenever she wanted. Of course, she could not understand the coquettish bitch who could take a shower in the game. Did she accidentally scold anyone? No matter. This was her weakest moment. She had fallen on Gongsun Jiayu before and could only barely stand firm. So she did not participate in the subsequent matters and was driven home by Gongsun Jiayu to rest. It can be said that she was really exhausted. She couldn't gather any strength in her body. Her reshaped body was burning with pain all over, as if it had been smashed into pieces and then rekneaded into a clay doll. The sequelae gradually broke out at this time, and she was weak and painful. And lonely again. She was in her own home. In fact, this so-called home, she rarely went back. It was empty and there was no one around. There was a dead silence. She was not interested in practicing fighting in the game. There was not even a game cabin in the house. There were only two important facilities, the genetic evolution training room and the gun shooting training room. In addition, there was a bedroom without any decoration. It was so cold and pale that it reminded her of a morgue. In the past, when she had nothing to do during the holidays, Yan Wuyu preferred to go to Yin Xiaoru. The little fox was fun and she was always very happy to be with her. But today, of course, she would not run around to recuperate. She could only face this cold loneliness by herself. Then she would silently heal her wounds and practice. But after sitting cross-legged for a while, she was upset and couldn't enter a state of concentration. Today's experience magnified the loneliness in her heart, and it came overwhelmingly. How could she be at peace? It turns out that she is not an orphan who can't find her parents, but an artificial embryo from beginning to end. The only one in this world, an artificial fire phoenix. A monster among monsters, let alone relatives. She doesn't even have the same kind. She doesn't want to recognize those modified monsters as her own kind. Humans are not her own kind, and the descendants of gods are not her own kind. After reshaping this body in nirvana, it is even less so. The body condensed by flames has lost even the human blood. She doesn't even know if this is still considered a flesh body. Looking at her body, her skin is still as white as cream, her figure is still hot, her palms are still rough like a warrior, and even the scars from her early years are still faintly visible. But Yan Wuyu knows that this is not the original body. It is reshaped by the simulation of supernatural powers. I don't know what principle it is based on, and it must be no longer the original cell. Even the past self is not. Yan Wuyu simply doesn't know what kind of creature she should be, and what the meaning of living is left. In this most lonely night, there is not even a person to talk to. Yan Wuyu sighed faintly, stood up with some difficulty, and walked to the balcony to look at the stars. Perhaps in this state, the only person who can talk is Xia Guixuan, but at that time Xia Guixuan said that he had something important to do and left. I guess there must be something important happening in the descendants of God. As the father god of the descendants of God, he will not have the time to take care of other things. The night wind blew from the balcony, and the weak Yan Wuyu could not resist the cold wind and shivered. What a pity. In the land of fire, at the most critical moment, the soul that was about to solidify fell into the warmth of his arms, and the peace and the raging fire. What kind of emotion was my wild self at that time? He is also Xiaoru's boyfriend, not mine. What's the matter with always thinking of other people's husbands when there is something? I am just a tomboy who has fought all my life, fierce and explosive. In fact, your face is almost as beautiful as Ling Moxu, but who would like you? Even the subordinates said so. No one likes you. The deputy commander also has ulterior motives. She is a girl. Yan Wuyu smiled self-deprecatingly, turned around with great effort, and avoided the wind that he usually looked down upon. At this time, there is a man accompanying me, caring about me, and blocking the wind for me. I will give myself to him. I am very weak at this time and I won't be fierce. As soon as I turned around, ripples flashed in the void in front of me, and Xia Guixuan's figure appeared in front of me. How is the situation? I feel that you will have some sequelae. Come and have a look. Yan Wuyu stood there in a daze, looking at Xia Guixuan's handsome face and warm smile. His mind was blank. There is no more in the evening, add more tomorrow. Chapter 144, Getting into Yan Wuyu's heart. He is really stupid. Although she was shouting in her heart that she wanted to give it to him for free, it was just an angry remark. She knew it was impossible, so she could complain about it. But this rascal? He really showed up. Should she take off her clothes now and say to him, "Come on, I'm ready"? Hey, Xia Guixuan waved his hand in front of her. What are you daydreaming about? Yan Wuyu's eyes dodged for a moment. No matter what she was thinking, he really came to care about her. When she was the most lonely, uncomfortable and confused, he was like the figure blocking her in the cave, like the body embraced in the raging fire in the land of fire, like the strong arms above the president's palace. She would always feel at ease. Her eyes gradually softened, and she responded in a low voice, "Nothing, I was just startled by your sudden appearance." "Yeah, that's right, you look very weak now, you have lost your perception ability, and you must be feeling guilty. I am presumptuous to come here, but this kind of teleportation is the fastest." Xia Guixuan helped her into the house. "Let's not talk about this, come in first. Your condition is no different from that of an ordinary patient. Why are you standing outside in the wind?" Yan Wuyu's nose almost got sour. There was a man in the dead silent house, speaking caring words, supporting and slightly blaming, just like a sudden spring breeze blowing, the earth blooming, and the coldest winter turned into rain. "I'm not used to the sick and weak appearance of mortals," she said forcefully. "Not as weak as you say." It's okay for you to be tough in front of others, but why are you stubborn with me?" Xia Guixuan pressed her on the sofa, looked her up and down, and shook his head slightly. "The situation is quite bad." Yan Wuyu was a little nervous. Could it be that she had lost all her power like in martial arts novels? During the day, she could transform into a phoenix to protect tens of thousands of people and fly. Strength was even the only thing left for her to comfort herself. She thought that she would recover quickly after Nirvana, but if she lost even this, Yan Wuyu couldn't imagine it. Xia Guixuan pressed a finger on her chest. Yan Wuyu's first reaction was to dodge, but she immediately thought that there was nothing to dodge, and he could touch her if he wanted to, but she stood up to meet him. As a result, Xia Guixuan didn't pay attention to her little movements, and his fingers naturally touched her heart. He also disliked that something was too shaky and blocked the position, so he pushed it away. Yan Wuyu, it turned out that he was still checking. Seeing Xia Guixuan frowning slightly and carefully sensing the situation inside her body, Yan Wuyu was more and more confused about her mood. "Before, I always felt that he had a bit of a pretentious straight man character. What no male and female intentions was too fake. He was also very happy when he hugged and chewed her, and his skills were particularly good. Men are hypocritical, why pretend?" But at this time, seeing his serious look, without any evil thoughts between men and women, Yan Wuyu felt relieved and touched. This is how men should be. So people don't even know what they like. It's just like what he said, people didn't know much before. Xia Guixuan didn't know that her mind was full of foxes, and she only thought about men. He also carefully examined Yan Wuyu's physical condition. After sensing with a frown for a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Before, you had just realized your magical powers, and you had not trained them properly, and you went to Nirvana on a whim. You are already very talented if nothing goes wrong. The current situation is nothing more than that of vitality I injected into you on the spot is not enough. Just like when the effect of the anesthetic has worn off, all the pain will come naturally, but there are no sequelae." "But," Yan Wuyu asked nervously, "But, I am most afraid of this kind of turn when watching TV." Xia Guixuan laughed. "It's just that you could have avoided turning into an egg and nurtured it. Now you really have to turn into an egg, so that you can reshape your body and not be like this now. Are you in great pain all over your body? Are you enduring it? If you turn into an egg, you won't have that." Yan Wuyu was ashamed and angry. "You're still laughing?" Xia Guixuan blinked. "Isn't it cute?" Yan Wuyu laughed angrily. "Who likes to be an egg? But in that case," Xia Guixuan paused, his tone soft, "you will have a background, right?" Yan Wuyu was stunned there. "How did your previous body come from, and what does it have to do with the new one?" "This is the place where the fire element is most prosperous on this planet, and it was conceived and nurtured naturally in the heart of fire. It has nothing to do with humans, and has nothing to do with descendants of gods. It is a spirit of fire condensed from the innate fire source, So why does it need to be of the same ethnic group? Xia Guixuan continued to blink. Look at your eyes. Think about that monkey who also has this magical power. He has no father or mother. He was born and raised naturally. How high class is that? Yan Wu Yu couldn't help laughing, and whispered angrily, you always want to say that I am a monkey, and I look more and more like one. If I'm not a monkey, I'm a bird. I am a creature born and raised by heaven and earth, and my shape is created by nature. I don't need to be the same as anyone else. Xia Guixuan, you, put your press on my heart. Can you read my heart? I can guess 80% of it by looking at your lonely look. Why do you need to read my mind? By the way, you grew up in a human technological society. Don't you know that thinking is in the brain, not the heart? But you seem to be drilling into my heart. Xia Guixuan, is this Xia Xianen's way of picking up girls? He says he doesn't pick up girls, but in fact, with his dimensionality-reducing gaze, he can penetrate into women's hearts. Please, have you turned into a fox? Yan Wu Yu did not answer this, but asked, if you really want to turn into an egg, how and how long will it take? If you let me help you, just change directly, but I think you are stubborn and still prefer to handle it yourself. Then go to the land of fire, go to the previous position, close your eyes and feel it, and you will gain something. Oh, by the way, Xia Guixuan took out the fire phoenix totem from before. As I said before, you can carry this thing with you to sacrifice and live together, and you can use it as your natal magic weapon in the future, and you can have more lives, a real phoenix. As a result, Yan Wu Yu didn't care about the natal magic weapon at all, and said softly, you just said you wanted to open your heart. And now you pretend not to understand. Why do I have to handle it myself? Help me, Xia Guixuan. I refuse other men's help. Why should I refuse yours? How long have you been pressing your hand here? Xia Guixuan subconsciously withdrew his hand, but she held it. Then she directed his hand to slowly move to the side, her eyes slowly filled with spring water. How are you going to help me? Like last time, blending yin and yang? Or like today, injecting vitality? Or, injecting vitality by blending yin and yang? Xia Guixuan's throat was a little dry. This woman was actually much more passionate than a slutty fox when she was unrestrained, like a ball of fire that would melt you. No, don't think too much, it has nothing to do with that kind of thing. Xia Guixuan coughed dryly and turned his head away from her. You are in great pain all over your body from bones to muscles. It is obvious that you are forcing yourself to endure it. How could you do that kind of thing? Your brain is broken and mine is not. Yan Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, what you mean is, if I were fine, you would stop pretending. Xia Guixuan said angrily, I'll say it again, don't provoke me all the time. Do you really think I can't play or what? Yan Wu Yu smiled slightly, play if you want to, it's not like you haven't played before. Xia Guixuan said helplessly, you are not in a normal state of mind now, you should rest first, you always feel like I'm talking to Fox. Yan Wu Yu said softly, if I am not in a normal state of mind, it's also your fault. Who told you to appear by my side when I needed a man the most? Xia Guixuan was about to say something, his expression suddenly moved, and he smiled. If I hadn't gotten there first, other men would have appeared by your side. Yan Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, and soon heard a knock on the door. Wu Yu, have you rested? I came to see how you are, Gongsun Jiu. Xia Guixuan smiled. Your deputy commander's care for your subordinates is also very touching, isn't it? There is a bit of jealousy in these words. Yan Wu Yu blinked, feeling even more amused in his heart. You, such a powerful person, actually didn't realize that the deputy commander is a girl? Chapter 145 Who is the opponent in Shura Field? For the first time, Xia Guixuan felt the path and experience that some of his predecessors had walked before. That is, when there is no one competing, you can be hypocritical and think about whether you want it, whether you have feelings for it, what the road is like, etc. But when you realize that she may be in the arms of someone else, can you still be calm? You could before. Because at that time, I had no idea about Yan Wu Yu. What about now? Do you still dare to tell yourself that you have no idea? Whoever wants it can have it? Xia Guixuan knows that this is difficult. This deputy commander is currently entangled in affairs, which is definitely the busiest and most distracted time. He actually ran to his subordinate's home at night to comfort him. It doesn't look like he is simply concerned about his subordinates. If he hadn't come, what would have happened to Yan Wu Yu's fragile state just now? Xia Guixuan was very unhappy. He rarely felt so unhappy, although he knew that in theory, it seemed that he was competing with the other party. But Yan Wuyu didn't like the other party, so it didn't count. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. His face was stinky. When he saw Yan Wuyu smiling and getting up to open the door, his face became even stinky. Yan Wuyu got up and opened the door. When she walked to the entrance, she suddenly turned around to look at him. Seeing Xia Guixuan's sullen face, she found it more and more funny. She couldn't help but lower her voice and said, "Hey, do you want to hide for a while?" Xia Guixuan said with a straight face. "Why should I hide from him?" Yan Wuyu deliberately said, "I am his woman." "You are having an affair with his woman." It would have been better if she didn't say anything. At most, she would just let someone in and say a few words. But the words "I am his woman" really pissed off Xia Guixuan. Without saying a word, he chased after her and pushed her against the door. Yan Wuyu felt a little painful, but laughed even more happily. "You are so angry. Are you refusing to admit that you are having an affair? Or are you refusing to admit that I am his woman?" The knocking on the door outside became more urgent. Guangxin Jiayu felt that there was some sound inside, but the sound insulation was too good to hear clearly. She didn't think that there were people invading the dormitory and apartment of the army. She thought that Yan Wuyu might be so weak that she fell down, so she knocked harder in the hope of getting a response. Inside, Xia Guixuan pressed Yan Wuyu against the door, his expression somewhat angry. "Are you his woman?" Yan Wuyu deliberately said, "Of course." "Very good, I like to steal other people's women." Xia Guixuan said this viciously, lowered his head and nibbled. Yan Wuyu blinked, leaned against the door and let him nibble. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Guangxin Jiayu vaguely heard what seemed to be panting and groaning, and was anxious, thinking that it might be that Yan Wuyu really fell and didn't even have the strength to get up. "What should I do?" Guangxin Jiayu took a deep breath, stepped back on one leg, and prepared to kick the door. To be honest, Xia Guixuan felt comfortable at this time. This mentality is very strange. Yan Wuyu himself was also very cooperative. He looked like he could do anything. If he hadn't considered Yan Wuyu's injury and really couldn't do anything, he might have taken the last step through the door on the spot, letting the other party listen outside the door. Which would be very satisfying. But he gradually became rational in his heart, knowing that this would not be good for Yan Wuyu's injury, and that he had been a little rough in the moment of impulse, which was even worse, so he slowly stopped the action. Yan Wuyu half opened her eyes and panted slightly. Although she felt that her whole body was more painful because of his roughness, she couldn't help but smile. She thought it was too funny. The two spoke at the same time, and were about to say something, but the door was kicked open with a bang, and Xia Guixuan instinctively hugged Yan Wuyu and retreated away. The broken door swayed slowly, and a man and a woman hugged each other in the back with messy clothes. A man in a straight military uniform stood outside the door, stunned. "Fuck. I thought you were injured, so I kicked the door to help you, but you were having an affair. It's not a wild man who stole my woman, it's a stinky woman who stole my man." Guangxin Jiayu was so angry that he was about to explode, with a blank expression on his face. "Is General Yan okay?" Fortunately, Yan Wuyu's rank was quite high. This was a single-family villa. If it was in a building, it would have been surrounded by onlookers. Even now, there were footsteps of a group of soldiers. Guangxin Jiayu threw out a small robot to block them outside. "Private military affairs, outsiders are not allowed to enter." A group of soldiers looked at each other, confused, and hid far away. "This is the deputy commander's messenger robot. No, starting today, he is the commander-in-chief." In the house, Xia Guixuan stopped Yan Wuyu behind him, and stood in front of him with an expressionless face and confronted him. "So the deputy commander can kick the door of his subordinates at will? I learned it." Guangxin Jiayu was so angry. "I want to tear apart that big-breasted girl, not you. Can you please get out of the way?" "No. You stinky scumbag, you still have the right." Guangxin Jiayu said with a straight face, "As far as I know, Captain Xia is Yin Xiaoru's boyfriend. What's the big deal about him appearing here hugging her bestie?" Xia Guixuan said lightly. "Is it against military law for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman?" The deputy commander kept a mistress and didn't give an explanation. "Doesn't the military style seem to be very positive?" Guangxin Jiayu smiled. "Yes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. It seems that there is nothing to say. So, Captain Xia means that I should give Wuyu an explanation." At this point, Guangxin Jiayu remembered his father's script. In fact, it is very right. From the perspective of Deputy Commander Gongsun Jiayu, especially now that he is not a deputy commander, how can he put his face when his woman runs away with another man in the eyes of others? From Xiao Jiayu's perspective, how can a man swallow his anger when he openly bites another woman? What a good script. You two dogs and bitches, look at how I will break up the couple and make you angry to death. Yan Wuyu poked his head out from Xia Guixuan's shoulder. Deputy Commander, are you going to give me an explanation? I have to ask for it. What makes me most angry is that you, a busty girl who hooked up with my man, are still acting cute. Gongsun Jiayu had a blank expression. Someone reminded me privately before. I think someone should have reminded General Yan too, although you and I each have our own purposes and acquiesce to the rumor. The longer this rumor spreads and the more deeply it is rooted in people's hearts, the truth may be forced out. Xia Guixuan frowned slightly. Yan Wuyu was also stunned for a moment, but his mentality of watching the show was somewhat restrained. He felt that he was watching the show and became the protagonist. As expected, Gongsun Jiayu continued, once this perception is deeply rooted in people's minds, everyone thinks that we are a couple. Then once one day you follow someone else. In fact, I'm fine. At most, I will be laughed at for wearing a green hat. It's not that rare these days. But your reputation is not so good. Yan Wuyu sighed. What reputation do I have? I'm not even a human. After this battle, I should resign and live in seclusion. Why do I still care about these things? Gongsun Jiayu smiled. Who said you are not even a human? Yan Wuyu was stunned. Gongsun Jiayu said lightly, the winner is the king and the loser. Public opinion is in our own hands. As long as we publicize that you are a human hybrid, you are a human hybrid. The rest are just rumors made up by monsters to discredit our general. Wuyu, Yan Wuyu subconsciously said Gongsun Jiayu sighed, you have always fought for the people. When you were on trial, the people spontaneously marched willingly. You should be relieved. Are you really willing to abandon this land where you have fought for more than 100 years, and those people who trust you? Xia Guixuan couldn't help but interrupt. Is this kidnapping? Gongsun Jiayu shook his head. I'm telling you the truth. Wuyu has to judge for herself what you are thinking. When the situation is obviously getting better and you can get rid of the original exclusion and do more, you abandon everyone's expectations because of this little thing. I don't know if Wuyu can do it, Xia Guixuan said, then I can just break up with you. What's there to bind you? Just because of a bad reputation? What era is it? Gongsun Jiayu put on a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. I can marry her as my only wife. Breaking up with me, what can you give her? Power? That's amazing. Xia Guixuan remained silent. This is really a critical hit. No, Yan Wuyu asked curiously. Deputy Commander, do you love me so much? You know that I'm having an affair with other men, but you still want to marry me? Gongsun Jiayu's mouth twitched. I'm not such a petty person. Of course, you also need to break up with him. After all, I'm not a cuckold. As if afraid that Yan Wuyu would refuse on the spot or Xia Guixuan would lose his temper on the spot, Gongsun Jiayu didn't wait for their response and continued, I came to you to see your injuries. From the looks of it now, you should be fine. Even if there was a problem before, it is estimated that it will not be a problem under Captain Xia's skillful hands. I still have a lot of things to do, so I'll leave first. You can talk about it yourselves. We'll contact each other tomorrow. There will be extra updates in the evening, around 10 o'clock as usual. Chapter 146 I have a sister. But the deputy commander can't leave. Xia Guixuan's expression just now was very obvious. If you leave, I might really get hurt. Although I'm not sure whether he will stop at the brink of disaster because of his injuries, but I don't want to take the risk. Because Yan Wuyu is willing in his heart, but he doesn't want to be in this mode, as if he is an object to vent his anger, a crown that proves his conquest, a prop that stimulates the beast once. It's not worth it, it's unfair to himself. In fact, for Xia Guixuan's pursuit of immortality, he will surely regret this in the future. So the deputy commander can't leave without saying this. This girl is very good at commanding warships, but she doesn't seem to understand this kind of thing? Or is it because the angle is too weird and too messy, causing her to want to escape? The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Gongsun Jiayu asked helplessly, what else? You are hiding from me behind other men, ahem. Yan Wuyu finally left Xia Guixuan, sat on the sofa tiredly and muttered, I am a wounded person. I want to seek comfort and care, not to watch you fight. Gongsun Jiayu's first reaction, you are a bit Xia Guixuan didn't even understand what the word T meant for a while, but Yan Wuyu laughed. She is indeed a woman. So she became more teasing. I am just like this. Isn't there someone who wants to marry me as a wife? Gongsun Jiayu's face was throbbing with veins. Xia Guixuan also looked at him sideways. He understood what it meant. Hey, the character is broken, right? Yan Wuyu didn't collapse, but quickly returned to his normal state. You and I are military personnel, you are the commander of an army, and I am a general. When we meet, we actually talk about this topic. Is there something wrong? Maybe the deputy commander wants to say that it was my performance that made you angry, but let's be honest, we really didn't have a relationship before. Gongsun Jiayu wanted to roll her eyes. I'm tearing you apart. Forget it. Yan Wuyu's perspective made sense to say this. She also sighed and said, maybe I'm too self-centered, and I've already regarded you as a forbidden delicacy. Xia Guixuan glanced sideways. He calmed down a little, and felt that it was cheap and embarrassing to quarrel with others, so he didn't say anything more. Gongsun Jiayu glanced at him and said lightly, I am the commander of an army, and Captain Xia is not an ordinary man. It is indeed not nice to talk about these things. There are more important things today, and you are all participants in person. I think we might as well take this opportunity to talk about things, Xia Guixuan said lightly. I am not actually interested in your affairs, and you don't have to report to me. Gongsun Jiayu ignored him and said to himself, I am not the head of state, Ling Xiaonan is the head of state. He is an old fox, and this is the condition for cooperation. Speaking of this, she remembered that she had actually agreed to a condition, which was to find a woman to marry after the matter mentioned by Ling Moxu was accomplished. At that time, the word Ling Moxu leaked was also Yan. It seems that she can continue to cooperate with Ling Moxu on this matter. Although his thoughts passed by here, he continued to talk about the main topic. The forces of Daxia are actually divided into 3 parts. Let's not talk about them. One part is Liu Xian, who was mutated by the body, and is not a person of this planet in essence. The second part is those who began to study the way of immortality because of the temptation of the Fox King in the early years. This part is divided into 2 categories. One is to take shortcuts through research and transformation, which is Director Zheng. The other is to really seek the method of cultivation, which is the Ling family and the Xiandao sect. The Ling family and the leader of the Xiandao sect have their own plans, which is another link. Xia Guixuan sneered, there are many turtles in a shallow pond. Gongsun Jiayu ignored the sarcasm and continued, the group that took the shortcut of transformation soon fully cooperated with Liu Xian. Liu Xian may have increased the success rate of their transformation through means from other dimensions. And the people of the Ling family are what Liu Xian has been striving for. However, these old foxes represented by Ling Xiaonan may be waiting for a good price, or they may have seen that they must be up to something, so they have been distant and have reaped a lot of benefits, forming a powerful political force with the Senate President as the core, waiting for the right time. Xia Guixuan found it a bit interesting. Is this the right time? Yes, this group of forces is even larger than you and I originally imagined, and it is spread all over Daxia like a spider web. In fact, many details this time were manipulated by Ling Xiaonan. I am ashamed to say that the help provided by my Gongsun family is not as good as his. Xia Guixuan smiled. No wonder he always felt that Ling Moxu had the intention of the sword of the king. According to this routine, her family is really qualified to set off changes in Daxia at a certain time, such as now. Ling Moxu is now considered a prince's daughter, the daughter of the head of state. Ling Xiaonan seems to insist on the orthodox way of cultivating immortals, but orthodoxy means that the immortal path is difficult. He may not be able to cultivate any door, and his lifespan may not be long. If things go on, it is not impossible for Ling Moxu to succeed to the throne. In other words, the current military and political situation in Daxia is divided between Gongsun Jiayu and Ling Moxu. Very interesting. This time Ling Xiaonan will be the head of state, and my father will be his deputy, and I will take over as the Grand Marshal. The Galaxy Fleet will still be my direct commander, and the former deputy commander of the Navy, Army and Air Force. I plan to give it to Wu Yu. Gongsun Jiayu paused and sighed. The fleet and the landing combat army inside the planet have always belonged to 2 systems. The deputy commander is the person on the opposite side. There are many transformed people in the army, and they are still being purged. Wu Yu has a long history in landing operations and is fully qualified to become the commander and take over this force. At that time, the 2 systems will naturally become one. The Ling family will be taken down by Yu, Xia Guixuan sneered. No wonder you want to marry Wu Yu. Gongsun Jiayu shook his head. My marriage to Wu Yu has nothing to do with this matter. Even if Wu Yu tells me now that she doesn't want to marry, it will not affect official business. Because we are all public-spirited in the affairs of the human beings in Daxia, and the Ling family is not. Yan Wu Yu has been tired and resting without speaking, looking at Gongsun Jiayu quietly. She thinks this girl is really not easy. Indeed, no one knows better than her how difficult it is to be a deputy commander. This time, the clouds have been cleared and there is light at the end of the tunnel. It is a time when everyone is excited. No matter what her personal relationship with him is, she will definitely help him in official matters. Gongsun Jiayu walked a few steps and stood on the balcony, feeling the cold wind, and whispered, Liu Ziyan is like this, Zhang Xingzi is like this, Zhao Paksu is like this. In fact, Ling Xiaonan is also like this. I always feel that it is a cycle that will never end. Xia Guixuan smiled. What happened in the 6 dynasties? It just became a private scheme of the factions. It's not the cycle of Daxia, it's history, it's normal. Gongsun Jiayu turned to look at him. Captain Xia is an extraordinary person. I never want to talk to you as a superior or a subordinate. You saved me, saved Wu Yu, and even this time, you are the first to restore order. Without you, Daxia might still be in a civil war, and I don't know what kind of ruins it would have become. I always feel that in your heart you are also the same kind of person as us, and we should not be enemies. Xia Guixuan laughed. The same kind of person. It's true, but it's not true either. I really don't want to see you make a mess, because this is your planet, huh? If you listen to me, then maybe it's the real deal. Gongsun Jiayu's eyes flickered for a while, and suddenly he said, listen or not, it's too sharp. You and I have cooperated many times and it's actually very pleasant. Do you want to cooperate again? Xia Guixuan said unhappily. I have no benefits every time I cooperate with you. I don't care. But you still take advantage of me. I definitely won't do that this time. Well? Tell me about it. Gongsun Jiayu hesitated for a long time, and whispered, I have a sister, who is beautiful, knowledgeable and well-mannered. Xia Guixuan and Yan Wuyu widened their eyes at the same time. She may not even marry you, just be your lover. Xia Guixuan was furious. Can a brother say that? What do you think of Xiaoju? Get out. Gongsun Jiayu blinked his eyes. No longer angry, but with a hint of smile, his voice softened. Then wait until tomorrow, she will tell you herself. Chapter 147, The Metamorphosis. This time Gongsun Jiayu really left. In fact, she couldn't stand the aura of the angry Xia Guixuan and felt that she was going to be beaten to death. It turns out that I was right to catch the adulterer with Ling Moxu when we were on the warship. These two are definitely having an affair, and even the one who is willing to be lovers has said it. But I don't want to. Why are you looking at me like this? Xia Guixuan asked unhappily. Yan Wuyu coughed dryly. Ahem, there's a girl who is willing to be your lover, Xia Guixuan said unhappily. Who said she is willing? Xiao Jiayu looks pretty on the outside, but she is very arrogant in her heart, and she implicitly looks down on her peers. I now know why she has to go to the game to play Han Guang Zhao Tai Yi pitifully. This rubbish family looks down on girls and treats people as tools. PFFT, well, it's normal. Yan Wuyu smiled. Since the model of Daxia has returned to the family system and to what you called family private affairs, it naturally has the atmosphere of a large feudal family. You and Xiaoru have been to the Yin family, don't you have any feeling? It's not as good as when they first immigrated. At that time, people's hearts were more progressive and open-minded. The ancestors of the Gongsun family wanted to be emperors, but they almost collectively resisted. Now, I suspect that when the time is right, they can really do it. The one with the most hope is Gongsun Jiayu herself. Xia Guixuan glanced at her. Do you want to be the queen? Yan Wuyu then thought that this seemed to be the main topic. Sure enough, after all the distractions, Xia Guixuan would not be so excited as before that he had to do it to himself. He almost forgot about it, but he still had to face this troublesome problem. Yan Wuyu had a headache and didn't know how to start. Then he heard Xia Guixuan sigh. I said that other people's feudal families don't treat girls as human beings. In fact, I am not much better. I can't guarantee you a wife like Gongsun Jiayu, and I don't want you to be with others. Maybe I am even more excessive than them. They are feudal lords, and I am a slave owner? Yan Wuyu blinked. Xia Guixuan said calmly, call me selfish or domineering, no matter how you think about this matter, I will not allow it, and there will be no disgusting routine of him exchanging his sister. You don't have to reply to him tomorrow, because you are going to be a different person, Yan Wuyu, you are really going to be a different person. If you don't take care of yourself after midnight, you will really suffer indelible hidden injuries, and it will be very difficult to repair in the future. You should not think about these miscellaneous things between men and women anymore. Concentrate and calm your mind, and comprehend the nirvana fetal breath. I will help you change and send you to the source of fire. Yan Wuyu was overwhelmed by this farce and almost forgot that he was injured. The pain in his body was almost numb and he didn't feel anything. He didn't expect that he was still thinking about it in his heart. She stared at Xia Guixuan's serious face with her beautiful eyes for a long while before she whispered, "Have you ever felt it? You have changed from the ethereal air when we first met, as if you were not of this world, to a worldly person, with all kinds of greed, anger, ignorance, resentment, love and hate, and you are very caring." Xia Guixuan said, "I'm just walking the path of the world again. People like you say you don't want to be bound." Yan Wuyu smiled. "You are not that kind of person at all. I don't know how you suppressed your original intention in the past. How can you practice like this, carving a boat to look for a sword? That was the situation at that time," Xia Guixuan said absent-mindedly. "I used to be the worst slave owner, indulging myself and not caring about others, and the end result was very bad. Later, to correct the wrongs, I had to go too far, and the effect was very good, and it was also necessary. Maybe I have been going too far for too long, and I have forgotten that it is too far, and I thought it was just right." Then he sighed again. "Looking back now, I feel that I have gone to two extremes, neither of which is the Tao. Tyrants and tyrants are not without good points, such as true temperament. Why should we completely oppose them? Get rid of the false and keep the true, get rid of the evil and keep the good, that's all." As the voice moved, his heart moved, and his spirit surged lightly, as if thousands of Tao enlightenments poured into it, and the injuries of the soul and Tao principles were actually greatly revived, just like withered flowers and trees visibly revived in spring. Xia Guixuan was stunned for a while, and suddenly laughed. "Is it that simple?" Yan Wuyu could no longer hear his laughter. The recovery of taking's Tao principles and the laws of heaven and earth that were triggered were too outrageous. The withered trees revived in spring, and the breath of life that she felt so close to her were intoxicating. She almost passively fell into a state of meditation, and then, turned into an egg. The last consciousness was, "Damn, I haven't finished talking yet, I don't want to sleep. I didn't even ask how long I would be an egg." Xia Guixuan, "This egg is quite cute. It is pink, with natural mysterious patterns on it, and the size is about the same as Yan Wuyu's ball. What kind of comparison is this?" Xia Guixuan knocked on his head, feeling that his current strange state is really the Tao? Isn't it broken? But the injury has indeed recovered a lot. This can't be deceived. It's just that the new Tao that has been reshaped now is not the same as before. Something hidden in the deepest part began to float out, just like there are strange patterns on the eggshell. He flashed into the source of fire and placed the egg-shaped Yan Wuyu in the original position where the water-condensed essence was placed, which is the most original position of the heart of fire. The surrounding flame spirits seemed to sense something, and thousands of firebirds lingered in all directions, spontaneously guarding the egg, as if guarding their king. Xia Guixuan smiled slightly. "It's also fate. It depends on how deep your fate is." In fact, he couldn't predict how long Yan Wuyu would stay in the egg form, because it involved how much Yan Wuyu could absorb and comprehend in the egg form. The immortals were in seclusion, and they didn't know the sun and the moon. Those who could say in advance, "I will be in seclusion for a few days," were either very low level or very high level. Yan Wuyu happened to be in the middle level. Let it go. It was also a matter of settling down. This feeling was still very comfortable. There was no need to worry too much about the trivial matters between men and women. If they annoyed them, they would be beaten up. Who cares about the head of state or the marshal? Just thinking about this. The watch rang with a communication sound, and Xia Guixuan's voice rang. "Come to the game? I have something to tell you. I also want to talk to you. Your stinky brother from a broken family is rebellious, huh? Let's talk in the game. Isn't it the same on the phone? Meeting in the game feels real." Xia Guixuan smiled slightly. "In fact, our intersections are all in the game. For me, that's the real thing." "Okay, wait a minute." A moment later, in Xia Guixuan's room 404, a white light flashed when the character went online, and Xia Guixuan appeared in the room. Xia Guixuan was already sitting inside waiting, wearing a white and elegant dress, short hair and glasses, like a girl on campus, with a fresh fragrance in her bookish air, which was very different from her when she was plotting against the head of state in the same place not long ago. It felt like she had gone from plotting for a serious matter to a blind date girl. But the smile in her eyes was like spring breeze and autumn water. When she saw Xia Guixuan appear, her expression brightened up, full of joy and happiness. This is clearly not a blind date, but an online love. Chapter 148. In fact, in Xia Guixuan's original judgment, among the girls around him, Xia Guixuan was the one who was the furthest away from him. Although they had a lot of interactions in the game, in the 1 or 2 months before the outbreak of the Human God War, they were almost together every day, and Xia Guixuan was not only online for half an hour every day, sometimes she could be online for quite a long time. If we simply count the time spent together, it is even possible that she would surpass Xia Guixuan. She was the one who spent the longest time together. But games are games, and netizens are netizens. Even if the game is real, Xia Guixuan can still distinguish them very clearly. You don't even know whether someone's game character has been pinched. What is real? So although he spent a lot of time with Xia Guixuan, in his heart, he was probably farther away from her than the centaur girl, who he had only met a few times. The title of confidant is very sweet, but it also means that they are just friends. Everyone's positioning has always been very clear. Except for accidental contact in battle and touching waists while riding a bike, they really didn't even hold hands in daily life, let alone kiss. Although they have been together for a long time, the progress should be considered the lowest. At least he rode with the centaur girl, but he was really just polite with Xia Guixuan. Maybe the people of the Gongsun family thought they were in love, that was what they thought, just like the opponents in the arena thought they were a couple, just a scandal. Xia Guixuan didn't care, and Xia Guixuan didn't care either, let it be what it is. But at this moment, Xia Guixuan found that he might care a little, such as being angry at her brother's behavior of selling his sister, and he didn't know whether he was speaking up for his friend, or mixed with something else. At the same time, he also found that Xia Guixuan might not care as much as he originally thought. For example, the tenderness and joy in her eyes at this moment, is she really just a friend? And she had never pinched her face. This time she met offline, when she took Ling Moxa to talk to her. When she saw Xia Guixuan's appearance offline, she didn't react and thought it was normal, but in fact, this broke the foulness of the internet, and everything she showed was real. Even her breasts have not been changed, okay, original. Xia Guixuan herself felt that only the game was the real self, and reality was fake. The two looked at each other for a long time, and each saw something different in everyone's eyes today. After the veil of friendship was lifted, what was revealed was even softer, like ripples. Xia Guixuan finally broke the silence and said softly, "Are you angry with my brother today?" "Yeah." Xia Guixuan leaned on the sofa and drank a drink with some dissatisfaction. "I don't deny that I admire his ability and ambition, as well as his public spirit that is not fake. I also don't deny that in fact, I am the same as him in scolding him, not much better than him, or even worse. So I don't care about other things. But he bullies you." "No." Xia Guixuan sat beside him and hugged his arm very naturally. Xia Guixuan also felt it was quite natural, and handed over another bottle of drink with his other hand. "This game is too real, drinking a drink feels like the real thing." Xia Guixuan took the drink, and a little fox cunning flashed in his eyes. "If you ask, are you standing up for your friends? Or is it mixed with something else, it would be too much of a stretch, and the most likely answer is for your friends, but with such a hug, just like the natural way of a little fox, although silent, everything is revealed. How can there be pure friendship between handsome men and beautiful women? On the day when he changed into women's clothes to please himself, how could everyone not know what was going on? So there was no need to ask why he stood out, and the relationship was broken silently. Everyone turned into fox. Because the more familiar they were, the more they knew that he was the most susceptible to this. No wonder the fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship was as sticky as taffy, and could never be shaken off, becoming true day by day. It was a pity that others realized it a little late. Actually, I'm also very angry with him. Brother Takang scolded me well. Xia Guixuan leaned lightly on his shoulder and said indignantly, "For his great plan, I worked hard as an envoy, communicating with the family, communicating with Brother Takang, and communicating with Ling Moxu. In any story, isn't this an important envoy and counselor? In the end, in their eyes, I'm just a tool, and even my life is their chess piece. She scolded herself more and more schizophrenic, and her schizophrenia was impeccable. Xia Guixuan felt unfair for her when he heard her. So, you rebelled. What's the point of staying in a broken family? You have the ability to be independent, so are you afraid that you can't realize your value? No, Xiao Jiu sighed. After all, this is the family that raised me since I was a child, and they treated me well. I can't bear to leave my relatives. In fact, they didn't bully me at other times, and I don't know why this time. Well, Xia Guixuan was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Guangxin Jiu's suggestion of I have a sister actually has a flavor of marriage, and in a sense it can be said to be well-intentioned. But this was mixed with a meaning of arbitrarily deciding Xiao Jiu's life and marrying him in exchange for Yan Wuyu, which seemed very ugly, so it angered Xia Guixuan. Should I tell Xiao Jiu that there is another woman involved here? Xiao Jiu smiled. Because of snatching a woman? Yan Wuyu, oh, why be embarrassed? I have known for a long time that the relationship between you and Yan Wuyu seems not right. You and him will have a quarrel sooner or later, Xiao Jiu whispered. Brother Taikang, you have no shortage of beauties around you. Do you have to snatch it from him? Xia Guixuan said unhappily. Are you actually here to lobby for him? Xiao Jiu is of course here to lobby, especially now that she is a woman. She is more confident. Can't I be this lobbyist? Not for him, but for myself. I like you. Of course I don't want you to have any relationship with other women. Xia Guixuan was stunned again. Yes, if it is from Xiao Jiu's own standpoint, of course it is so. And this seems to be the first woman in his life who really said the 4 words, I like you. Even my sister didn't say that. Maybe it was because this kind of conversation didn't exist in our language at that time, but it was true. Xiao Jiu was the first one. Xia Guixuan froze in his seat while drinking his drink, feeling mixed emotions. I don't know when I started to like you. Does the day I changed into women's clothes for you count as one of them? Xiao Jiu leaned on his shoulder and whispered. I didn't dare to express it at first, not only because you are someone else's boyfriend and have a scandal with Ling Moxu, but also because of my identity and the family mission. I can't just date anyone casually, Xia Guixuan asked subconsciously, because you know you need to be a prop for marriage. In fact, it's because you have to pretend to be a man. But this reason is the most appropriate at the moment, so Xiao Jiu said, yes. In reality, I always have to wear all kinds of masks and do things against my will. On the contrary, in this virtual world, I can let go of myself and do crazy things that will make my real self dumbfounded. Xia Guixuan shook his head. There is no need. You can let go of yourself in reality. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Jiu put her slender fingers on his lips and said softly, I also have my own planned path in this life, and I don't want to indulge myself and mess up. Brother Taikang, although you are powerful, don't you compromise with reality without being bound by your responsibilities, Xia Guixuan said calmly. Yes. All those who have happened have been gradually overturned by me with stronger power. When I have overcome one obstacle after another, I have become the emperor and king. No one can make me compromise anymore. He paused and whispered, even if you force me to stay, it won't work. Xiao Jiu observed his expression. You sound regretful, Brother Taikang, Xia Guixuan sighed. Can't I pretend to be cool? Why be so smart? Xiao Jiu laughed. Anyway, reality is reality. I won't let him plan my life path casually. I have my own ideas. Well, that's good. This means that I won't listen to his orders to be your lover, and I may even never want to see you again in reality. Do you know, Xia Guixuan? Xiao Jiu smiled. Do you suddenly feel that you've lost out? Haha, men. Xia Guixuan was too embarrassed to directly overturn his character setting of considering the other person's life, so he had to forcefully say, what's the harm? You can decide your own life path. I should be happy for you. If Gongsun Jiu forces you again, come to me and I will help you beat him up. Xiao Jiu slowly took away the drink that had been hovering at his lips, and said softly, what's so good about the drink? Do you want to drink something else? Xia Guixuan turned his head and looked. Xiao Jiu's red lips were right next to his cheek, within reach, and he could touch them by lowering his head. You have eaten it, but you didn't taste it well at that time, and there was not even a little romance left. Xiao Jiu said softly, do you want to try it today? Xia Guixuan really wanted to ask why you suddenly became so coquettish. Where's the previous reserve and art? Is the progress too jumpy? But he couldn't ask this question after all, and he was full of complaints. Is it strange? Xiao Jiu smiled slightly. The game is where I indulge in reality. Since I don't want to see you again in reality, and here, can't I get ahead of Yan Wu Yu and Yin Xiaoru? Xia Guixuan. Xiao Jiu smiled. It's you. Someone is competing with you for a woman, and you don't even dare to retaliate against his sister, and you still claim to be the emperor and king. You don't even have my ambition. Xia Guixuan narrowed his eyes slightly. You are looking for death? There will be no real danger in the game. That's what you said. Xiao Jiu said leisurely. After all, it's just a game. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? After all, it's just a game. These words made Xia Guixuan's heart more and more agitated. In fact, I have been holding back for several rounds today. Xiao Jiu is not wrong. Strength cannot determine everything. For example, I need to consider the shame of the little fox being watched in the spring palace and the injury of Yan Wu Yu, and put down the arrow on the string. Since she had just realized it, there was no need to abandon her true nature in the past, and there was no need to falsely tell herself to abstain from desires. Then why did she avoid even trying it in the game? She didn't care, and she didn't enter reality, so what was she worried about? After all, it was just a game. What couldn't she do? Xiao Jiu suddenly felt that the arms that were originally gently hugging her became stiff and strong, and the embrace was as tight as a hoop. She knew his choice, and some things would eventually come. She seduced him. He had desires, and she wanted to indulge herself, and wanted to be the first. It was just a game. What was there to be afraid of? Xiao Jiu slowly closed her eyes. As if a signal, the next moment she felt her lips blocked. His kiss was so hot, and the grabbing was like bullying. What a violent man. The nature of a tyrant is always buried in his gentle appearance. Xiao Jiu had this feeling in her heart, but she became more and more excited. This was her revenge. Revenge on Wu Yu, revenge on the family, revenge on the entangled self. It was also revenge for his seemingly cold and calm attitude. In this game, she is searching for her true self, releasing emotions and desires that reality will never express. She had been prepared for this. She went online just for this, in the 404 gun room recognized by both men and women in this game, to do what other men and women in other games would do. Xia Guixuan felt that he had fallen into the calculations of the girl with glasses, but he did not stop after all. An illusion, all data. What is the calculation? Looking at the girl's slightly trembling nervousness and the spring feelings on her face, the literary and bookish air of the past had long flown away. Xia Guixuan bowed his head slightly and whispered in her ear, "Don't regret it." Xiao Jiu took a deep breath and whispered in a trembling voice, "I arranged my first time myself, and I can give it to whoever I want. Although it was the same person he arranged, it was given by myself. No regrets." The extended chapter brings out the result, and there will be no more chapters tonight. Chapter 149, Beauty Leads a Country Astray. If you think about it carefully, you will know that it is true. Because the game is built to simulate the body, as long as it is the first time in real body, it is also natural to be online, and it seems that every time you go online. I think I understand, but this too real reaction directly dilutes the feeling of after all, it is just a game, and both of them feel as if it is real. Xia Guixuan whispered, "Sorry, I thought it was a game, too casual, so rough that she stared with her eyes wide open and still hasn't recovered. Too miserable, for her small body." Xiao Jiu sniffed, "It seems that you are not to blame. I have been emphasizing that this is a game. I don't know." "Oh, wait a minute." Her slender hand trembled and raised it, and pressed towards the side of the void. A light screen appeared in the void, with some medicines displayed in it. Xiao Jiu gritted his teeth and materialized a bottle and drank it directly. Xia Guixuan was sharp-eyed and caught a glimpse of micro-trauma rapid treatment and hydration potion. "Xia Guixuan, what kind of medicine is this? Could it be one of the nonsensical potions of a fox?" Xiao Jiu didn't think too much about it. After a short pause, the pain disappeared, and her eyes gradually became more charming. "It's good, every time is the first time. What do you think?" Xia Guixuan blinked. The default one night of indulgence, but the tone seemed. "Of course, it's better." The sun was high in the sky. Xiao Jiu woke up in a daze and found herself lying in the man's arms, as if she hadn't moved all night. She was too tired last night. I really don't know how he could be so outrageous. He looked handsome, but he was a beast in human skin. This was even the first time in her life that she slept in the game. But she slept so well, and the fatigue of the past few days was swept away. She even had a faint feeling of being more refreshed. Was it an illusion? Looking up, Xia Guixuan opened his eyes and stared at her with a burning gaze. Xia Guixuan lowered her eyes a little embarrassedly. It was said that this was just a game, but no matter how she felt physically and mentally, this was a real first time for her. Doing that with a man, sleeping together, waking up together, if others knew that this was the deputy commander, this social death would be hopeless. Even he himself couldn't know it. The so-called game is just a way to deceive oneself, allowing people to do things that they probably wouldn't do in reality due to various factors. This is the case for her, and in fact, Xia Guixuan is also the same. In reality, Xia Guixuan might feel that their feelings are not in place, and that he has to consider Yin Xiaoru, the impact on the Gongsun family afterwards, and so on, and might not be so casual. But since it's a game, everyone just took a step back and was so casual. However, in fact, since the whole experience is too real, how different is it from reality? You can even practice dual cultivation. Xia Guixuan suddenly spoke, as if he understood what she was thinking. Xia Guixuan, this game. Although the body is a data simulation, the spiritual connection is real, so I can play more than just a so-called third-level warrior here. Xia Guixuan rubbed her hair. You and I have practiced dual cultivation of soul and spirit. After you go offline, you can comprehend it and maybe there will be a breakthrough. Xia Guixuan felt a little ashamed. It was more than just dual cultivation of soul and spirit. Of course. The body's reactions in the game would be fed back to reality. Now the game cabin seemed to be wet, as if she had been lying in the water all night. But thinking of this, she felt a little teasing. Xia Guixuan's game cabin might not be so clean. Xia Guixuan still understood what she was thinking, and said with a straight face, it's quite wasteful actually. It's a good thing. Xia Guixuan spat, buried his head in his arms and muttered, in romance novels, those are used by men to coax women. I have read countless books, don't try to coax me, others are fake, mine is real, ha. Xia Guixuan didn't argue with her, biting her ear and said, isn't this a magical author who wrote a male protagonist who walked out of the book and did that with himself? If I put myself in the shoes of Axel in the book, Xia Guixuan whispered, that's it, you Takang will even refuse to recognize people with your pants pulled up. Xia Guixuan, aren't you refusing to recognize me with your pants pulled up, saying that you don't see me in reality, huh? Xia Guixuan muttered, are you going to do everything Takang did in the book again? Such as stealing other people's women? Are you still thinking about lobbying for your brother and Yan Wu Yu? Xia Guixuan sniffed. You can't have sex with me and then say you want another woman. Don't trade yourself for that. You'll fall into Gongsun Jiayu's trap. Xia Guixuan, shit. Why do I feel like I've got myself into a trap? No, you're already having sex and you're saying this? Oh no, this is a game. Xia Guixuan covered his head, not knowing what to say. But Xia Guixuan suddenly said, actually, I'm a little different from you. I don't have the one-on-one idea. I don't know if it's particularly bad in your eyes. In fact, I want to complain when I read your novels. You're writing about Si Takang, but you still look like you want to write a one-on-one. Is that what Si Takang would do? Xia Guixuan widened her eyes. Hey, that's a romance written by a modern person, and it's a female-oriented novel with a female protagonist. Don't even mention a king like Si Takang whose harem cannot be verified. Even if it is a king who can be verified, don't people just write about him having 3,000 concubines and the only one he loves is the heroine? No, why am I telling you this? Don't put Si Takang too deeply into the play. After thousands of words, Xia Guixuan only replied, I'm not a modern person. Xia Guixuan, Xia Guixuan sighed, does it seem particularly despicable for me to say these words at this time? Xia Guixuan said helplessly, it's nothing, I asked for it. I said that you are not on the reality, you can do whatever you want. Xia Guixuan looked down at her. As expected, my previous judgment of distance was correct. Even though we did such things, we were still quite far apart. I indulged myself in games, but when it came to reality, it seemed like a world away. I don't know what life plans she had in reality, why did she have to make it so awkward? But because of this, she was quite free and easy. Women are so free and easy, so why would men be entangled? Xia Guixuan always felt that the women around him during this retreat were all the kind of people who pitted themselves in a way that shocked the world and made ghosts weep. Xia Guixuan suddenly became happy. Hey, If you think of this place as another plane, am I the only one here? Xia Guixuan nodded. Of course, others don't play at all. Little Fox has been away for a long time. Now that she is the vice president of a game company, she has even less interest in playing. Sure enough, this is the world I should stay in. Xiao Jiu thought absent-mindedly for a while, and then smiled and said, "Hey, do you want it?" "I'm ready again," Xia Guixuan asked curiously. "You are fine today." Of course there are things to do, and they are very complicated, but Xiao Jiu really doesn't want to log off at the moment. What is this called? The king doesn't attend the morning court? She smiled self-deprecatingly. It's okay, I'm not the head of state. Brother, the more complicated matters are handled by the Ling family, and we have a good control over the military. The marshal's inauguration ceremony and the military parade are tomorrow, and today is just some preliminary preparations. No one will blame me if I'm lazy, Xia Guixuan said. I feel that you are a little bored and escaping. No, Xiao Jiu smiled. It's called being addicted to male beauty. Do you want it? As she spoke, she circled on his chest, and the eyes behind the lenses looked up at him. Although there was no deliberate seductiveness, her natural seductiveness was seductive. Xia Guixuan's heart was slightly moved, and he laughed. I'm good at being a tyrant who doesn't attend the morning court. I don't care whether you make mistakes or not, Xiao Jiu snorted. Don't talk about making mistakes. As a gamer, even if you are in a desperate situation, you have to play a game first, right? Xia Guixuan pulled her up, turned over and held her down. Then let's play a game first. Just as he was about to get on the horse, Xiao Jiu suddenly thought of something and stopped him. Wait a minute. As he spoke, he suddenly turned into a white light and went offline. In less than a second, she reconnected, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered, "It's the first time again." At the door of the former deputy commander's office, a group of generals surrounded the door, and a secretary girl worked hard to block it outside. Hey, don't crowd here. Deputy commander, oh, the marshal is just taking a break. It's sunny and he's still taking a break. What time is it? The other side just surrendered, so many things need him to sort out and talk. Oh, I'm still writing the speech? Fuck, I'm not talking about giving a speech at a meeting, I'm talking about talking to those generals separately. You don't understand this, and the marshal himself doesn't understand it. Could it be that there is a woman hidden in it? As soon as these words came out, there was silence all around. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. If there was a woman in it, it would not be Yan Wuyu. Yan Wuyu would not come here if she was injured at home, and no one saw Yan Wuyu entering the military headquarters today. Does that mean the marshal is hiding another woman? Don't say this, otherwise it will start a fire. Yan Wuyu waved the flaming knife, and everyone didn't know who to help. The secretary girl put her hands on her hips and said, so no matter whether there are men or women inside, it has nothing to do with you. The marshal knows it himself, he has just taken office. Beauty can ruin a country, the general sighed. Even a dragon among men like Marshal Gongsun is not immune. Chapter 150. Who dares to call him Marshal Gongsun? Finally did not waste the whole morning. At about 10 o'clock, he opened the door and came out in a straight military uniform. People leaned inside to look, but there was no one there. What's with that expression? Gongsun Jiu lazily did chest expansion exercises, and said casually, I've been working hard recently, and I haven't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. I just took a little more rest. Everyone knows that my personal practice is actually very average. Do you really think I'm an Iron Man? Well, this made everyone feel ashamed. Men who have been in the army all their lives really forgot that the marshal is just a young man with very average practice. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is weak. It's just that he usually behaves too strongly, making people always forget that his personal strength is lower than that of everyone present. Look at the way he walked out. It seems that he has some difficulty walking, his legs are limp and his legs are weak. How tired he must be. But then again, does it feel like the marshal's spirit has become better? The eyes under the glasses seemed to be sharp and flashing, and many people thought of this word, electricity in an empty room. You think I'm lazy, but I think I'm working hard, Gongsun Jiu said more confidently. Do you know what the biggest obstacle is for human beings in scientific research and military command? It's that the thinking can't keep up, and the reaction can't keep up. Genetic evolution of you and me has solved some problems, but not all. So far, we can't play chess better than computers, so how can we do more difficult research and larger commands? A group of generals who came to persuade him were scolded and hung their heads. You were practicing just now? You can just say it. But what can you practice to directly train your soul? The method of cultivating immortals by the descendants of gods is not so effective. If you can really train your soul so efficiently, then half of the problem of human longevity will be solved. People were confused and didn't dare to ask. Anyway, it's good that the marshal is not obsessed with women and maces up things. It looks like he's even more powerful. Isn't that good? Why bother so much? The guards outside came in to report, "Marshal, Ling Moxu is here to visit. Is it okay?" Gongsun Jiu just smiled calmly. "Please invite our princess in. Everyone go away. What are you doing here?" The generals didn't say anything, and quickly said goodbye and left, but actually exchanged glances with each other and frowned slightly. Although this time the cooperation with the Ling family achieved a comprehensive victory, everyone knew that the two sides were not only not on the same side, but also should be considered as opponents who check and balance each other from now on. What would Ling Moxu say when she came to visit? Ling Moxu had already appeared at the end of the corridor, wearing a fox-style workplace outfit, a white suit and skirt, formal and dignified. She walked indifferently towards the different looks of the generals, with some disdainful irony in her eyes, and with that workplace outfit, the aura of a cold and arrogant strong woman was fully revealed. Even if people have different attitudes towards her, they have to admit that this woman is really beautiful, and her temperament is even more amazing. She does have the capital of being cold and aloof. I heard that she even looked down on the marshal. That's normal. Both sides may look down on each other even more in the future. Come in and sit down. Gongsun Jiu politely opened the office and made a gesture of invitation. It was hard to tell what the smile meant. Ling Moxu always felt a little teasing when she saw it, a bit like the smile of a winner to loser. She sneered in her heart, "You think you have won, right? Are you proud?" Gongsun Jiu really looked at Ling Moxu with the eyes of a loser. "You guys were fighting for it, but I was the first one?" Humph. But soon he felt a little lonely. After all, it was not true. Xia Guixuan didn't even know whose Ioji was in his heart. Forget it. Gongsun Jiu sighed and closed the door. "Miss Ling, how come you have time to come to the military headquarters today? Sit down. What would you like to drink? You have nothing but boiled water and White Fox brand beverages?" Yin Xiaoru really has to thank the marshal for his good advertisement. Ling Moxu sat casually on the sofa and said lightly, "I heard that the marshal slept until almost 10 o'clock today. How come he became lazy and incompetent after the big things were settled?" Gongsun Jiu threw a can of beverage to her. "Miss Ling, do you want me to be lazy or diligent?" Ling Moxu sneered, "I don't care about you to death. I'm here to make you fulfill your promise. Now that the big things have been settled, do you want to get married?" Gongsun Jiu sighed. "Why bother, Miss Ling? I would rather marry a Sao than you." "Don't worry." Ling Moxu really didn't think so. On the contrary, even if she was a Sao, Gongsun Jiu would probably have his eyes on her. Because in this situation, as long as she married herself, the Gongsun family and the Ling family would become one, the military and politics would be unified, and it would not be impossible for Gongsun Jiu to ascend the throne and become emperor. Just think about it, if anyone was in Gongsun Jiu's position, they would most likely have their eyes on Ling Moxu. Appearance is not important in such matters. So she came here anxiously to ask him to fulfill his promise and quickly marry someone else, preferably Yan Wu Yu, so that she could solve another love rival at the same time. How great. Gongsun Jiu knew her thoughts very well and smiled slightly. "Actually, don't say that I don't have any ambition to be the only one. Even if I do, it's meaningless in the current situation." Ling Moxu was stunned. Gongsun Jiu smiled. "It's not difficult to become emperor. If I really want to do that, I don't have to marry you. This method is not very reliable. You underestimate your grandfather's own shrewdness. The main problem now is that I don't want to be the only one. No other wise man would do such a thing." Ling Moxu hesitated and said, "Why?" "Because the people and even the soldiers will not agree to such a retreat. This is one reason. It may lead to many problems, but let's not talk about it for now. The more critical factor is, no one can be the only one on this planet. This is someone else's planet." Ling Moxu narrowed his eyes and stared at him, with a sharp look in his eyes. Gongsun Jiu pretended not to notice and said leisurely, "Don't think that a certain father god doesn't care about anything. If someone really wants to claim to be the lord under his nose and play the trick of family rule, I don't know how he will react. I won't do such a stupid thing, and I suggest your grandfather not to have such an idea, otherwise your Ling family will be in trouble. It won't be good for a princess to become a slave girl, Ling Moxu. This is considering others. If I only consider myself, I don't want to be a dragon slayer who turns into an evil dragon. If I want to oppose your Ling family, the reason will only be one: your constraints on me have affected the general situation. In addition, if you and I can cooperate well, reverse Zelter, and set the journey of mankind on the Sea of Stars. This is enough for my life. Why should I claim to be the Lord? Ling Moxu said slowly. This kind of words are too saintly. How many people do you think will believe it? Gongsun Jiu smiled brightly. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, I have my own confidant. Even while he was angry with me, he did not deny my intention. Ling Moxu subconsciously thought, so, there is no one else except Yan Wuyu, right? Haha. Gongsun Jiu clapped his hands and said, Miss Ling seems to be optimistic about the relationship between me and Yan Wuyu. Of course, if I want to marry her, as a woman, is there any way for Miss Ling to assist? Miss Ling herself hopes so, doesn't she? Help you? Ling Moxu felt guilty. She didn't dare. What about becoming a female slave? It's not good. It's been a long time. If the master really likes Yan Wuyu, I can secretly make trouble and sabotage, but if the master really finds out, it will be terrible. Yan Wuyu can't even think of turning into an egg. Why are all these people firing at me, and each of them regards me as a target of tearing? There is obviously a little fox over there who is the real owner. How come you all forgot? Gongsun Jiu and Ling Moxu didn't know whether they had forgotten or not. Anyway, they really hadn't thought about Yin Xiaoru. They were even drinking the beverage produced by Yin Xiaoru's company together. Anyway, the two of them looked at each other with their own thoughts for a long time, and Ling Moxu sighed. I can't help you. I support you spiritually. Go ahead, Marshal. Gongsun Jiu laughed dumbly. So you came here specially today just to talk about this? No, Ling Moxu said. Actually, it was my grandfather's idea that I should come out to sing a few songs at your inauguration ceremony and military parade tomorrow. I originally thought that even if you needed to perform, the army would have its own art troupe and would not need me at all. Grandpa's routine is to make me close to you. Don't think about the issue of men and women for everything. Your grandfather's meaning is just that major events are initially decided. We should at least show a good relationship on the surface to reassure everyone. Ling Moxu nodded. Now I understand what he means. Okay, I will come out to sing a few songs tomorrow. Let your art troupe contact my assistant to see how to arrange it. Gongsun Jiu raised his drink and said, then I wish us a happy cooperation between the military and the government. Princess, please, don't call me with such sarcastic words, Ling Moxu said coldly. I know that after you said so much, you still despise me for being a fool and not knowing the meaning of a wise man, but everyone has their own ambitions. Now my mind is on my own way. In my eyes, your calculations are quite boring. After all, everything has to be considered against someone's outstanding strength that dominates the world. He is my goal to emulate in this life. Such words are not strange, but with a word this life, the meaning is very heavy. Gongsun Jiu looked at her cautiously for a long time, and finally said, okay. I hope that one day, those descendants of gods will know that humans also have swords that can compete with them. Ling Moxu raised her drink and took a sip, and strode out of the office. Watching her back, Gongsun Jiu pondered secretly. I was indeed worried that I would have endless arguments with the Ling family in the future, but now looking at Ling Moxu's state, this worry is likely not to become a reality. She seemed to have been changed a lot by someone. She seemed to follow his lead. Ling Moxu had a great influence on the Ling family. Under the orthodox cultivation of the Ling family, Ling Moxu, the leader of the Heavenly Dao and the Kyanite Sword cultivator, should have the same right to speak in the family as he does in the Gongsun family now. They are both pillars. Since Ling Moxu listens to someone, the Ling family's root is likely to become more and more positive. At least the normal military and political cooperation with the Gongsun Jiu will not be much constrained. The unity he longed for seems to have begun to be realized, and the things he worried about no longer exist. Someone didn't seem to do anything. But his tyrannical strength is there, and he doesn't need to do too much, and he can naturally guide many directions. This whole Daksha, including the entire planet, has changed shape in his hands. Why did I think of this? I offer a new book, Rebirth of the Extraordinary Dawn, a pseudo-sci-fi, with a background similar to ours. You can take a look. I think their focus should be more stylish than ours. Cover your face. There will be extra chapters in the evening, around 10 o'clock. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.